going to now start the live. And what I was going to say is I think we both discussed what we're going to do is maybe before we go right into it, we will just give it 2-3 minutes for people to join.
Makes sense.
Okay. Let me make sure it's on YouTube. Okay. Yeah, cool. We've got 40
I think we're
people
streaming while saying 2 or 3 minutes for people to join.
No. Actually, great. We've got 40 people on YouTube. We're getting. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. We'll give it a minute or two.
I'll tweet it out too.
Yeah. You guys like post it out to your followers and stuff like that. Like, and I think History Speaks, you've got a bigger channel. You should put on like your channel page and stuff like that.
I have a bigger YouTube channel. But I'm sure your following is like 30 times mine. I mean, you just got on YouTube anyway.
I'm pretty small on YouTube. I just started, but yeah, I encourage you guys to put up the link, and we'll just give it 2 or 3 minutes for people to join before we really get into it.
Also, a lot of my followers because my initial content was debunking Holocaust denial. That was like the main focus. Because I look into the evidence for it with an open mind, honestly. Because who knows? But it's like, this is so dumb, and I got like triggered by people online saying, "Ooh, here's the edgy truth." And that's essentially how I got into content creation, because it just got me angry that when people combine like faux edginess and intellectualism with like being dumb, it triggers me, I guess, you know. And that was what I found with the Holocaust deniers. But people assumed I was like some Israel supporter, and then a lot of my subscribers and old followers don't follow me anymore. But no, I told you guys the only reason I debunked Holocaust denial was because it was dumb. That is the only reason.
Interesting. I actually would like to talk to you about that would actually be an interesting question to talk about in terms of the debate, because there is this kind of narrative that's quite popular on the pro-Palestine side, where people will talk about, well, we welcomed the Jews in during the Holocaust and then we were stabbed in the back. And like, I've seen memes like to that effect that have had like 100,000 views and stuff like that. But there was a pretty concerted effort by, like, for example, Al-Husseini, who was like the national leader at the time, kind of the Palestinian movement.
Well, he was, it was not a democratic process that selected him. He was from a prominent family, then he was appointed by the British as the Grand Mufti. And though he was the national leader and he was a collaborator with the Nazis. Yes.
Yeah, and unfortunately, what happened was there were concerted efforts to block transports of Jewish children. And
you have to remember the policy.
Dropped out.
Okay, but the policy of the white paper articulated in May 1939 was a British policy. It wasn't. Now the Arabs were happy to have it, but the policy, which with exceptions, extended through the war and limited Jewish immigration dramatically to Palestine to 75,000, was a British policy, which they implemented in response to the Arab revolt, and also, more pro Arab forces got into power in the Colonial Office, and there are people like I've posted documents that are like, this is stupid. They were here 2,000 years ago. Why do they get to come back? It's dumb. So this is kind of, and also that pragmatically, the Arab revolt showed the British that this is not a sustainable situation. But you're right. Al-Husseini was happy to block immigration to the Middle East, to Palestine, and he did collaborate with the Nazis. But I think like Netanyahu claimed he gave Hitler the idea for the Nazi Holocaust.
No, obviously that's
totally made up. Yeah. It's actually like Hitler apology. No, but he didn't want immigration.
Yeah, no, that was disgusting by Netanyahu. I agree with you on that. It
was like Hitler apology.
No, it was absurd.
And yet that's not controversial. Somehow that's okay for him to do that. It was briefly controversial, even though it's effectively Hitler whitewashing.
Well, look, the blueprint for the Holocaust was right there in Mein Kampf from the very start. I'm not sure.
We can debate the origins and so on, but yeah, I mean, Hitler was the progenitor of it. This was Hitler's policy. This was not the Arab he met at one time was not the guy who gave it to him. So.
Yeah, no, obviously that's the case. I think Anatoly's just dropped out. I was going to say we can. Yes,
we can start if he. So what I was thinking of doing, if it's cool with you, is beginning by talking about like why I think, like, what is my evidence in brief for why I think the war is genocide or murder or whatever you call it, and then you could respond and you could talk about history and so forth, and I'll talk about history and respond. Does that sound cool?
Yeah.
Or
yeah, no, that's okay. I was just gonna say, should we quickly try get Anatoly back in the stream? I'm not sure what's happening.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that because I think after we both, how about we both speak. and then like within reasonable
Yeah.
limits, I go on for like half an hour. Then
Yeah, no,
that would be
you've
stupid. I'm not going to do that, by
hang
the
on,
way.
I will just quickly post as well the link to my Twitter. So just give me a minute, and then
Yeah.
we'll start in like 30 seconds. Debating Israel-Palestine live with History Speaks. Okay.
Yeah. And
I haven't had
we're
any
not
messages.
we're not in friendly terms, Drew. So it's Mr. Speaks to you. You cannot call
Yeah,
me
sure.
Mr. Nice. Or Hair. Mine and Hair.
Yeah, no worries. I think okay. I haven't received any messages from Anatoly. Oh, he's about to. He's writing something now. But yeah. Oh, he's back. He's back. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Yeah. I mean, this is not an elite human capital connection, Anatoly.
Yeah. No, it's a shame.
I'm ashamed. And we're like becoming friends. We're in the process of becoming friends. I mean,
I like Anatoly, and
I do too.
As he is EHC, you have to have a fast internet connection. So.
Right. I mean, that's a requirement. I don't like Hanania though, who's the other wing of EHC.
I like Hanania. He's.
We can talk about the stuff he
okay.
engaged in. Like, I know these terms have been, diluted by overuse in the woke years, but he did engage in like genocidal rhetoric. Like he said of Palestinians, all you can do is kill civilians, not Hamas. All you can do is kill someone, try to expel the rest. I guess that's responsible in your view because it's the Untermenschen. Oh, I don't agree. If it was the Jews, if someone said about Jews, you wouldn't say I don't agree.
No. No, sorry. Wait. I must have misheard you. Wait, what were you talking about?
He said of Palestinian, the Palestinian population in general, not just Hamas or PIJ or whatever. All you can do is kill some and try to ethnically cleanse the rest. Like the tweet's still up. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, hang on. Anatoly is saying he's got technical. Oh.
Okay, we can just go and Anatoly could come during because I think we'll do a back and forth. And if one of us starts to scream and the other person can't talk,
no, it's okay.
So can I talk for like 6 minutes and then you talk and then we'll do a back and forth? Yeah, because I have like my whole.
You have your opening statement.
We'll start now. So opening. So how about this? Since we didn't even talk about. Yeah, go ahead.
I'll just quickly say. Okay, so for people watching at home, we'll start now. We're about 7 minutes in. So yeah, if you watch the replay of the broadcast, you can skip forward. This is where we start. 7 minutes in. And History Speaks will begin with his opening statement. He's going to mainly talk about October 7 and the war, the aftermath of October 7. So yeah. You go ahead. And by the way, I think we've got 40 people watching on YouTube and I think 400 in cumulative on Twitter. Guys, if you're watching, share it around. Try help more people see this, like the video, etc. Thank you, guys. All right. You begin now. History Speaks.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you to Drew for hosting this and Anatoly for moderating once Anatoly comes, which I'm sure he will. My view of the war in Gaza is that Israel's conduct after the October 7th massacre, which was one of the great acts of terrorism in the century, no question about that, deliberately targeting vast numbers of civilians, massacre, kidnapping, and so forth, that Israel is waging a policy of genocide, right? And I'm not using that in some kind of polemical or rhetorical device, as I'm sure many of the pro-Israel people will accuse me of, but I'm trying to give my best assessment of the law and the facts as relates to Israel's policy. So we won't get into definitions too much because it's not only a little dull, but I don't think it's all that relevant. I mean, I'm a JD, so I know this stuff a little bit, a lawyer in a previous life. But because how courts interpret black letter law is more important than the black letter law. But nevertheless, just to quote briefly, Article 2 of the Genocide Convention, killing a group with the intent to destroy them in whole or in part is genocide. And I believe that definition applies insofar as in my assessment, Israel has deliberately killed Palestinian civilians in an effort to try to ethnically cleanse the rest of them, to achieve Trump Gaza or to achieve an ethnic cleansing. This is a fact pattern analogous not to the Nazi Holocaust, where there's an attempt in this case, or the Cambodian genocide of Vietnamese, to kill every member of the group biologically. Rather, it's analogous to the Rohingya genocide, where the Myanmar military deliberately killed civilians to try to provoke a flight, which successfully they did provoke, of the Rohingya Muslims. They didn't try to annihilate them biologically, nor did they achieve that. But they killed a large number of them in order to make the rest flee, to ethnically cleanse the rest. And that is what I think the analogous fact pattern is. Incidentally, I believe the Rohingya genocide will be found by the ICJ to be a genocide in the Gambia versus Myanmar case, which is being adjudicated right now. And that would provide a legal foundation for the Gaza genocide to be found as such. Okay, so that's the most abstract part. Now I need to evidence this, right? I need to show that Israel has murdered Palestinian civilians. So we're not talking about ad hoc war crimes by individual actors, nor are we talking about collateral damage in war. We're talking murder under the laws of war. We're talking deliberate targeting of civilians. So how did I show that? Well, I got four, I'd say, types of evidence. The first would be statements of intention. Then second, policies of murder. Then you look at the results on the ground, like how many people have been killed, who have been killed, what are the ratios like. Contrary to the charlatans out there, the ratios are historically bad, not historically good. And then finally, I'll just have a little meta discussion about why this is the most plausible picture, killing to ethnically cleanse, as opposed to the official interpretations, like the war is being waged to free the hostages and destroy Hamas as a military force. Okay, so we'll begin with some statements of intention. You have first one I'll read. Israel Katz on 13 October 2023. This guy's now the defense minister. He was the energy minister, talking about Palestinian civilians. Again, civilians explicitly. They will not receive a drop of water or a single battery until they leave the world. So that's what this guy, who has since been promoted to defense secretary, said. The head of Kogat, who is responsible for the well-being, air quotes, of Palestinians in the occupied territories, said, again, of Palestinian civilians, that they are human beasts because Hamas turned into ISIS and they celebrated them. He called them human beasts and said, you wanted hell, you will get hell. No electricity, no water, just damage. Netanyahu himself, in the first 48 hours of the war, gave effectively an order for murder to his chief of staff. This was reported in Ynet recently, and I'll be happy to tweet this out while Drew's speaking, if anyone wants to see it on my own Twitter page. So Netanyahu was scolding his chief of staff for only having 1,500 targets for airstrikes. And Netanyahu said, why not 5,000? I'm not interested in targets. Take down houses, bomb with everything you have. So clearly an order was relayed to his chief of staff for indiscriminate bombing and killing of civilians. Now, you may think, people listening to this, of a pro-Israel bent or a Hezbollah bent or a Drew Pavlov bent, that, well, this was the early days of the war. There was, as I mentioned, this horrible historic massacre, deliberate targeting of and killing of many hundreds of Israeli civilians, like 1,200 people overall of all nationalities, and then some soldiers. That people were just responding, leaders were responding in an emotional fashion, but this wasn't the policy. And they cooled down afterwards. Well, no, the genocidal rhetoric has continued throughout the war. For example, over a year into the war, the head of a whole division in Gaza, that's over 10,000 combat soldiers, a good chunk of all combat soldiers in Gaza, in the Netzarim corridor, it's called Unit 252, this guy Vosh, articulated as an operational principle, and there was a whole Haaretz article in December of 2024 reporting on him, that there's no innocent civilians. That's an operational principle. And to quote him, every woman is a man in disguise, everyone on a bike is a scout, and all these people should be shot. And this kind of mentality and these kind of expressions are why we've seen so many children shot in Gaza deliberately, and such a bizarrely high percentage of children among fatalities compared to other 21st century wars. Our friend Israel Katz, whom I just mentioned, he said to Gazan civilians, again, explicitly directed towards civilians, he says, residents of Gaza in March 19th of 2025, you will pay the full price. Return the hostages and remove Hamas, or you're going to get utter destruction and devastation. So again, explicitly threatening to kill civilians, to harm civilians, right? That's the rhetoric from the top and from soldiers on the ground. And there's another one I'll tweet out, a guy from the Golani Brigade. It appears this is from about a month ago, where he said before soldiers went into Gaza, everyone you see is an enemy. You identify a figure, you open fire, destroy and move on. Do not get confused about this. So, and then you also have endless rhetoric about how we're going to achieve the Trump plan through the war. We're aiming for this. Netanyahu says this. Katz says this. Military brass say this. How are they going to achieve the so-called Trump plan through the war? Well, it's by killing civilians to ethnically cleanse the rest, right? And even in the first phase of the war, well over 100,000 civilians fled Gaza through Egypt by some way or another, bribery or what have you. So the plan has already been achieved. Netanyahu was bragging about this at AIPAC, by the way, that, yeah, we already had 100,000 leave and more will leave. Okay. Now, there also are policies of murder that I point to, because in statements of intention, you can look at different ways, right? You have these free fire zones in Gaza or kill zones have been widely reported on, from CNN to Haaretz to The Guardian, where anyone who goes in, or sometimes it's just adult men, and sometimes it's everybody, including kids, is shot. And these are especially criminal, even compared to prior conflicts like the Vietnam War, where these were used against guerrillas, although that was acknowledged as a war crime too, that the United States committed. They're especially pernicious because not only are men or maybe older minors shot, analogous to previous wars where these have been used, but they're shooting even young children in many cases, and women, right? You heard Vash say every woman is a man in disguise. So you're shooting clear civilians in these zones. And also the borders of them change. The borders are arbitrary. So civilians don't know whether they're in a free fire zone very often. I think these zones are set to comprise the majority of the entire strip before long. So because of the arbitrarily shifting boundaries, and because they're shooting people who are obviously not combatants, essentially this has become an excuse to kill civilians. It's not even an overly zealous or disproportionate security measure. You're just essentially, if you say every woman is a man in disguise, you're engaged in a policy of murder effectively. And again, they're not punished. So this guy Vash I mentioned earlier, who says there's no innocence, everyone's a target, not punished, right? So he still is maintained his role. So that shows de facto approval. The other murder policy is starvation, right? So they're blocking all food from coming into Gaza. They were doing this, by the way, the first several months of the war too. They weren't blocking all food because Biden wouldn't let them, but they were trying to obstruct aid. Dozens of children starved to death because of this. And Biden made them stop eventually, but now they're doing it again. And this is clearly an attack on civilians, because not only is it completely indiscriminate to block all food from coming in, but I'm not talking about failure to provide. They're blocking all food from coming in, not simply failing to provide it. But it isn't going to hurt Hamas, at least in the short run, because they have plenty of reserves compared to the civilian population. The people who will starve to death are children, or young children who are from poor families or are sick and have special nutritional needs. And also the whole family, population is going to suffer from this, right? Like my friend Hiba, she has more money than most people in Gaza, but she's suffering terribly from the blocking of food, right? So it's essentially a strategy to torture the people, to kill them, to make them flee. It isn't a military strategy, and that's why Netanyahu was rightly indicted by the ICC, which Drew apparently disagrees with because liberalism. There's also this program Israel has called Where's Daddy, where they systematically bomb to death entire families to kill one alleged Hamas guy. Huge numbers of people have been killed through this program. The Office of the High Commissioner of Human Rights found over 7,600 killed in, I think, between November and early of 2023 and early 2024. And I'll talk about in a bit an Air Wars study, which showed in October 2023, the overwhelming majority of Palestinian civilians killed were killed by bombing of homes. So if you're systematically bombing homes to kill one alleged Hamas guy, and in many cases it isn't even like somebody with a military position, or it's some civilian operative, or somebody who probably doesn't even have any role at all in many cases, this is either amounting to what's called a reckless disregard for civilian life under the laws of war, which amounts to murder as well, or what I think is more plausible, intentional killing of civilians with a cover story of, we got one junior Hamas militant, or we got one guy who took a selfie with Sinwar, or we got the garbage man for Hamas. So it's just this insane level of civilian killing day after day after day after day. There was another case reported today of another family directly bombed to death in their home. This amounts to murder clearly under the laws of war, and in my view, intentional killing of civilians as a target, and the cover story being the one Hamas guy is more plausible. And the other thing is the attack on hospitals. Now, in principle, hospitals can be targeted if they're militarized, but I think that, again, you have amounts to a cover story. Like we all remember the El Shifa, the memes and the cartoons about the command center. There was no command center. There was one tunnel and like some Kalashnikovs there. Yet they've attacked hospital after hospital after hospital after hospital in Gaza. Again, I think it's much more plausible that, and the ICC thinks this, they're investigating this, that this is essentially a cover story and they're looking to take out a core aspect of civilian life, namely the hospital system. The quote Andrew Cayley of the ICC, there are clearly lies being spoken about the level of Hamas presence. So they're hugely exaggerating, grossly exaggerating, he said, Hamas presence, basically as an excuse to take out the hospitals, which are necessary for civilian life. Okay. I'll talk about results really quick, and I'll wrap this up. So the results of the war also point to a strategy of murder. This is the only war since the fucking Rwandan genocide where a majority or close to majority of fatalities are women and minors. The only war. So the Second Intifada, October 7th, these are obviously involved attacks on civilians, right? Hamas suicide bombing, October 7th is a huge massacre. Even these two escapades did not involve a majority of fatalities, women and minors. So the solid majority were men in both cases. Same with Russians in Chechnya. Obviously, that involved massive war crimes, right? Both times. It's only Israel and Gaza since the Rwandan genocide, where a majority of fatalities have been women and children. And that's because of this Where's Daddy program more than anything else, where you're just bombing to death whole families over and over again in a systematic way to kill one alleged Hamas guy who probably, has a either marginal role in the military or none. And I'll just mention 1 month of the fatalities, October 2023, which Drew at the time called murder and massacre. And, he called it murder. And then he changed his mind for God knows what reason. We can ask him why. October 2023, which was, to be fair, the bloodiest month of bombing, turns out to have been the bloodiest month of bombing since at least the Korean War, if not World War II. Right? So obviously more people were killed in the bombing of Cambodia from 1969 to 1973, maybe as many as 150,000 civilians. But October 2023 was the bloodiest one single month since at least Korea and maybe since World War II. And I'll just mention some of the data from an Air Wars report on October 2023, where by my assessment, I can talk about why later, at least 6,000 civilians and probably closer to 9,000 were killed in this one month of bombing, less than 1 month. In October 2023, according to Air Wars, 96% of incidents, airstrikes killed a civilian. Mm-hmm.
Could you repeat that? Sorry, I just didn't hear you. Sorry.
Sure. Just the last sentence, or
where the casualty toll you gave for October 2020.
Yeah, okay. At least 6,000 and probably closer to 9,000 civilians killed by bombing. Okay, you got?
Okay,
let me know what you got.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. So, not according to the Air Wars report, 96% of airstrikes that killed a civilian killed no combatants. On average, when one civilian was killed in an airstrike, according to Air Wars, 14 members of his or her family were killed with him or her, which is, again, is the point of this bizarre Where's Daddy program, because people are being killed with their families in their homes, being bombed to death. About as many children were killed by Israel in October 2023, not even in a full month of war, in other words, as all children were killed by all foreign parties in the bloodiest year of the Syrian civil war. Nearly 7 times more Gazan children were killed in October 2023, again, not even a full month of war, than in the bloodiest month that Air Wars had ever reviewed before this for child fatalities, 7 times about. Many times more women were killed in October 2023 bombings, according to Air Wars by Israel, than were killed by the United States airstrikes in the battles of Mosul and Raqqa combined. So that's well over 1 year of war combined. And the overwhelming majority of deaths were airstrikes on homes. They weren't of this human shield scenario where Hamas has militarized some civilian infrastructure, they're shooting rockets at it or whatever. It's just, we think one Hamas guy's there, let's kill the whole family. Where's Daddy, right? So that's where the overwhelming majority of fatalities had nothing to do with what Drew would call human shields, or Netanyahu would call human shields. Is just bombing homes where there's no military activity, but there's maybe one bad guy. And on average, nearly 6 children were killed every time a woman was killed in an airstrike. So again, this shows multi-generational families being killed. When women are killed, they're being killed with their grandchildren or children. Okay. Just a couple of meta comments, and I'll wrap up. Thank you for your patience, listeners and Drew. So just as a meta analysis of this war, like my interpretation is just much more plausible that they're killing civilians to try to ethnically cleanse than the mainstream interpretation, which is, oh, well, they're trying to destroy Hamas and rescue the hostages. I mean, they're not destroying Hamas. They have no strategy to do that. If you wanted to destroy Hamas, you could have two strategies. You could have an attrition strategy, like, to give a historical example, historian in training, that's what I do, like Westmoreland in the Vietnam War, like to deplete their manpower and munitions. Or you could have a counterinsurgency strategy like Petraeus in the Iraq War surge, where you conquer and hold territory and you offer a governing alternative. You say, okay, Palestinians in Gaza, we're going to give you a two-state solution if you get rid of Hamas, right? And we're bringing the PA in or whatever. No, they're not doing that. They have no viable strategy to destroy Hamas. And it doesn't even look like they're trying to do so, frankly. So I think that the interpretation that they're killing, trying to ethnically cleanse to achieve the Trump plan is more plausible. And this amounts to a genocide and certainly murder. And no matter what we think of the history, and we can talk about that, that's totally fair game. We agreed to. But no matter what we think of the history, we should, on October 7th, we should oppose that because it's a moral murder, and genocide should be moral red lines. All right. Thank you. Go ahead, Drew.
No, thank you. History Speaks. I tried to be very patient. I didn't interject or anything. I appreciate, obviously, you had a very well-researched opening statement. Now, there are a couple things that I have to respond to in your opening statement. One of the major things that you've argued here is that the war is not being waged to free the hostages. It's not being waged to destroy Hamas. It is a war of genocidal intent. And to support that fact, you have the statements of intent, and we can go into that later. But the main sort of argument you had, which is the you relied upon casualty figures, and you were talking about how the ratios were historically bad. You made the quote, this is the only war, these are your words, the only war since the Rwandan genocide where women and children have been a majority of casualties. Now, I think that is simply incorrect.
Majority of violent fatalities. Violent.
So going into this, right, this month, there have been reports where Hamas actually removed up to 3,400 names from their own death toll list, including 1,080 children. And that was over 1 in 5 of the previously listed children who were killed in the conflict. This was because, and Euronews reported this, names were being added via an open online form with no vetting. So the list included duplicate entries, people who died of natural causes, even some people who were still alive but perhaps missing. So the Hamas-run Ministry of Health removed 3,400 names, including 1 in 5 of the children who were previously listed as having been killed. Now, Hamas's own revised data shows that around 72% of the dead are men between 16 and 59 years old. 72% are men between 16 and 59 years old. We also know that Hamas does have a strategy and a policy of using child soldiers. So there are teenage boys who have been killed, and they have been potentially forced into becoming child soldiers. We can debate this, but I think the moral rot there is Hamas using young boys, 14, 15, 16-year-olds as child soldiers. I would blame Hamas for their deaths. When we're talking about 72% of the dead being men between the ages of 16 and 59 years old, that certainly contradicts your prior claim that this is the only war since the Rwandan genocide, where women and children have been the majority of casualties. Now, moving on from this, I wanted to talk about why this war is actually taking place. So your claim and your argument is that this is not a war that is being waged to free the hostages, and there are still over 60 living hostages, I believe, in Gaza. Your claim is that this is not a war to free those hostages, and it is not a war to destroy Hamas. Now, I would actually agree with you that there has not been a sound military strategy by the state of Israel to defeat Hamas. I would actually agree with you that the fact that Hamas still operates and controls large parts of the Gaza Strip after almost 2 years of conflict does indicate a major failure by the state of Israel in this war campaign. That said, though, I do believe the overall objective of the war is to destroy Hamas and remove them from power from the Gaza Strip. Now, why would I say that? We know that Hamas, to its core, is an entity that is dedicated to the destruction of Israel. And not just the destruction of the state of Israel, but also the mass ethnic cleansing and effectively the genocide of Israeli Jews. There are 7 million Israeli Jews living in Israel today. Israel and the West Bank, 7 million Israeli Jews, I believe the figure is. And hang on, we've got a funny comment. The dude on the left would last 2 seconds, guys. They don't like homosexual. Dude, I'm actually, I put the kefir on as a joke. The other guy is arguing the sort of position against the state of Israel. Listen, anyway, I'll take this off. I was memeing for a bit, but anyway, Hamas is dedicated to the genocidal destruction of Jews in the Middle East. Now, we have, and one of the most interesting things we have to support that point is the fact that prior to October 7, they actually held a conference in Gaza called the Promise of the Hereafter Conference. And it indicated that they were so high on their own supply, they were so ideologically committed to the idea that they were going to destroy Israel on October 7. They actually created this conference where they were planning out what they were going to do with the Jews on the territory of the current state of Israel following the final defeat of Israel. That was the whole purpose of this Promise of the Hereafter Conference. And in this conference, they were talking about keeping Israeli Jewish engineers and doctors as slaves, essentially, in a Palestinian ethno-state as reparations post the destruction of Israel. The quote was, "Educated Jews and experts in the areas of medicine, engineering, technology, and civilian and military industry should not be allowed to leave. They were to be forced to work to build up a Palestinian ethno-state following the destruction of Israel." And so we're talking about an attempt, like that they were ideologically committed. They're ideologically committed to the idea of destroying the state of Israel. They were holding conferences prior to October 7, talking about what they were going to do to the Jews currently living in Israel following their final victory. In that conference, they were talking about, well, we're going to keep some of them, the educated one, as slaves to help us build up our own state following the destruction of Israel. Now, that is what they were. That's their own goal here. Their goal is the destruction of the state of Israel, and we know as well. The first Hamas charter made references to the protocols of the elders of Zion. The first Hamas charter had a number of genocidal comments about Israel in there. I believe there was the reference to the infamous Hadith, which is essentially, and it's actually contested by a lot of mainstream Muslim scholars, but this infamous Hadith basically essentially says that in the end times, the Jew will be hiding behind a rock and a tree, the Garkan tree, and even the rock and the tree will call out, "O Muslim, there is a Yahudi behind me, a Jew behind me, come and kill him." This is in the original Hamas charter. There were genocide there. This is the original Hamas charter, and some people like to say, I know, for example, Kat Abu, the famous Fox News watcher in America who's now running for Congress, she made that argument. She goes, well, they actually updated their charter, and the new charter says that they said the new charter shows that they are just anti-Zionist, not anti-Semitic. But they very clearly they had this conference, the Promise of the Hereafter Conference, and at this conference, they were talking about, well, we will have to sort between the good Jews and the bad Jews. The bad Jews will all be expelled or killed, and some of the Jews we will force them to be slaves in our future state. Now, furthermore, we go to the actual Hamas war strategy. The actual Hamas war strategy, Ismail Haniyeh, right after October 7, Ismail Haniyeh, he had this quote, and I think it's just such a disastrous quote, and it really does show you exactly like this was the mindset of the people who are waging this war. Ismail Haniyeh, sorry, I'm just getting the quote up. His quote was, "The blood of the women, children, and elderly, we're the ones who need this blood, so it awakens within us the revolutionary spirit, so it awakens within us resolve." That was Ismail Haniyeh on October 26, 2023. So he was openly stating that the Hamas war strategy is that they need civilians, Palestinian civilians, to be killed. As he said, the blood of the women, children, and elderly, we're the ones who need this blood, so it awakens within us the revolutionary spirit. Clearly, a part of the Hamas military strategy, a significant part of it, is that they've got this kind of apocalyptic mindset, where they actually welcome death. I mean, we have the famous quotes where the Hamas spokesperson would always say, well, we will win because unlike the Jews, we love death. You cannot defeat an enemy that loves death. This is what they would always say. Yahya Sinwar as well. Yahya Sinwar would talk about the deaths of Palestinian civilians as necessary, welcome sacrifices. Ghazi Hamad, who's also a senior Hamas figure, and I'll bring up this comment by P.S. Morgan. Ghazi Hamad, we're called a nation of martyrs and we're proud to sacrifice martyrs. There is this cult of martyrdom that Hamas has built up, where they are actually venerating civilian sacrifice, demanding that civilians die for the cause of destroying Israel. Now, this is the enemy that the state of Israel is fighting against in Gaza. The idea you have is that there's no attempt to fight Hamas. This is a war that's kind of occurring in a vacuum. But we cannot pretend that this war occurs in a vacuum when the actual statements, for example, you list the statements of intent by various Israeli military and political figures at the start of the war. Obviously, there were horrible statements made by senior Israeli political and media figures. Senior Israeli military and political figures at the start of the war, I concede that there were horrible statements by these senior Israeli leaders at the start of the war that obviously any liberal would have to condemn, any person who's a liberal humanist would have to condemn. At the exact same time, we have statements of intent. And I mean, look, this was also in the aftermath of, and I mean, you actually referenced this. You said, well, Drew, you might say that this is in the aftermath of a heinous massacre. Blood was running hot. That is the case. This is also part of my argument, right? Part of what Hamas does. This has actually been the Hamas strategy for decades now. So, for example, you have the Oslo Accords, the Oslo peace process. What did Hamas do in order to try sabotage the Oslo peace process? They begun the campaign of suicide bombings in Israel. They killed dozens, hundreds of people. There were hundreds of suicide bombing attacks over many years. The goal of this campaign was essentially to destroy the Israeli left. The Israeli left were the ones who were trying to negotiate some kind of two-state solution, peaceful settlement. And Hamas responded by trying to sabotage this process with a campaign of suicide bombings. And you can imagine any electorate on earth, any people on earth, if the response to attempts to open negotiations are to carry out, if you open up peace negotiations with another side, and the left are always open and vulnerable to accusations of not caring about the nation, caring about internationalism over nationalism. This is just a core feature of modern politics. The left is always vulnerable to sort of like nationalist backlash, because historically in modern politics across all societies, essentially since over the past 200 years, since the advent of modern nationalism, the left has been primarily associated with the sort of internationalist position, and the right has primarily been associated with the nationalist position. So clearly, when the left wing in Israel attempts to negotiate peace, and they're obviously always going to be vulnerable to a nationalist backlash, just by virtue of being the ones who go out and try and negotiate peace. And the response by Hamas, knowing that the Israeli left were vulnerable, they went out and they carried out the suicide bombings. And that campaign was designed to destroy the Israeli left, bring to power hardliners in Israel, restart war, destroy any hope of peace. And it was actually this campaign that helped elect Netanyahu in the first place all these years ago. I think it was 1997. So if you look at Hamas's strategy for many decades now, the strategy of Hamas has been at all times to try and destroy peace, to try and enrage the Israelis to the point that they carry out atrocities. That is a part of the Hamas strategy, and you literally have that when you have Haniya going out to the press saying, we need the blood of women, children for our war strategy. This is the Hamas strategy, right? Their strategy over and over again is to try and provoke the Israelis. And you can just see this recently. For example, the killing of the Bibas children and the parading of their coffins on a specially designed stage in Gaza during the ceasefire. We had a brief ceasefire window. And instead of using that ceasefire window to try and build towards a lasting peace, Hamas decided that they were going to have this really disgusting, necro carnival where they were basically going to parade around the coffins, and they had up up a big image of Netanyahu with dripping blood from his fangs, and they made this whole thing a carnival, right? And what any rational, reasonable person can ask here, what's the intent behind that? Who would do that? If you're a party that's serious about peace, if you're a party to a peace negotiation process that's serious about lasting, long-term, peaceful coexistence, why would you go out there with the coffins of children and you have this kind of carnival show? So over and over and over again, it certainly seems that Hamas and their war strategy is all about trying to enrage the Israelis, trying to provoke as much violence as possible, trying to provoke this kind of apocalyptic total warfare, just trying to destroy any peace process possible. And like, for example, as well, you had right after October 7, you had the quotes by senior Hamas figures saying, we will carry out another October 7 every time. They basically said, we'll carry out 100 more October 7s attacks until the point that we destroy the state of Israel. And then we know that they had this promise of the hereafter conference where they were literally talking about, well, what will we do when we destroy the state of Israel? We'll keep some of the Jews as slaves. And right after October 7, if this was a party that was serious about peace, they come out there and they say, we will carry out 100 more October 7s until we destroy the state of Israel. Furthermore, you've got as well, right. Also, if you just look at the actual content of the October 7 attacks, what did they do on October 7? What did they do on October 7? They actually targeted, again, it's actually grimly reminiscent of their sort of attitude towards the Oslo peace process, right? The kibbutzim that they targeted on October 7 and the Nova Music Festival, the demographics that were present at the kibbutzim, at the Nova Music Festival, they were primarily, at the Nova Music Festival, it was primarily young people, sort of hippies, sort of like people who certainly are not associated with the sort of right wing in Israeli politics. I mean, the sort of hard right, Ben-Gvir type people, I mean, they would have looked at the types of people at the Nova Music Festival as, decadent. They would look at them as liberals. They would look at them as hippies. You look at the kibbutzim, you had some of the people that were killed in the kibbutz on October 7, for example, Vivian Silva, who was one of the who was a preeminent long-term supporter of peace between Israel and the Palestinians. Vivian Silva was one of the most preeminent ones in all of Israel. And she had actually dedicated her life. I think it was 30, 40 years she dedicated to the project Women Wage Peace, helping Palestinians in Gaza. And she was just killed in her home. She was just murdered in her home. What do you think that does to a society where the people who advocate peace on the left, even they are slaughtered? It shows the rest of the society. The message that sends to the rest of the society is the people who were advocating peace were marks because they were advocating peace, and then the people they advocated peace for ultimately killed them. I'm not endorsing that message, but that's almost the message that Hamas wants to send to the Israeli public. That's my point here, right? The message that Hamas wanted to send to the Israeli public is, we will slaughter the people in the kibbutz who, have actually spent years advocating for the Palestinians in Gaza. There was a man, for example, who was slaughtered on October 7, who actually dedicated himself to driving Palestinians out of Gaza towards hospital appointments in Israel. And he dedicated himself to this for many years. He was also killed on October 7. And the message there that Hamas sends to the Israeli society is, the people in your midst, the sort of lefties, the peaceniks, we will slaughter them too. And what does that do other than empower the far right in Israeli society? It's like the ultimate gift to people like Netanyahu and Ben-Gvir, who I actually really strongly dislike. So my point here is, October 7 was designed to provoke the worst rage possible, the worst trauma possible in the Israelis. It was immediately followed by celebration rallies around the world where people openly celebrated civilians being killed. And the famous comments online were stuff along the lines of, what did you think a revolution was going to look like? This is what a revolution looks like. It's not going to be vibes and papers. This is what decolonization looks like. We saw these types of comments were just everywhere right after October 7, super viral, hundreds and thousands of likes. All across the world, there were celebration rallies. There were celebration rallies in Times Square. Right away, you see the celebration of massacres of civilians. And the civilians who were massacred were predominantly people from the peace camp, the left of Israeli society, and they were massacred. Obviously, all that does is it empowers the far right in Israeli society, and it provokes a rage and a backlash and a drive for revenge that is horrible and would always lead to horrible civilian casualties, which I oppose. I wish this war didn't happen, right? If I could go back in time and somehow prevent October 7th from happening, of course I would press that button, right? Of course I would try and stop it from happening, because this war would not be happening if it were not for October 7th. It's not just like the Israelis woke up one day and decided to carpet bomb Gaza. That did not happen. This war begun in direct response to one of the worst massacres of Jews since the Holocaust. And it was a massacre that was designed to provoke. It was a massacre that was designed to target, it targeted the peace communities in Israel. And it led to this horrible backlash in Israel. And Hamas, at every stage along the way, there's been no conciliation, no attempt to walk back from the edge. Instead, they celebrated October 7th. They said, we'll do 100 more to destroy the state of Israel. They talk about their plans for destroying Israel and talk about what they will do to the Jews who are living in Israel following their success. They openly say, we will actually enslave people and ethnically cleanse them. And keep in mind as well, I've got a comment here. So you agree it's carpet bombing. I don't agree with the current bombing strategy of the state of Israel. I actually would agree with History Speaks. Like, for example, that program, which allegedly targeted people based on the fact that they were potentially Hamas operatives, but it involved the wiping out of entire buildings and stuff like that. I actually oppose that. But I still think at the end of the day, Hamas bears the moral responsibility for this war. Hamas bears moral responsibility for starting this war and for continuing this war for 18 plus months now. At every single stage along the way, they've provoked the Israelis. They've said, we will carry out more October 7s. They talk about what they will do to the Jews when they win. They talk about genociding the 7 million Jews. They had the ceasefire. They started parading around the coffins of the Bibas family twins. At every stage along the way, Hamas tries to provoke, tries to agitate, tries to induce more hostility, more hatred. And I think Hamas bears the main moral responsibility for this war. They could have surrendered straight after. They could have laid down their arms at any point over the past 16 months, but no, they've continued. And you got the leaders of Hamas saying that they're happy to have civilian casualties because it will radicalize the population. They're talking about their need for the blood of women and children. That's Hania's quote. And then you've got we've got their documented use of human shields. They do hide systematically within the civilian population. They do endanger the civilian population by basing military command structures within the civilian population. That is Hamas's moral responsibility. So Hamas, that's a war crime. To actually base military operations out of civilian areas like that deliberately is a war crime. For example, Hamas's use of hospitals is a war crime, because it purposely endangers civilians. And we have videos, for example, of right after October 7th, they took some of these civilian hostages that they took on October 7th, they took them straight to Al-Shifa hospital. And they then had a month to evacuate, but they took them straight to the hospital where there were tunnels. Now, this is my point, right? All along, across the entire history of this conflict over the past 16 months, there has been a concerted effort by Hamas to continue the war, deepen it, make the violence worse. They have continually threatened the civilian population. Now there are even rallies inside Gaza, and there are rallies against the Hamas occupation of Gaza. And someone said turn off your Discord notification. Sorry about that. So they're sorry, I lost my train of thought. But Hamas has constantly tried to deepen the war, constantly tried to make things worse for the Palestinian civilian population. Now there are actually rallies against Hamas inside the Gaza Strip, and they have systematically executed and tortured any Palestinian who opposes their rule. And so this is my question, right, to History Speaks. Surely they must bear some moral responsibility. They're the ones that started the war. They're the ones that continue the war to keep it going. And they're also the ones who kidnap, torture, and execute Palestinian civilians in Gaza who try to stop the war. These are the guys who bear moral responsibility for this war. And of course, I'm against the Israeli state. I'm against the current government of the state of Israel. I'm against Ben Gvir and Smotrich and Netanyahu. These guys are far right. I oppose them. I dislike their politics strongly. But I don't believe that the existence of this current government of Israel, which is a right-wing government that I oppose, I don't believe that represents all of Israeli society as a whole. Because, for example, you have the hostage families who say they want peace. And you can't blame all of Israeli society for this government. And I don't agree with all the decisions that they've made. They've made terrible decisions at many points. I don't agree with Netanyahu, Ben-Gvir, and Smotrich. That said, if we're talking about the actual removal of Hamas from power in Gaza, that is what I want, because I can't see any path to peace whatsoever if Hamas is still ruling the Gaza Strip at the end of this war. Okay, we'll go back to History Speaks now.
Okay, so first thing I really need to highlight before I answer your question is you've repeated, and I think you're doing this in good faith, but you've repeated this meme that was in the press about 72% of fatalities in Gaza that the Ministry of Health has admitted are males 13 to 55. This is based on a misunderstanding. I think that a bad faith misunderstanding by some people, but I believe it was honest with you. So among a subset of Gazan fatalities, persons aged 13 to 55, among persons aged 13 to 55, 72% are indeed male. And that gender gap's undoubtedly skewed by young male combatants, right? Who are overwhelmingly going to be 18 to 39. But it does not follow from the fact that among a subset of fatalities, aged 13 to 55, 72% of male, that 72% of overall fatalities are males 13 to 55. This is an utterly false statement, and you should not have repeated it without checking this more closely, Drew. In point of fact, Fox News, which initially made this claim, the journalist who made this claim had to correct herself because of a DM from me, which clarified the issue based on the Ministry of Health data. And she did correct it, although the headline is still wrong, but there's a correction at the bottom of the article, which I'll be happy to. I'll just send it to you on DMs right now, if that makes it easier. But so this is a false claim on Twitter. This is a false claim. A majority of fatalities in Gaza after these removals that you referred to remain women and children. About 25,000, exactly 25,403 out of 50,221 fatalities. So that's versus 49% men. The other point about how we can't trust them because of these removals, it's very strange to me because they removed these people because some of them were natural deaths, some of them were disappeared, and there may have been some fraud too. And then they transparently told Sky News about this. So why do we think they're lying if they tell us, oh yeah, we had to remove these because some of them weren't violent fatalities. Some of them are people who disappeared, but maybe they're still in Israeli custody. They could be alive. So we removed them. The other point you made that was just completely false is that, I don't know what you said, a fifth, something like that, a third. I don't remember the exact figure.
What I was saying is,
of the children were removed. Let me finish quick, Drew, and then you can respond. Yep. No, it was about 1/15. You still have 15,613 children, meaning people under 18, who have been killed in Gaza. One other point, you make the point about teenage soldiers or whatever, combatants. It's true that under the laws of war, that if a minor has a gun or whatever, or is in a militant group, they can be legally killed. That's just the laws of war, whether we like it or not. However, in terms of Hamas, I've done extensive research on this, and they do have minors who are fighting, but it's the youngest I found in Gaslight and Protective Edge is 15. In fact, according to B'Tselem, literally zero children 14 and under, and also literally zero females of all ages, including minors, were combatants. There were some very small minority of males 15 to 17 who were combatants under the laws of war. If they have a gun, they are, if they're fighting rather. But it's a very small percentage of the children are going to be combatants, a vanishingly small percentage, because of course the overwhelming majority of the children killed are 0 to 14 are females. So that point is inaccurate. Your first point was totally wrong. 72% of those killed are not males. 30 to 55. This was like a meme in the. By the way, I'm working on an article for Action on Armed Violence, a nonprofit, about this lie or falsehood that spread through the press, which you cited here. It's utterly wrong. It remains the worst demographics of the dead, violent fatalities of any war since the Rwandan genocide. A majority of fatalities are close to it appear to be women and children. And by the way, since the war resumed, it's gotten worse because of the few restraints. Let me just finish the sentence. I'll let you talk. Because the few restraints Biden imposed have been lifted, about 60% of new fatalities are now women and children. So it appears to be getting worse. So this slender majority of 51% is only growing. Go ahead.
I was going to ask you, what do you base the argument that the majority of casualties are women and children? What is the source for this?
The source is the Ministry of Health in Gaza. And why trust them? Because it's Hamas, or it's this strange Ministry of Health in a war-torn, developing country. Well, the reason is all of these fatalities virtually are identified with Israel-issued Loon algorithm compliant ID numbers, ages, and full Arabic names. So that's why I consider this to be a reliable source. The other reasons are, one, they've been accurate in prior wars. They don't do a breakdown of civilians versus combatants, but you can make inferences based on demographics, right? Because women have never been combatants before, so we can assume virtually all, maybe there's a few, but virtually all women are civilians this time. Children under 14 have never been combatants before, so we can assume virtually all are civilians this time. People over 65 have never been combatants before. We can assume virtually all, maybe some teeny frivolous amount of exceptions, are civilians. So that's how I assess percentage of civilian fatalities. Also, as Vice has reported, as other media have reported, both the U.S. government and Israel consider these to be reliable data too. So it's I know that the big Hezbollah narrative is, it's Hamas Ministry of Health. Well, the consensus of reliable sources, including Israelis, is that these are reliable data, and they don't provide a breakdown of civilians versus combatants. We can make inferences from the fact that it's the only war since Rwanda with a majority of women and minors among the deaths, and we can also make inferences from the number of children under 14, women, the elderly, people who are not going to be combatants. There's going to be a horrible ratio, and Israel's lying their asses off. Let me make it clear on the record: they're lying. John Spencer is a charlatan. Like, the people saying this is a historically good ratio, it's like the opposite of the truth. It's like MAGA stuff, MAGA level lying. It is an outright lie, and it's actually corroborative of genocide too. That you would exonerating lies intended to exonerate, especially lies at this level, are corroborative of criminal intent. And so for them to claim they have this historically good ratio when it's historically bad is suspicious of criminal intent. Maybe that alone, it's a bit strong to say that shows genocide, but it certainly shows criminal intent to be lying to this insane, like Trump or Kim Jong-un level, which is like what Netanyahu did to Congress, citing the charlatan John Spencer.
I'm interested. How do you advance your argument that John Spencer is lying?
Mm-hmm.
Please expand on that.
Because Spencer's been a source of misinformation throughout the war. So one of he basically lies about or misrepresents military history to try to make Israel look better in comparison. So one of his memes is that an average 8 to 9 times more civilians than combatants are wartime casualties. This is an utterly false statement, a popular myth that no serious military historian takes seriously, even if some bureaucrat at the EU or UN memes about. In fact, almost no wars have anything like that ratio. And one of my co-authors, Mike Spaggett, who's an economist, PhD at Harvard, and unlike John Spencer, is a leading world expert on casualty counting in war. He's published data showing that on average, depending on type, even urban warfare ranges from about 1 to 1 to 2.5 to 1 over the last generation or so. So nothing like 9 to 1, even in urban warfare. Another thing Spencer does is he lies about how many civilians the U.S. coalition killed in Mosul to try to make Israel look better in comparison. So he says the U.S. coalition, including like Arab allies, Kurds, and the U.S. Killed 10,000 civilians in Mosul, when in fact 10,000 civilians is the total deaths in Mosul, which includes thousands killed by ISIS. So, and the problem with Spencer is he isn't just that he makes these mistakes, but he repeats them and doesn't acknowledge them and just blocks you on Twitter. So, like, this is the problem, bro. Like,
I don't know why,
they have a really weak. No, let me put this.
They
have a really weak factual. They have a really weak factual case, and yet they're on the mainstream, sort of. I mean, increasingly less, but they're nominally on the side of the mainstream Western country. So you think, these people must be understanding. But no, their arguments are like RFK on vaccines level. It's just nonsense. Like, I mean, the majority it is so rare in war. I can just say this as a PhD student who teaches about military history. It is insanely rare in war for the majority of violent fatalities to be women or children, anywhere close to it. In fact, even civilians, right? So on October 7th, 60% of civilians killed, leaving aside the combatants who were killed too, because combatants were killed. 60% of civilians killed were adult men. So it's very rare for a majority of kills to be women and children. And this points to the utterly criminal nature of Israel's war effort. And the people who say, the demographics, that men are overrepresented, which, yeah, they are, right? They're represented in even genocides. They're often overrepresented, right? They're overrepresented. The people who say, that proves lack of targeting, you could say the same for October 7th. Men are more overrepresented among the dead of October 7th. Men were more overrepresented among the dead of the Second Intifada compared to the Israel's so-called war in Gaza. Yet nobody would say, oh, that proves there was no deliberate targeting of civilians in the Second Intifada or October 7th. That's crazy. Of course there was, right?
Listen, I want to get into this. It's interesting. Richard Spencer, no, Robert Spencer. Sorry, Robert Spencer, not Richard Spencer.
John Spencer. You got
John
three
Spencer.
Spencers on your
Sorry,
mind.
my bad. Yeah,
Richard Spencer is the one who didn't collaborate with Matt Forney because Forney was too ugly.
That's pretty funny. Yeah. Look, John Spencer. I'm not even sure why, but he blocked me on Twitter. I didn't even
That's
know
really
why.
funny.
I'm not even sure why, because I don't think I even ever had an exchange with him. But listen, I was going to talk about, for example, the ratio. It's very difficult, obviously, to have a confirmed ratio. And we know, for example, as well, like Hamas always fights without uniform. So, like this is a good thing to discuss, right? Prior to the ceasefire, we had basically not seen footage of Hamas fighters in uniform, since October 7. We hadn't seen that since October 7. Then we have the recent ceasefire, and suddenly they're all out there in pristine uniforms, with the bandanas, with the full military kit. These guys were able to appear out of nowhere, right? So this makes it really, really difficult, right? If Hamas doesn't fight with military uniform, if there's no way to distinguish between them and civilian men, what would be, in your view, what would be a legitimate way for Israel to try and militarily remove Hamas from the population, from Gaza, to militarily defeat Hamas, when we know at the exact same time they deliberately do hide in the civilian population, they deliberately avoid the use of any military uniform to distinguish them from civilian targets? How would that what would a justified, legitimate strategy look like?
Let me first respond to the point about them blending among civilians. So you said in your opening or whatever that you think that this is, and you quoted some stuff, that you think that this is a strategy to up the civilian fatality count on their own side to hurt Israel politically. I think this is rubbish. It's just this is guerrilla warfare, an asymmetric war. You want to hide among civilians they want to. I'm not condoning this, by the way. It's not moral. It's a war crime, right? But like the Viet Cong, like the FLN, like, Castro's side in the Cuban Civil War, when you're fighting a much more powerful enemy, you don't want to fight them head on. If Hamas, assembled everybody and said, we're going to fight Israel, like the IF would destroy them in like the time we're doing this debate.
Yeah,
so
no, I understand.
Their whole strategy is to facilitate guerrilla tactics like hits and run, ambushes, and so on. So I think that's what's going on. I don't think what's going on is that they have a conspiracy to try to kill civilians. Let me finish this point quickly. Yeah, okay. And then, so there also was reporting from Haaretz. I don't know if you're so far gone the right-wing Israeli side that you think Haaretz is lies, but Yuval Abraham reported.
Can I say one thing on Haaretz? Yeah. Like Haaretz's main columnist, Gideon Levy, recently sat down with Jackson Hinkle. So which in my view, they've lost a lot of credibility. Okay,
but it's their reporting. Yeah, he's a commentator. He shouldn't have done that. We agree. Okay.
He is a pretty senior figure at Haaretz, but yeah, going on.
He's an opinion columnist, but yeah, he shouldn't have talked to Hinkle. Is like, he should be talking to the Houthi. Like, that's what Hinkle's crew is. It was a really funny speech, but obviously completely irresponsible. Let's leave Hinkle aside for a second. But Haaretz reported that Hamas is trying to avoid currently operating from densely populated areas because they don't want the IDF to shoot back and endure a lot of civilian fatalities on the Palestinian side. And the reason is they have a huge, that's what they report on 10 April of this year. And the reason that makes infinite sense isn't because Hamas is so benign, but because they have a huge, as you mentioned, a huge political backlash where people in Gaza, they're very unpopular right now, right? I have a few friends there. I've made them during the war, a couple, I'd say 2 I'd call friends. And then there's others I've spoken to, but like they're really unpopular right now. And even people who say like they were against October 7th, they're like, now more people are with me because they don't like Hamas, right? So they have an incentive not to just kill all their civilians to hurt Israel politically. Namely, they're going to get their asses overthrown if they alienate the population much more. And there's great anger against them. So I don't accept your framing. Now, in terms of your question, I don't want to avoid your question of how to wage war against them. Well, a legitimate way to wage war would be like Petraeus in the. I mean, I don't morally accept Israel's so-called right to. We can get into that later. So-called right to defend itself beyond killing. I accept them killing Hamasniks who are invading Israel. Right, I do accept that, but I don't accept the legitimacy of their cause in Gaza. But leave that aside. Let's say for argument's sake I do. The way to wage the war would be to conquer and hold territory and offer a governing alternative. Right, so you take the territory, all of it, you hold it. You withstand Hamas attacks, and you try to get the population either to like you, or if that's impossible, maybe they think you're less bad than Hamas. And you would do that by offering them a governing alternative, perhaps the PA, and the prospect of a two-state solution. That would be how you fight the war. Take the territory, hold it, fight the guerrillas when they come out, get the population to prefer you to the guerrillas. That's essentially how Petraeus operated in the surge. But they're not doing that. They just have this bizarre whack-a-mole strategy. It doesn't make any sense.
I want to quickly respond to that. You actually are right that it is a really big mistake. It's a really big mistake because they haven't held any territory, and what that means is that Hamas can obviously continually sort of melt away and then regather themselves in other areas, etc. Obviously, look, and again, I actually don't really agree with the strategy, but I guess the reason why they're doing that is because they don't want to have a traditional sort of counterinsurgency approach where their soldiers would be sitting targets for IEDs and suicide bombers and stuff like that, which is probably what Hamas wants to fight. I mean, the actual war that Hamas wants to fight would probably be a sort of Iraqi insurgency style war against Israel, right? And I suppose that the IDF's strategy here, they're trying to avoid that the creation of that strategy. They're trying to avoid that scenario. But I agree with you. It is a bad strategy because at the exact same time, it allows Hamas to sort of regroup constantly, this whack-a-mole strategy. And there's actually a good Israeli analysis that I like called Seth Frantzman. And he actually makes that point as well. And he actually does agree with he agrees with, he supports a war to try and remove Hamas from Gaza. He's been critical of the Israeli government because he thinks that their strategy doesn't make sense and they don't have any clue what they're doing. And Seth Frantzman makes that point that the inability of the Israeli government to actually hold any ground and clear out areas of Hamas infiltration and influence, that means that there's a whack-a-mole, constant guerrilla warfare, etc., and it just goes on forever. It's very difficult because Hamas's strategy at the exact same time.
Can I say something really quick, Drew?
Yeah. Okay. Yes.
Yeah. So this is my whole point, though, in the introduction. It doesn't make any sense as a viable strategy to destroy Hamas. In fact, the intelligence estimates indicate that they have more fighters now than they did before October 7th. And during the ceasefire period, I'm sure they had opportunities to give some rudimentary training and organization to their new recruits. In point of fact, this whole starvation strategy they're doing now, despite Hamas becoming less popular, they're not popular in Gaza right now. There is more of an incentive, though, for people to join because there's more food in the tunnels than there is in the outside, so it doesn't make part of the argument for the genocidal interpretation of the war against civilians or Trump Gaza being the real motive here is that their strategy doesn't make any sense for destroying Hamas. It's not going to succeed in that. I mean, they haven't, and part of it is, as you say, they're so casualty averse. But I think the casualty aversion is an interesting point because they weren't casualty averse in 47-49 war, right? 47, 48, 49 war. And why are they so casualty averse now? Maybe it's a cultural change, but I think a more pertinent reason is this isn't actually an existential war. Like you frame this as, Hamas wants to do genocide and enslave people. I don't know of you can send me the quotations. I'm not familiar with these quotations. My understanding of October 7th is, although of course it was an attempt to kill civilians and kidnap, right? I'm not whitewashing the intent of murder, but my understanding is it was much more successful or murderous than they envisioned, right? I think my understanding is the leadership did not expect this many civilians killed and this many people kidnapped, right? So leave that aside. You can send me the quotations you have for this slavery thing. But it's not even as vile as October 7th was. And we agree on that. There isn't it isn't Hamas with its like primitive arms, does not like tens of thousands of fighters, who crude training, no Air Force, no anti-aircraft. Of course, they're not a threat to Israel. They're a terrorist threat. They're like a law enforcement threat. You could even say, like a murderers or a gang.
I think that's well,
How are they? How are they going to destroy Israel?
I mean, there is a point. I mean, we can laugh about it now and say, oh well, they don't have the current power to. But I mean, but look, like prior to October 7, nobody thought that they had the power to do what they did on October 7, right? So here
they caught them by surprise. They destroyed the fence and they massacred civilians and they killed.
What I was going to say, right? What I was going to say is this is ultimately a very heavily armed terrorist group that controls a large amount of territory right next to Israel. And their stated goal and their stated ideology is the destruction of Israel and the genocide of Israeli Jews. And they've been quietly amassing that power over decades. And the fact that they were able to surprise the Israelis with October 7 and inflict damage that nobody thought was possible. None of the Israeli strategists and no Western analysts, no Israeli strategists thought that something like October 7 was possible. So I just don't see this idea that like, they're just like a sort of law enforcement threat. They're just a sort of paramilitary. They're really not existential to Israel. The attempt on October 7 was to create an existential threat to Israel. And if you disagree with me on that, why was it the case that right after October 7 happened, the really popular narrative online, and millions of people participated in this sort of like online circus, was, they got video footage of Israelis at the airports and they were saying, look, the settlers are all going to flee back to Brooklyn. Look, Israel's going to be collapsing. There's this really disastrous theory, right? And it's the spiderweb theory that Nasrallah from Hezbollah articulated. And that seems to have been the strategy that Yahya Sinwar held to as well. And the idea of the spiderweb strategy is essentially, Israel appears to be really strong because they've got nuclear weapons. They're an advanced technological society. They're very advanced in their military warfighting capacities, but they're decadent, they're weak, they're soft. They're Westerners who are soft and they don't have this real blood connection to the land. And therefore, if we can escalate violence and hostilities to a certain point, if we can inflict enough casualties and disaster and violence on soft targets, civilians, there will be a point at which their capacity, their will to fight the war will just cave.
They don't have tanks. Like, how are they going to conquer Israel? They don't have tanks.
But here's the thing, though, right? But this is what the Hamas leadership ideologically believes. It's the spiderweb theory. They say, yes, Israel has all this technology. Yes, they have all this, they boast of all this strength. But their idea is that culturally the Israelis are decadent. Culturally, the Israelis are like sort of soft Westerners. They've got the gay pride parades at Tel Aviv. This is the way they see it, right? This is how Nasrallah saw it. It's the spiderweb theory. It's like they appear strong, but if we have one big breakthrough, if we can kill enough civilians, if we can terrorize enough Israelis, then the whole thing will collapse. That's the theory that Hamas and Hezbollah have held to for so long. And it was the theory that motivated October 7. And it's the theory that led to this disastrous war. And so this idea like, it was never existential for Israel. Israel shouldn't see this as an existential conflict. It should just be.
They're not trying to destroy Hamas. They're not willing to endure the military fatalities needed to destroy Hamas, which shows to me that they don't see it as an existential threat. There are all these reports of like reservists not showing up to the continuation of the war. There was even open Air Force pilots were writing about how we don't want to continue this. Like the Israeli men clearly don't see, like when push comes to shove, they don't think this is worth risking their lives for, which I infer, not that they're just, I mean, you can have a derogatory interpretation of that. I don't want to go there, but I think the much more plausible interpretation is they don't really see it as an existential war because these dudes don't have tanks. They're like poor. They have a higher national poverty rate than Yemen. I mean, in pre-war Gaza, leave aside now. I mean, they're like Gaza's destroyed. It's ridiculous. Okay, we want to talk about pre-war Gaza?
So pre-war Gaza, it had a higher life expectancy rate than West Virginia and Glasgow.
So did North Korea. So did North Korea. So does North Korea.
Also higher life expectancy rate than Cairo.
North Korea does too. Is North Korea another prison?
In terms of per capita income, it was actually one of the wealthiest Arab cities.
No, that's just rubbish. You're right about the life expectancy was relatively high. That's correct. The per capita income, you're just totally factually misinformed. It was one of the poorest Arab countries. You're correct about life expectancy.
Certainly not poorer than Yemen. Certainly not poor.
Okay, the national poverty rate was higher. I mean, yeah, the per capita income would be slightly higher than Yemen. But for Gaza, let me make this claim about Gaza. So life expectancy was average. It was not bad because of two things. First of all, let me make the point about Gaza is I've researched economic conditions there more thoroughly than you have, frankly. I'm going to be an academic dick for a second and say that because it's true. It's true that like when Norman Finkelstein said concentration camp, that is not a good metaphor or a good contribution to the discussion, because there was plenty of food. There was pretty good healthcare system, and people had universal care for UNRWA, and there was also good physicians there because there was such national and international interest in the conflict that a lot of people went there. So the healthcare system was not bad, and also people lived with their families till late in life. Arab culture has a strong family structure, so there aren't like nursing homes. People take care of their elderly, so life expectancy was not bad. But poverty was horrible. 80% of people were dependent on humanitarian aid for basic necessities. The unemployment rate would have been literally the highest country in the world if Gaza were an independent state. So you had this paradox where, due to all the aid, humanitarian conditions were not that bad. Certainly not Bergen-Belsen, as Finkelstein's metaphor suggests. But you also had misery, poverty, lack of opportunity, among like worse than anywhere in the region other than like war zones. So there's like the Finkelstein meme is misleading, and I would call it erroneous. But then you had like the rebuttals that are also misleading and erroneous, because they just focus on the humanitarian conditions, which weren't bad, and they didn't focus on the economic conditions, which were miserable because of the blockade. I mean, again, 80% of people were dependent on humanitarian aid for like food. They didn't have money there. It was a totally disaster. It was way poorer than Egypt or the West Bank, even though Egypt appears to have had a lower life expectancy than Gaza, right? But it way poorer than Egypt, West Bank. It was extreme poverty, and it's because of the blockade. Like 1/4 of the nominal GDP per capita of the blockade. Of the West Bank. The other thing is the blockade prevented all exports virtually until 2015. This obviously was like a punitive strategy to impoverish them. And even though the food stuff was not true on October 7th, like there's plenty of food. The first few years of the blockade imposed in 2007, there was a food blockade, a partial food blockade, and some measures of malnutrition and starvation were getting worse until there was the flotilla incident in 2010. And after that, Israel basically stopped any limits on food coming in, which is why there wasn't a food issue in Gaza, on October 7th.
See, we can get into this, right? Because I absolutely accept there was a large rate of poverty and unemployment in Gaza, and we have a good comment here.
Huge.
Yeah, of course, and I'll highlight this comment by SNN, who's actually your supporter, and he says youth unemployment was 60%. Gaza had no industry, no trade, nothing. It survived on the international dole. That said, there was a large amount of international humanitarian aid, and we do know that Hamas systematically stole that aid. We know that Hamas systematically stole that aid. Why was the blockade in existence in the first place? Because and a group that was genocidally intent on genocide against Israelis took power in Gaza, and if they were removed, then the blockade would not have existed. We know that even with the blockade, they were able to smuggle in a massive amount of arms and a massive amount of rocketry, etc. And we see as well that the Hamas filmed this themselves. They dug up water pipes and they turned the water pipes into missiles. They systematically looted cement trucks, etc. So we know systematically Hamas. I mean,
why would you ban all exports? I mean, you worry about imports with weapons coming in. Why would you ban all exports till 2015? That seems pretty plainly punitive.
I was also going to say as well, when you're talking about exports, there had been a lifting. There had been improvement on the Israeli side where they were giving more and more passes to Palestinian civilians to work in Israel. There was an attempted normalization process in place. They were giving more and more work permits. I believe there were tens of thousands of people who had work permits right before October 7th. So there was a gradual lifting, a gradual easing.
Well, but they had to go home at night. They worked during the day and then they went home at night. So they didn't have freedom of movement from Gaza.
Yes, of course, I understand. But there were permits. They were giving out more permits. Exports had been lifted. There was a massive amount of international aid that was going in, and unfortunately, it was systematically pilfered and stolen by Hamas. We see them they film this themselves, digging up water pipes and turning them into makeshift rockets, etc. There were luxury car dealerships in Hamas. There were mansions. There were people who lived very well that were linked to Hamas, obviously. And so I actually blame Hamas for the inequality and poverty that existed in Gaza prior to October 7. Surely you could, if you're being reasonable, you would have to place at least some portion of the moral blame on Hamas for the blockade and for the poverty that existed in Gaza.
Very little, because the blockade was punitive. So if you're talking about tough borders and limits on weapons coming in and intrusive searches, sure, but like if you're blocking pasta from coming in as a formal policy, which they did for the first couple years, right? That ended. I'm not saying they were starving on October 7th. I'm not making that claim, but they did block pasta from coming in for a couple years. There's obviously a punitive element to this of collective punishments. I don't accept this. I don't think that's morally right, and it's obviously a war crime. So no, I don't. The problem is Israel wanted to collectively punish the population and keep Gaza poor, in addition to preventing weapons from coming in. Intrusive measures preventing weapons from coming in. Yeah, I mean, that's Hamas has responsibility for that because they were engaged in violent struggle or whatever. But there was, I mean, would you admit there was clearly, like, let's talk about the first few years. The first few years there was blocking of foodstuffs coming in, right?
And look, I disagree with that.
That clearly had. Well, would you admit that clearly was a collective punishment, punitive element for the civilians?
Look, I strongly disagree with the limiting of food imports. That said, there were obviously was a massive amount of smuggling. Like infamously, you could smuggle KFC into Gaza. And like,
no, but the food blockade ended though. So the reason there was plenty of food there in 2023 is because the food blockade had ended for 13 years. But the first 3 years there was. And that's why people do these memes about Gaza was like starving or whatever. The kernel of truth to that, even though it certainly was not starving before the war, it is starving now, is that the first few years, though they weren't starving, you did have a malnutrition problem that was arising from the fact that foodstuffs were being blocked from entering by Israel. And that's an example of the punitive character of the blockade. The exports, near total exports ban through 2015 is another. So no, I don't accept this policy at all. I think it's collective punishment, and I don't think it was just about security. I think it was punishing the population, and I don't accept this.
I will say to you, I strongly oppose the limiting of food into Gaza. I strongly oppose that policy both now and when they did.
Well, now it's all blocked. It's not limiting. It's everything's blocked.
Yeah, I don't, and I strongly disagree with that, and I oppose that policy. I was going to say to you though, I think it's just. You have to say it's intellectually just not honest to say Hamas bore no responsibility for the material conditions in Gaza prior to October 7. I think that's just intellectually dishonest because they were systematically pilfering aid. Why was it the case that there were Hamas leaders who were able to live in relative luxury while there was so much poverty in Gaza? So you have to say that they're responsible to a large extent for the material conditions in Gaza. And it was their strategy as well to, they have had this rejectionist position for decades now. Let's not pretend like that this blockade came out of nowhere. Hamas was the faction that sent suicide bombers into Israel to blow up buses and restaurants to derail the Oslo peace process. And so that's why when they then were able to, when they carried out that coup in Gaza, they killed like 100 Fatah operatives. They killed like 100 Fatah operatives. It was actually like a sort of militant, it was a factional struggle for power in Gaza. When they seized power in Gaza, there was a blockade because this was the same faction that had sent suicide bombers into Israel over and over and over again during the Oslo peace process and during the Second Intifada. And they killed hundreds of Israeli citizens. So this is the question, right? What country on earth would not enforce a blockade on adjacent territory that was controlled by a terrorist organization that is fundamentally ideologically committed to the destruction of your people and have actually carried out hundreds of bombing attacks in your country to the extent of killing hundreds of civilians? Any country on earth?
Every country would impose intensive constraints on imports and so forth, and scrutiny. I don't think every country would have a rule that no pasta gets in. I don't think every country would say no export.
And look, I agree with you. That's
clearly had collective punishment aspects, which is why I cannot condone the blockade. Let's talk a little bit about Hamas targeting civilians.
Can I say one thing? Mm-hmm. I'm not asking you to condone the blockade. I'm just asking you to say that Hamas at least bears some moral responsibility for the material conditions.
I'm happy to hold them morally responsible for suicide bombings, the Second Intifada, and October 7th. I'm not going to hold them responsible for a collective punishment policy that Israel chose to do. They wanted to make Gaza poor and dependent, and they wanted them to overthrow Hamas. They were, even in the early years of this, commissioning studies when they were still doing the food blockade. They were commissioning studies saying, okay, how do we limit the caloric intake of Gazans for collective punishment purposes without causing any starvation? Because if we have literal starvation, that'll be bad publicity. So that they clearly had a collective punishment intention. And the fact that they were so easily willing when they got criticized, right? So after the flotilla incident, this blockade started to come under scrutiny, and they got rid of the food limitations really quickly. So it shows there was no security issue there. Like you didn't have to ban pasta.
No, and again, I'm agreeing with you on that point. I'm agreeing with you on that point specifically, but I'm saying Hamas was systematically looting aid.
Sure, they're corrupt, but I agree they're corrupt, but they have some responsibility there, but it's like a fraction of blocking all exports. No, I think it's clear from the record that Gaza was miserably poor, much poorer than any other Arab state other than war zones like Syria, Yemen, and it's because of Israeli policy. Look at how much poor. PA is corrupt as fuck, but Gaza was way more unemployment, way poorer, 1/4 the GDP, nominal GDP per capita of West Bank. The kernel of truth in your discourse, and the problematic element of the Finkelstein discourse, and some of the discourse of the solidarity movement, is people were not starving to death. They actually had good health care from UNRWA, right? And from people flying in. But, and international aid. But it was like they were all living off the international dole. There was no opportunity there. And it's
I agree, and there should have been an opportunity there, but it is really difficult as well because, like, for example, we have this is really sad evidence. Like, there were people who had work permits in Israel who helped collect intelligence for Hamas that then led to October 7th, and so this creates a big problem, right? When Israel did ease conditions and did allow work permits, etc., then it ultimately resulted in October 7th. And so this is my question over and over again, like, by not treating Hamas like they have agency, we're pretending this war comes out of the ether, that it comes out of nowhere. Like the Israelis just woke up one day to decide to be evil and kill everybody. But you have to say Hamas has agency. They're organized political faction. They did have billions of dollars at their disposal, highly organized, tens of thousands of militia fighters.
Well, I've already said they're responsible for killing huge numbers of civilians October 7th. I don't say they had no choice. I don't think what they did was right morally or
my argument is like they bear, like I understand, like you can disagree with me that they bear a majority of moral responsibility for the current conditions in Gaza. You can disagree with me.
I mean, yeah. I mean, it's like saying Israel bears. I think your statement is like saying it's like saying Israel bears all the responsibility or overwhelming majority of responsibility for October 7th, when of course Hamas chose to do it. I don't accept that framing. No, let me finish. It's also, I just, it's, or you could say that the Tutsi, the Tutsi bear responsibility a good amount for the Rwandan genocide because of Rwandan Patriotic Front atrocities, the invasion. Yeah, I think that's totally perverse. And I mean, my position is, Drew, that this is murder and probably genocide, right? I'm not just saying that, that's what I believe. And so I think it's perverse to start to say, well, the victim population, this fucked up murderous militia on their side bears the response. No, I don't accept this. It's Israel. Israel chose that. No, it doesn't mean that that Hamas bears responsibility for October 7th, and it was a major atrocity. So I don't accept that there's that in a genocide that there's a significant apportioning of blame away from the perpetrator group. And you could do that in other cases. Like the Nazi Holocaust is an outlier where it's just pure ideology, right? There was no conflict between the two groups. It's just Hitler had an ideology and wanted to exterminate Jews. The Rwandan genocide is much more normative, where there was there was longstanding ethnic tensions and armed conflict. The proximate trigger of the Rwandan civil war was invasion of Rwanda by a predominantly Tutsi group. It doesn't mean that we say the Tutsi bear responsibility for the Rwandan genocide. That would be sick. They don't, and I don't accept that.
And let me be clear. I'm not arguing that whatsoever. I'm saying Hamas. I'm not saying that the Palestinian people bear moral responsibility for the current condition. I'm saying Hamas bears at least a massive portion of the responsibility for what has happened. Because, I mean, they have choices, right? They have choices. They could have not done October 7th. They could have, after October 7th, they could have stopped fighting. There's so many different points along this road over the past 16 months where they had different options, and they didn't pursue them. Like they have options here. Like they are human beings, they're not robots.
Sure. I already have acknowledged that what they did was morally wrong. And I will say one thing though, that it's common, it's not, and this isn't some moral justification, of course not, but it is very common for groups under conditions of occupation, colonization, which I'd characterize the situation for the Palestinians. That even if you don't accept, which we can talk about, that the original Zionist project was colonial, I think any sane person would concede the West Bank currently is colonial. But maybe you disagree with that. It's Judea and Samaria 2,000 years ago. It means it's not colonial. Okay, whatever. But I say they're under occupation and colonization, the people of Palestine, Gaza, and the West Bank. People engage in violence in these circumstances against civilians. This is just very common, whether we're talking about the FLN, the Viet Minh, the Mau Mau. It's a very common response in history. Like the South Africa is an outlier, and even they did sometimes
and it's not exactly a success story right now, unfortunately.
Okay, but I'm talking about their movement. So the point is not to say, it's therefore we can condone it. No, I mean, all kinds of horrible things are common in history, but the point is to say that, remove the conditions of occupation and colonization, settlements in the West Bank, blockade of Gaza, and give these people a state, and the situation will likely improve. And in terms of the history too, I mean, since we can talk about 2000 and Camp David and so on. I'm sure we will, but I think you'd admit that since 2009, there's been no serious effort by Israel since Netanyahu came to power, and there have been brief other governments too. But since 2009, there's been no serious effort by Israel to offer a two-state solution, just endless occupation. And you're going to get pretty likely, that's 16 years though.
But what I was going to say though, is like, why is that the case? And unfortunately, what happened the last time there was a really serious effort by the Israelis to make peace, there were large areas of the West Bank that were transferred directly into Palestinian administrative authority. And those areas were used to stage, future terror attacks against Israel. And the goal of the Second Intifada was basically to destroy the peace process. And unfortunately, that is what has happened.
It's 20. I mean, it ended 20 years ago, and the new guy has not engaged in any. Yeah, Arafat clearly was involved in violence in the Second Intifada. We agree on that. But the new guy, Abbas, not new. He's been president forever in one election, 20-year term. But his 20-year, 4-year term, right? But he has not engaged in any violent resistance. I mean, we can talk about pay to slay, but he is not engaged.
That is a significant thing. There is currently a Palestinian Authority administrative fund where they do pay the family members of people who have killed Israeli civilians, etc.
Yeah, well, this fund, first of all, goes to a wide range of people. It does go to people who were killed engaged in terrorism. It also goes to people who were killed by Israeli forces for some or another reason. So it's not simply for people who.
I know it's not simply for that yet.
Yeah. So, but if that's the only thing you have, and the guy, despite the fact that his land is stolen over and over again, the PA's land is stolen over and over again, stolen under international law, right? They're entitled to all of the West Bank under international law. That he has pay to slay, so we can't make. I mean, it's honestly kind of childish. It's obviously an excuse that they don't want to make peace. Maybe previous governments did, but I don't think since 2009 they've wanted to. I mean. Again, no violent resistance since the Second Intifada. If they pay to slay, it seems like an excuse to me.
I mean, it's not true that there's been no violent resistance since the Second Intifada.
From the PA,
there was the stabbing Intifada.
We're talking about the Palestinian Authority, Fatah, and the PLO. We're not talking about Hamas, obviously.
Yeah. Just in general though, the problem is it's not like the conflict was then frozen completely after the Second Intifada. There have been continually outbursts of violence, both in Gaza and in the West Bank, and this is the problem, right?
But not sponsored by. So the Second Intifada, you have a point there because there was violence that was sponsored or encouraged by Arafat, right? So you have the leadership encouraging it. You don't have that with Abbas since the end of the Second Intifada. So it's 20 years of nonviolence, and it gets nothing other than his land stolen. So it just doesn't seem like Israel is.
And look, I actually think that you're right that Israel needs to, work with the PA. My ideal situation would be a kind of regional Arab coalition working with the PA for Gaza. That's I think the best case scenario for removing Hamas from Gaza. So I actually agree with you that Israel should work with the PA. That said, there's unfortunately still are elements within the PA that are highly corrupt. There are also elements within the PA that were funding directly the family members of people who participated in suicide attacks and attacks, and that is an unfortunate fact. And like there hasn't been 20 years of non-violence in the West Bank. There has been continual outbursts of violence.
Yeah, but not sponsored by the Palestinian Authority. The only thing they have is this pay to slave thing, which again does not simply refer to subsidizing people who are engaged in terrorism, targeting civilians. Right? If you just look historically, like the level of peacefulness Abbas, this corrupt old dude, has practiced is honestly almost singular. I mean, they're being colonized, their land is stolen, and they're like pogrom too now. Right, but these settlers and the Israelis don't do anything about it. The Israeli authorities sometimes say participate, and still nothing. His whole strategy is try to appeal to the West as much as possible and throw a sop to violent resistance or terrorism with this pay to slave thing, which isn't even really that, because it goes to non-terrorist family, family members of non-terrorists too. But I mean, I just think if you were serious about peace, you would empower these people and want to make them more viable, which is what the policy of the Biden administration was. But they're not. Yeah. And also, I mean, they're not offering an alternative to Gaza.
Mistake. I agree with you. That was a horrible mistake by the Israeli state. It was a horrible mistake by Netanyahu, because he clearly did actually have a policy where he wanted to keep the PA weak and he allowed Qatar to fund Hamas. And that policy was designed, obviously, to empower the more radical factions and therefore keep peace further distant into the horizon. So I actually would agree there. I'm not, like I said, I'm certainly not a sort of like Ben-Gvir style Zionist, right? The funny thing is, obviously, like Zionism is this vast movement of all sorts of different perspectives, and you have people who try to pretend that like every single person who believes in the existence of the state of Israel, which is the definition of Zionism, right? Anybody who believes in the state of Israel must, be a sort of Ben-Gvirist. That's not my position whatsoever. Like most of the Haaretz writers are technically Zionists, because most of the Haaretz writers still agree in the existence of the state of Israel, right? So I don't support what Netanyahu did. I think it was a massive strategic error. It was immoral and also a massive strategic error to destabilize and weaken the PA while at the same time empowering Hamas. And also this policy has continued into this current conflict, because I know, for example, Smotrich tried to suspend the PA's own tax revenue. And that was obviously, there's no other way to see that other than an attempt to completely destabilize the PA, and then therefore, like, basically lead to failed state conditions of the West Bank. That then
and then you're gonna get a much more violent group, infinitely more violent group to fill the void.
Exactly, I know.
Will you agree with this characterization? Even if you're a philosophical Zionist, like a lot of Zionists who don't accept the framing of Israel as colonial, which I absolutely do, by the way, but a lot of Zionists who don't accept that, nevertheless do say, okay, the West Bank is colonialism, though. Like there's a mother state, Israel, which is sending settlers into Area C and is crowding out and taking land from an indigenous population, the Palestinians. So would you accept that, or you don't think the West Bank is colonialism, occupation?
Look, it's absolutely an occupation. It's absolutely a horrific situation, in the sense that I don't want a situation where Palestinians are rendered stateless and they have no rights in Israel, no rights in Palestine. So I disagree with it. That said, like, this is my main problem, right? If Israel were to unilaterally withdraw from the entirety of West Bank tomorrow, right, and dismantle all the walls, how do you stop another October 7 from happening? Because all indications are that Hamas would continue to fight, and groups like Hamas would continue to fight. There are people who, like, they will never even accept a two-state solution. They believe in violent conflict until they get rid of the Jews from the state of Israel. And for them, it's a religious thing, because you have to see this, right? And look, you're not. I appreciate the fact that you can call out Hamas as well, and so you're not like a full sort of like Norman Finkelstein type person. So you have to see, right? Like there are people within the Palestinian movement, and unfortunately, it's a large segment, it's a large faction, and there are people for whom it's a religious goal to destroy to remove Jews from the Holy Land. That's a faction of the Palestinian movement, unfortunately.
I in terms of the Islamic element, I think that this
that's Hamas. That's Hamas. Like, for them, it's
sure.
actually
they were obviously, like, their origin. I mean, they're kind of jokers, dude. So, like, okay, their origins are as the Ikhwan, their Muslim Brotherhood, right? Clearly, that's Islamist. These people do horrible things to Coptic people in Egypt. I don't have any truck for the Muslim Brotherhood. But in practice, they have not even Islamized Gaza. Like they're not applying Islamic law in Gaza. They're like applying the law that existed, like PA law, essentially.
No,
let me come here. I have a friend in Gaza who I'm happy to put you in touch with, who attended a co-ed school. Now, obviously, that's not.
Yeah, I know that they're not.
Hamas is not ISIS if they're not shutting down a fucking co-ed school. It's ridiculous.
Listen, I know that Hamas doesn't necessarily have the same.
They've had 70 years in this teeny strip of land. No, so I'm supposed to believe this. They murder. So I'm not justifying their atrocities, so they definitely murder. But I'm not laughing at that. I'm laughing at the claim that they are like ISIS that want to have a khilafah and spread it around the world when they can't even Islamize this strip of land the size of Manhattan in 17 years. I mean, it's honestly laughable. The claims that they're in terms of the claim about the religious motivation. I don't deny like Al-Aqsa. This matters, right? So there's an Islamic element to the war. I think it is definitely secondary to land and history. So like people who don't like Robert Spencer says, oh, there's a part of Islamic fiqh where they say there's this waqf theory where you can't give up land that used to be Muslim. Yeah, no one. Okay, sure, I'm sure this exists. It does. No, let me make a point. No one is trying to conquer Spain, though, or Sicily, right? Like Muslims don't have a problem with Spanish because they're living on land that used to be Muslim. This is overwhelmingly secular motivation. Yeah, they may chant Allahu Akbar. They have the Ikhwan heritage, but this is just like the communism of the PFLP when they were a prominent violent group was more of kind of a dialect or a cause, or like a cause or a banner. So is the Islamism of this group. That these clowns can't even Islamize. They can't even ban co-ed schools. ISIS said they're infidels. ISIS said that they're kuffar. ISIS said like these clowns aren't even real Muslims.
Yeah,
because of Gaza.
I've got to respond, right? So, okay, I obviously Islamism is there's an entire spectrum, right? So you've got some, you've got ISIS, for example, which wants to Islamize the entire world and conquer the entire world. Then you have, for example, the Taliban, who are like, it's like, Stalin, socialism in one nation. They're like Islamism in one nation. That like Taliban is like, they will Islamize Afghan society. Hamas exists on a spectrum, right? They're not as hardcore as the Taliban when it comes to social policy, but they still do they still were quite restrictive of the movement of women in Gaza. They were still quite restrictive of, for example, like women. There were attempts, for example, to impose the hijab, etc. There has been very brutal discrimination against gays in Gaza as well. For example, people who were gay in Gaza, they would often be seen as more open to blackmail. Because it is also like obviously it's not just Hamas that has come in and persecuted gay people. It's obviously still conservative Islamic society. Yeah. Gay people are more open to blackmail. And so therefore Hamas would often target people like that and allege that, gay Gazans were spies, even when they're completely innocent and torture people brutally. It's incorrect to say like there's no Islamism within Gaza, right? There's been a discrimination. There has been discrimination against Christians inside Gaza. Their numbers are so extremely small in Gaza. Even prior to October 7, it was extremely small. There are attempts to, I agree with you that it's not full Taliban policy.
It is kind of humorous almost that they can't Islamize this teeny strip of land in 17 years, despite all their talk.
But they did.
We're Muslims in the name of Allah. Like, I mean, they haven't Islamized the legal system of their teeny strip of land.
And let me say to this Mishigai, I'm not saying that Gaza is more homophobic than any average third world country. I'm just saying like it's my point here. I'm not doing here the Hasbara thing where they're like, the reason why we should support Israel is because like gay people. Like that's not what I'm doing here. What I'm doing here is I'm just explaining, like I'm contesting History Speaks' claim that they've failed to like fully Islamized, Palestinian society in Gaza.
Co-ed school.
But yes, but at the same,
that's absurd to be saying we're Ikhwan, we want Khilafah, and like, okay, the boys and the girls are going to school together, we're not doing anything. I mean, it's almost humorous.
But that said, though,
they're murderers. Like they murder, but my point is the murders are, yes, there's Islamic. I mean, I'm exaggerating a
Yeah.
bit. There obviously is an Islamic element. Al-Aqsa is very important, right? That's very important. But I do think it's secondary to the secular element. And another one strong empirical evidence I'd cite for this is that if you look at the polling of Christians in Lebanon, Christian and Druze in Lebanon, also there's polling of Copts in Egypt, suggesting this, a little not as explicit, like they support October 7th by a smaller margin than the Muslims, but they've expressed support for it. And it's
Sorry,
it's
could
the
you say
same.
it again? I didn't hear you.
Sure. A majority of Christians in two polls in Lebanon have said they think October 7th was justified, right?
Sure. I mean,
So no. So my point there is simply to say that the motivation for this and the justification for the violence is much more similar to how a Vietnamese person would justify the Viet Minh assassinating civilians against the French colonial power than it is like ISIS, right? That's my interpretation of
I was gonna say as well. You know, like the famous
like Hitler killing Jews, right? I think it's
like,
more analogous to violence in the context of an anti-colonial terrorism, right? Murdering civilians.
Said though, right? Like, there are also plenty of groups that will hide or at least compromise on their more radical ideological beliefs until they get to a point where they feel that they have enough political power. So, for example,
maybe, but
but like for example, like we know, for example, when it came to Hitler, he truly did hate Christianity. For example, Hitler was ideologically really anti-Christian. He believed Christianity was like basically the Jewish invention, all this stuff. They did persecute a lot of Christian priests during the Holocaust. They killed Christians, etc. But like this was always something that the Nazis were planning on doing post-victory in the war, whereas like they would put off the future destruction of Christianity because they knew that like politically they couldn't do that in German society. So my point here, right, is like the fact that they didn't fully Islamize Gaza society doesn't mean that this isn't an Islamist group. And like there's the famous example, for example, you know, like the water park that did exist in Gaza. Like Hamas was trying to crack down on mixed bathing at the water park, trying to stop mixed gender socializing at the Gaza water park, etc. So like we can't just pretend that they're not an Islamist group.
But they haven't. My main point is they haven't abolished the basic law of the PA. They still apply that, and that's kind of pathetic, honestly. I mean, you just go to their. If you're an Islamist group and you run this teeny strip of land, it's not analogous to Hitler is afraid to de-Christianize Germany, because that's a much bigger step than Islamizing the Gaza Strip. The one point I'd make too is that there's no symmetry in this conflict in terms of the suffering that's been inflicted. October 2023. So you talk about Palestinian terrorism, and there's no question. So the Fedayeen engaged in terrorism, targeting civilians in the 1950s was the high point. The PLO did, Black September did, Hamas did in the Second Intifada, etc. If you add up all of the civilians killed by all Palestinian acts of terrorism, this even goes to the days of the Yishuv before there wasn't Israel. It is smaller than the number of civilians killed in the October 2023 bombing of Gaza by a conservative estimate, which is at least 6,000. And this is it's the figure of at least 6,000 is higher than all victims of terrorism of all Israeli or Yishuv victims of terrorism in the entire history of the conflict. So we have to have some perspective on who has suffered infinitely more. Even though, of course, there's been terrorism both ends. I have to run to the restroom for just a second.
Yeah, okay. Actually, let's take a 2-minute break because I do need to get a drink of water and everything.
Okay.
Thank you, Bird Wilderness. Listen, I'm not a Netanyahu. I'm not a big Netanyahu guy. I just believe, like, if I had to sum up my position on the conflict, I'd call myself like an anti-Zionist, in the sense that I I'm not supportive of the excesses on the side of the Israeli government. I just simply oppose people whose primary aim is the eradication of Israel, and which would inevitably involve the genocide of it would be a genocide of 7 million people. Um, Thank you to everybody who's still watching. We've got 30 people watching live. History Speaks, you should shield the link again as well. Like, maybe we'll just take a minute before we get back into it. We should shield the link again. And
Sure, yeah, I'll do that. Happy to do that. I'm probably going to wrap pretty soon. I'm in the States visiting my family for a break, and I got to hang out with my
fair enough. How much longer would you like to go? Because I mean,
half an hour, 20 minutes, something like that.
Yeah, that sounds good to me. And I was going to say to you, we've mainly looked at October 7 and the ongoing conflict today. I would actually still like to debate you on just the history of Zionism more generally as well, because I mean that's one of my biggest interests. So
okay, we can do that for maybe we can do that maybe half an hour, 40 minutes.
Yeah, cool.
Okay, yeah. So my essential position is that Zionism, and I've never denied that there were good people involved in the movement, but it was a preposterous idea. It was essentially an ism worthy of the other isms that came about in the 19th century. Essentially, the idea is because Jews have a religious connection to European Jews, because obviously the demographics of Israel today, I don't think I'm ignorant of this, are very different. They're not, I don't even think they're majority European Jew among the Jews. I'm not sure, but certainly it's very different. But originally, Zionism, and certainly Israel when it was founded, was a European Jewish project. It's all the leadership of the overall majority of the people. So it's essentially a project in Europe, which is articulated formally as a political movement by Herzl, or earlier exponents of it, that says that Jews need an ethno-state because Jews are a people, which is fine enough, but and also because Jews are persecuted, which is certainly understandable. Herzl was influenced by the Dreyfus affair, for example. Yeah. But then on top of it, they learned that, okay, and we have some kind of moral right to go to Palestine because, one, our religion talks about the importance of Israel, and two, our ancestors were there thousands of years ago. Now, I find that to be a ridiculous foundation to immigrate to, and much more ominously transform a society into a Jewish state. If the people there, the European Jewish community, didn't look like the people of the region, they didn't talk like them, they said different languages, they had to revive Hebrew, and the revision of Hebrew is strange in some ways because it doesn't have some like letters that ancient Hebrew would have had, like ha. That's why they say Hamas instead of Hamas, for example. So I don't think it was I think it was kind of one of these crazy utopian ideas, even though there's more sympathy that I think we have to accord it because of the terrible circumstances of the Jews of Europe with these murderous pogroms in Eastern Europe at the time, with the Dreyfus affair, which affects Herzl. And then, of course, it culminates, the history of anti-Semitism in Europe culminates in the Nazi Holocaust. But I think if we set political correctness aside and set aside our moral sympathy for the Jews of Europe and just look at this project, we can see that it was absurd and was going to lead to injustice to the Palestinians, even though in the first instance, I don't agree with some people on my side of this issue that there was some plan to ethnically cleanse everybody and like from the get-go. I don't think there was, but I think that was an inevitable kind of telos of Zionism, because how do you transform a Jewish state? How do you transform Palestine into what was initially a European Jewish state without ethnic cleansing? So that's kind of my assessment of the movement. We can talk about more specifically about the history of the Yishuv and the war of 47, 48, 49, if you wish.
I mean, straight away when you talk about it as an absurdity, I mean, every nationalist project, the process of creating a nation in modern history, there's always going to be an element of ideology to it. There's always going to be parts of it that, advance beyond the scope of reason. And really that is the same with all nationalist projects everywhere. The thing is, I feel sympathy to the idea of, Jews being able to self-determine and have a state of their own because of the history of immense persecution that they suffered. And I think the reality is that the Jews are probably one of the most persecuted peoples in history. They were across the Middle East. They were living under dimitude, which is second class citizenry.
Yeah, that's a history, but I will say that by the time Israel was founded, dimitude didn't exist anymore. But sure, that's a history. Go ahead.
I mean, there's obviously long history of discrimination against Jews. Mm-hmm. The interesting thing is you could probably argue that it was actually more intense in Europe than it was in the Middle East. That said, there were still many massacres against. There were still many massacres across the Middle East targeting Jewish communities. There were pogroms targeting Jewish communities. The initial impetus towards Zionism was the pogroms in Russia, the Russian Empire, and these were just absolutely horrific. I can understand how this would have radicalized, that early generation of Zionists and why they concluded that the only way that they were going to obtain safety was through statehood. And I think ultimately the sad reality is that the Holocaust essentially outlined why Jews had to have a state for their own safety. I think that's the sad reality of it, because the Jews did not have statehood, did not have the ability to defend themselves effectively as Nazism took power across the continent. And unfortunately, the dark and horrific outcome of that, the inability to defend themselves, was the Holocaust, which was the worst genocide.
But question, Drew. So suppose Israel had been established as an independent state in 1939, 1933, before the Nazi Holocaust in 1941. So before the Nazi Holocaust, the large majority of European Jews did not want to immigrate to the Middle East, and for obvious reasons. It's culturally alien, different climate. Why would they do that? The public opinion changes radically after the Nazi Holocaust, which is understandable, because why would you want to stay in the country that murdered you? But nevertheless, during the Nazi Holocaust, the Nazis prohibited Jews from leaving Nazi-controlled Europe. Right? They wouldn't allow this. There's some cases where, like you mentioned earlier, El Husseini, I can't remember whether it was Romania or Bulgaria, but there was like some small number of children.
There are a number of cases.
Was it Romania or Bulgaria? Well, it's small though. Like but regardless, the very few Jews were even able to leave Nazi-occupied Europe during the Nazi Holocaust. It was the Nazis wouldn't permit it as a general policy, and they coerced their allies to not permit it. And Al Husseini may have liked that and said, no, let's not allow it. No, let me make a point there. Yeah, I don't think Israel would have saved a significant number of Jews of European.
The reality is it would have. The reality is that it would have, because unfortunately the reality was that Britain was not taking in Jews, and unfortunately
but they couldn't get away. So you're right that Britain refused. Britain had the white paper policy, so that only 75,000 Jews in the course of the Nazi Holocaust, it ended up being, could immigrate. But that quota didn't even get exhausted. It didn't even get exhausted because Jews could not leave Nazi-occupied Europe. They just couldn't leave. So even with this tough immigration policy the British had, and by the way, part of my research is arguing that some Israeli historians, are wrong in saying that the British did not want to compromise on this. I think they did after the Holocaust began. But regardless, this 75,000 quota didn't even get exhausted because so few Jews could get out. So I don't think many Jews would have been saved, because I don't think they would have been able to get out of Nazi-occupied Europe.
Britain was blocking the migration of Jews.
At the beginning of World War II, yes, they were very diligent.
And also in the late 30s as well. So yeah, there was the window prior to the full outright beginning of World War II where Germany's policy under the Nazis evolved. It was originally their plan was to encourage immigration of Jews outside of Germany. It evolved, and then it went to the Madagascar plan, and eventually it took on the process of full-blown extermination. And it's my view, and I think you also agree with it, that Hitler had the plan for extermination essentially the whole time.
No, I don't agree with that at all. No, that's wrong.
Well, I think the blueprint existed in Mein Kampf, or at least the hatred.
But why would he allow people? This is what most people don't believe the same way, historians, because why would he allow immigration of Jews in the early years of his regime if he wanted to kill them all? So that doesn't. I think that's wrong.
Well, I think
he changes his policy.
Well, there's obviously the argument that he was radicalized by World War II and he changes the policy in terms of World War II. And he did think he had this bizarre idea that the Jews were actually behind the war. So his idea was that by killing the Jews, he was going to somehow.
He actually threatened them. He made a famous speech in January 1939 that if the Jews of Europe, if the international Jewish finance instigates world war, the result will be die Vernichtung der jüdischen Rasse in Europa. So, like he's saying, he's basically threatening. But remember, it's a conditional statement. So, if the Jews start the war, and then in his view they do, obviously.
That said, I want to qualify what I said prior to this. I probably misspoke a bit. What I meant is that the genocidal hatred within Hitler existed from the 1920s onward in Mein Kampf.
He doesn't like.
That's what I meant. That's what I meant. Like, yes, you're probably right. Like, he didn't necessarily have the actual policy plan of the Holocaust in his mind in the 1920s, but the hatred that he had was genocidal enough that it was always an open, like it could always lead there, right? Anyway, in the 30s, the policy was to encourage the immigration of German Jews, and there were hundreds of thousands of Jews who could have left, and unfortunately, they were eventually blocked by the British. Oh shit! Sorry.
Well, you're thinking about after 1939, because
one second. Sorry, the dog's chewing.
Sure. Yeah.
Sorry. The dog.
Yeah. So where the British basically turn, you're correct, but you don't have the chronology quite clear. So the British turn on Zionism effectively with the White Paper of May 1939. So in the White Paper, they say 75,000 Jews are going to be allowed to immigrate over the next 5 years. That's the maximum. And they also say that there's not going to be a Jewish state. There's going to be basically a Palestinian state where the Jews who are currently there can be citizens, but there's not going to be any Jewish state. So the White Paper policy was a rejection of Zionism, and that was for many reasons, one of which was the Arab revolt of 36, 39. So they thought this is not a viable situation, but there also was more sympathy for the Arab position in 39 versus 36. So anyway, the fact is Jews didn't want to immigrate. Generally speaking, European Jews, did not want to immigrate to Palestine until after the Nazi Holocaust. Zionism was a minority view, which makes sense. Like, why, if you're a Jew in America, for example, why would you want to be a Zionist in like 1930, let's say, before the Nazi Holocaust? After the Nazi Holocaust, people start to become sympathetic to the idea that we're not safe in Europe for understandable reasons. There's like this pan-continental, it's really the only genocide in history that's pan-continental, right? So it's also one of the most extreme genocides in that a lot of people think genocide is the Nazi Holocaust, and it's not.
I know what you mean. Yeah,
killing all members of a group, or virtually all, which was eventually the policy for European Jews, is not. This is more extreme than most cases of genocide by quite a lot.
I know, that's true.
Like an analogy would be like the Cambodian genocide, like regarding the Vietnamese Cambodians. That's another case. So it's not the only case of this, but it's rare in the history of genocide. But regardless, this extreme genocide which comprises a whole continent, and their collaborators in various, even in Western Europe and France, for instance, and the Netherlands. And so like the level of collaboration and acquiescence, understandably horrifies people, and they want to leave Europe after the war. A lot of Jews, still America and Britain is a preferred destination, but they definitely prefer Israel or Palestine, whatever you want to call it, to continental Europe. But nevertheless, I think that the support for Zionism is to a great extent the product of the Second World War, in terms of like it becoming the normative view among European Jewry and world Jewry. It's a product of the Nazi Holocaust, because how can Europe be the home of the European Jews when there was this pan-continental genocide of European Jews? And there was so much support, not mostly support, but there was certainly very widespread acquiescence. Acquiescence is the word I'd use.
And knowledge of it as well. The idea that nobody knew about it was always like a lie.
People on your side of the Israel issue are now saying, like Ridvan, apostate prophet, said, like, the Germans were good. They didn't. It's true that the Germans.
I agree with you. That's bullshit. That's fully bullshit.
It's true that they didn't actively support. The majority of Germans would not say, "Sign me up for the extermination of the Jews," but they didn't. They were indifferent. They didn't. They knew their neighbor. So so first of all, they didn't know about gas chambers. Sure. they did know about the mass shootings in the Eastern Front.
Yes,
And they
that's
knew
true.
that their neighbors were being deported and disappearing forever. So
Yeah,
the idea that they
knew
didn't know
about
about
killing.
genocide,
Yeah, they
laughable.
knew about the mass killings. Yes,
They didn't know about the gas chambers, and they basically used that as a cope to say we didn't know about the Holocaust or the genocide. But of course they knew that the Jews were being, like, your neighbors deported and then disappearing forever is a pretty good indication they're being killed.
and
And
there was
especially
a
when
lot
Hitler's talking about this and Goebbels
and
talking.
a lot of people supported it because the property would be redistributed. So there would be people who, I mean, it was interesting. I actually have a podcast on my YouTube channel where I actually interviewed like a 99-year-old. He's 100 years old now, an Auschwitz survivor named Abraham Goldberg, who lives in Melbourne, Australia. And he was telling me that I think it was the city of I think Lodz, Poland, and they were basically kicked out of their apartment. And when they were eventually able to get back into the city, they saw that like there were people living in it. And it was interesting. He actually said he didn't necessarily hold them morally responsible because
Interesting.
but yeah, there was a lot of property redistribution. There was like widespread knowledge and acquiescence. Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, also in Eastern Europe, there's two complicating factors in Eastern Europe relative to like France or Netherlands. So the complicating factor in Poland or Ukraine is, first of all, there was a Nazi genocide against Ukrainians and against Belarusians and against Russians and against Poles. It wasn't as extreme as Nazi Holocaust. It wasn't like biological annihilation, but there was, mass killing of these people that was intentional. So that there was a coercion there, but there also was much more active participation, even kind of pogrom style massacres of Jews occurred in Ukraine, for example, when the Wehrmacht rolled in. That didn't happen in the Netherlands. But on the other hand, the Dutch and the French, who were complicitous, didn't face genocide the way that a lot of Eastern Europe ethnicities occupied by the Nazis did. So it's a kind of complicated question in who's more blameworthy, and it's not something I'm that interested in, but it's
the reason we got onto this discussion in the first place, I mean, we got sidetracked a bit, I guess, but the reason why, I mean, your argument was that if Israel had been created prior to the war, it wouldn't have saved that many European Jews.
Yeah.
Look, the fundamental of it is, though, that there were tens of thousands of Jews who tried to enter mandatory Palestine during the Holocaust, who were blocked by the British. And they were blocking it because of pressure from the Arab nationalist forces. And the dog. 1 second. Sorry.
Early in World War II. So actually, this is related to my doctoral thesis. I hate to be like a academic douchebag and mention that, but my actual claim here is you're correct that early in the war they were very assiduously trying to prevent immigration of Jews, the British mandatory authorities. But that my position is that they actually effectively changed their policy after Britain in late 1942 articulated publicly, along with the Soviets and Americans, that the Jews are being exterminated by the Nazis, so that the policy changed. And they didn't have to abandon the white paper formally because, and therefore alienate the Arabs. They actually didn't have to abandon the white paper, in my assessment, because there just weren't enough Jews who were escaping anyway. But I found documentary evidence that by like 42, 43, they were saying if any Jews can escape to Turkey, we'll let them into Palestine or wherever else. So you're definitely right that you're definitely correct. I want to be clear for this. Early in the war, 39, 40, 41, they were blocking large numbers of Jews coming into Palestine. There's no question about that.
And that could have saved
thousands. I mean, if we're playing counterfactual, though, I mean, you don't have any Holocaust if Stalin. I mean, we don't like communists, but nevertheless, I am highly critical of the Western allies, the French and the British, for spurning Stalin in 1938, who was ready to go to war over Czechoslovakia. If he could have, they could have coerced Poland to give passage to the Red Army, and they could have wiped out the Germans.
If you look at what they did to Poland 2 years later.
Yeah, but sure, that'd be better for them to pass through than do what they did in Poland with the Nazis.
My point is, like, given the Soviet state was ready to liquidate the entire Polish intelligentsia and military officer class at like places like Katyn and stuff like that, like it's probably understandable why the Poles wouldn't have wanted to give them free access.
Well, I mean, that's sure, but my point is the British and the French could have coerced them to do that. But anyway, my point is, like, if we want to play counterfactual, we could easily do counterfactuals where there's no Holocaust at all because Hitler was wiped out much earlier. So like this particular counterfactual you want to focus on where maybe tens of thousands more are saved. Also, like a lot of the Jews who were illegally immigrating didn't perish. So they weren't sent back to Germany generally. They were, like, for example, there were Jews who tried to immigrate to, I can't remember if there was 39 or 40, but there was like over 1,000 Jews who tried to immigrate illegally to Palestine. And the British didn't send them back to Nazi-occupied Europe. They sent them to the island of Mauritius. So they survived the war, even though they didn't. Yeah.
I mean, that was the British. Look, one of the grimmest parts of all this is that there was a concerted effort by leaders of the Palestinian cause, Amir al-Husseini foremost among them. He knew about the extent of the Holocaust. He actually wrote that he was informed by Himmler.
I think I'm the first person who, again, I'm sounding like such a douchebag, but I think I'm one of the first people who like literally translated his words. Yeah, he knew about the Nazi Holocaust. There have been many people who have cited his memoirs, but no, I actually translated like the specific portion of his memoirs where he says Himmler told me that 3 million had been killed, in a conversation they had in 1943. The guy who he had a closer relationship with was Himmler. He didn't influence Hitler at all.
No, I was actually talking about the Himmler thing. Like Himmler, he wrote that Himmler informed him of the extent of the Holocaust. Correct?
Well, the 3 million, in 43, Himmler told him that 3 million had been killed so far. And al-Husseini claims in his memoir he was surprised and he just didn't want them to go to Palestine, but he didn't. He insinuates kind of he didn't support this, although it's his memoir, so we can be skeptical of that. In fact, I think he probably did support it, to be honest. I mean, he's like in Germany hanging out with Himmler, but regardless, he clearly, even by his own statement, he knew millions had been killed.
Because here's where we get into like areas where it is genuinely abominably evil. So we know, like, according to his own statement, that Himmler informed them of this in 1943. You have him in mid-1944. That was when the Nazis were deporting Hungarian Jews to Auschwitz, and
lobbies against allowing
there were 4,000 Jewish children, I believe, from Hungary. They wanted to go to British Mandate Palestine via Romania, Turkey, and al-Husseini, knowing what was happening, he wrote to the Hungarian and Romanian governments, lobbied against them allowing the Jewish children to leave Europe. I think he actually urged, in his own words, to send them to Poland, which is like, Like Himmler had actually told him that they were exterminating them, and he was seemingly happy with that, to say, "Oh, we'll send the kids to Poland."
I just don't see. I agree with all. But first of all, this guy. So the way Palestinian society worked. So the way people had power, had governmental power and authority, was through like membership in a prominent family, like the Khalidis. Like Rashid Khalidi was at Columbia. He's from one of these families, or the Nashashibis, or the al-Husseinis, like this guy. This guy was appointed the leader of the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem by the British.
And he had an aristocratic background.
Yeah, he was. He was the head of the Arab Higher Committee, so he was an important leader for sure. He was the leader of the national movement. I don't think the fact that he has some complicity for very limited, if you look at the overall complicity, but he's some complicity for the Holocaust is not important. I mean, France is way infinitely more, and we wouldn't we wouldn't be like leveling these polemics at France. I mean, like the Vichy regime was for a time popularly supported.
People do blame Vichy.
Yeah, the al-Husseini thing though is a bit of a stretch. I'm not saying he doesn't personally have moral responsibility. Yeah, but like to project that to the nation. I mean, for me, I think the most interesting thing about al-Husseini's Mudhakarat, his memoirs, in this quote, is what I found interesting about it is it's another way to rebut Holocaust denial, because so the Holocaust deniers say, oh, all the confessions are coerced. So like this dude writing in the 70s, 60s, his memoirs is making it up. Like it's absurd. Right.
Can I say
that's how go ahead.
So I think I read this on the Wikipedia page about al-Husseini. I'm not an academic, right? But I remember reading that like the argument that some have made is to say, well, the Nazis weren't actually listening to him when they were going to send those kids back to Hungary, Romania. Like they were going to do it anyway, and he just was writing in encouragement of that. But the thing is, like, I still see that as like morally tantamount to killing those kids, and I think a lot of people see complicity in that sense, right? Like if we're talking about somebody who knows that there's extermination camps and he actually lobbies on behalf of it, it doesn't matter whether Hitler and the Nazis were going to do it anyway. He still has to bear some moral responsibility, right?
Yeah, but I think it's really a stretch to say this one dude in a a society that doesn't have any democratic processes, frankly, that his conduct, which again is very so. It's strange that there's this much focus. I mean, it's part of history. It shouldn't be. I believe in facts. So yeah, his his knowledge of the Nazi Holocaust is a fact. The fact that he was the leader of the Palestinian national movement at the time is a fact. But I don't think there's a compelling. Okay,
he also was a recruitment. He basically
he recruited
served
Bosnian Muslims for this division of the Waffen SS. Okay, I mean, okay, but
so I understand
compared to the culpability of like European nations, where there actually was popular support for Vichy France at the beginning, for example, like Robert Paxson has discredited the Gaullism. You know, this was France. Vichy France was France, and then it became unpopular, and now we want to pretend it wasn't. But my point is, like, if you compare this to other European regimes, or I don't want to even say Ukraine because I don't want to play into, but Ukraine historically, you know, there was more complicity among Ukrainians in the Nazi Holocaust than there was among Palestinians. So I just find this to be kind of like special pleading.
I mean, that's obviously that's a very charged argument. And
no, it's not. I mean, the Ukrainians like participated in massacres spontaneously.
Yeah, at the same time, though, like you're kind of saying like, oh, you know, like it's very ancillary. This is one guy, etc. But there were like pro-Axis uprisings across the Middle East, like right next door in Iraq. There's literally a pro-Axis uprising. A lot of the Palestinian national leadership participated in that. So, for example, the guy who ended up fighting the guy who ended up leading the Arab Liberation Army in 1948, the irregulars, and their emblem is literally a dagger through the heart of a Star of David. And I remember reading on Wikipedia, people were saying like, oh, there's no evidence that they're genocidal, even though like their emblem's literally a dagger through a Star of David. So the guy who founded that, I can't pronounce his last name. It's like, yeah.
Let me look up his name. I know Arabic, but I actually have never heard of his name before. So I can pronounce it. Al-Qawaqji.
Yeah, Al-Qara, yeah.
Al-Qawaqji.
Yeah, Al-Qawaqji.
Yeah, whatever. Just call him Fauzi.
Yeah, so Fauzi, he literally served in the SS during the war, and prior to that, he was also and he collaborated with Amin al-Husseini, and prior to that, he has also participated in the pro-Axis uprising in Iraq. So there was actually widespread, and this is an unfortunate fact. There was widespread popularity for Nazis.
I think that's stretching it. So like my grandpa was in Egypt during World War II. Yeah, there were definitely like people. I think a lot of the expressions of support for the Nazis were what we could call LARPing. I mean, like you have like these brown people talking about how great Hitler. It's ridiculous. Hitler in an earlier edition of Mein Kampf.
Like for example, like how al-Husseini. I'm not sure if this was in al-Husseini's records. But there's that quote apparently where Hitler said, "Oh well,
he's like blue-eyed." Well, there's some white-looking people in the Levant. Like I mean,
like they had this strange. They did.
The connection is tenuous. It's very tenuous. Look, for example, the Nazis. One of the reasons they brought this guy to Europe during the war is they wanted him to like stimulate uprisings of Arabs in North Africa and Egypt, and the Levant against the British, right? And it was highly ineffective. Like David Modadel has written about this. Most Arabs were either frivolously in favor of one another's side. They just weren't that committed to the Nazis or the British. And there was anti-British sentiment for sure, but I'm seeing the pro-British weren't that committed to the British. The pro-Nazi weren't that committed to the Nazi, and certainly most Arab people didn't know about. I mean, we can say Germans didn't know, but certainly most Arab people, like we're like illiterate tenant farmers, they didn't know about the Nazi Holocaust.
So radio, there were radio broadcasts throughout the war. They had
al-Husseini was saying like kill Jews. Yeah, I know.
Like so, al-Husseini, like
he didn't incite people successfully. He didn't. He did not incite uprisings.
I do want to note this. Radio Berlin, al-Husseini said, March 1st, 1944, Arabs rise one man and fight for your sacred right. Kill the Jews.
He did say that.
This pleases God, history, and religion. This saves your honor.
What is the relevant? Okay, yeah. So this guy who through appointment by British and his aristocratic background became.
There's still streets named after al-Husseini in Gaza and the West Bank today, though. And and Arafat
and Romania right now is in the process of electing a man as their leader who praises Antonescu, who killed hundreds of thousands of Jews.
And that's sick. So like, that's sick. Like,
and Orban whitewashed his horror. People are and the Ukrainians. Guess who's popular in Ukraine? Who's popular? And I sound like a fucking Russian propagandist, but it's just true that Bandera, the OUN is popular in Ukraine, despite the fact that they killed.
It's not popular in Ukraine.
Bandera is. Bandera is. No, the far right is not popular. I'm not saying the far right is. I'm saying the memory.
They've never even been elected.
No, they're not. They're not anti-Semites or Nazis. All that's a lie. But I'm saying the historical figure, But the historical figure of Bandera is popular. People rewrite the historical figures. They whitewash that.
But like the far right in Ukraine hasn't even been able to enter
No,
the
I'm
Rada.
not saying they're far right. I'm not saying they're far
Yeah.
right. I am saying
Yeah.
that Bandera is popular, according to Poland.
It's hard to say that. Like,
No, it's
like
just polling.
it depends where you go in Ukraine. Like,
It does
I've
not
been
mean
to
they're
Ukraine, for
Nazis.
example,
People
where it's
rewrite.
more-
Drew, people rewrite. So, like in Vietnam, Ho Chi Minh's popular. It doesn't mean the massacres of the Viet Cong are popular. Concentration camps in South Vietnam after the war are popular. People rewrite in history. People they view as like a national liberation leader, and to expurgate the atrocities. The Ukrainians are not far right. Right, the right sector got 2% or whatever. I'm not saying that, absolutely not. That's Russian propaganda. What I am saying is, like other peoples, Ukrainians have rewritten the history of Bandera to take out the atrocities. And
I mean, I've got a quote here. There's a comment here where someone says, "Well, citing Bandera is silly, but citing Husseini isn't." I mean, Bandera literally was in it. Like he obviously bears horrible moral culpability, but he did end up going into a Nazi concentration camp, whereas Husseini was like literally recruiting people to the Nazis. A little bit different.
But okay, we're talking about atrocities though. It's the Nazis aren't only bad people. It's not saying Ukrainians are bad. Of course they're not. They're 100% on the right in the war. So I don't want you to think I'm playing into this retarded narrative. What I am saying is that, like the Ukrainians, like the Hungarians, people rewrite histories of national leaders to expurgate atrocities. Americans do this with Thomas Jefferson had effectively a sex slave. They rewrite that. That's how people relate to their past. If somebody played an important role, they will expurgate and whitewash the atrocities. It's not right, but it does not mean that.
So if I'm correct, like that's your argument for like explaining. Well,
it's important, but not nearly as important as you're saying. Is my argument. It doesn't have some guilt on the Palestinian people or whatever.
Let me be clear here, right? Like I'm not bringing up Al Husseini to say that Palestinians as an entire people bear responsibility for the Holocaust. That's absolutely not my position. I'm not saying that. And I don't have the stupid Netanyahu revisionist history where he literally said that Al Husseini invented the idea of the Holocaust, which is actually like full-blown.
Well, a future Israeli prime minister, this is mentioned in the Destiny debate, which I know you're watching the other night, but it's a fact. Yitzhak Shamir attempted to conduct an alliance with Hitler based on what Shamir expressed as shared values. So it wasn't like I'd never call the Havara agreement. I never call that an alliance. That's just people who are desperate, right? But Shamir expressed ideological affinity with Hitler.
It's true that there were Jewish fascists in the early 30s prior to the extermination.
Not just fascists, because Italian fascism is different. But Yitzhak Shamir expressed affinity with Hitler.
Listen. Like I'll actually have to read into that more. Like I know, like Havara agreement is like a very large.
No, Havara is not what I'm talking about. That's people who are desperate. I'm not saying that's an alliance with the Nazis. I'm talking about Yitzhak Shamir, which is a different thing.
Anyway, what I was going to say though is the reason why I brought up Al Husseini in the first place. I'm not doing the Netanyahu revisionist thing, and I'm not saying that Palestinians and Arabs bear responsibility for the Holocaust. That's not my position at all. The reason I bring it up is we're talking about like the foundation of Zionism. Obviously, how that relates to the Holocaust. You yourself said that obviously the Holocaust is this massive turning factor in like convincing so many Jews of why Zionism should exist, why the state of Israel should exist. And I think it's relevant in that picture that there were, unfortunately, Arab leaders who were collaborationists during.
It's just such a tenuous link. I mean,
it's not really.
People were like LARPing in. So these people are mostly illiterate. They don't know about the Nazi Holocaust. They don't know anything about it. Most Palestinians.
But Husseini did, and he literally.
Okay, yeah, he did. This one guy.
And
did,
he was a leader. He was a serious leader at the time.
Well, yeah, he was. At that time he didn't have any formal office, but he was. He would later be the leader of the Arab Higher Committee. He was during the Arab Revolt, and he was appointed by the British. The head of as the Grand Mufti. So yeah, okay, Al Husseini. But I just don't think there's a strong connection in a society that isn't democratic. I
mean, okay. What then? Okay, for example, Hamas was then democratically.
There's more of a connection with parties that have some democratic backing. Yeah. Or like even popular movements. Like Al Husseini was not a popular leader. Like Adolf Hitler was obviously, he's appointed, he has a lot of popular support, but fascists tried to appeal to the masses, right? Al Husseini was like an aristocrat. He wasn't engaged in populism the way like Yasser Arafat was. You know.
I mean, true. True. But he was certainly positioned at the time as the national.
All right. Okay, we're not going to agree on this.
Anyway, I have a comment here. Someone says Zionists love bringing up the Holocaust as if Palestinians did it. Like, and again, that's not even my argument.
I know it's not your argument, but I just think these connections are very strained. I think I would recommend David Modell's book. The Nazi outreach was very ineffective in the Arab world generally. You had like people LARPing one day about how great Hitler is, and then they didn't care a week later. It was not some deep ideological affinity. This is hugely exaggerated. There was with this one guy, you mentioned. Our friend, yeah.
It's quite convenient to say, like, it wasn't significant. It unfortunately was significant to the extent that, like, there was like a pro-Axis uprising in Iraq and stuff like that, which was accompanied by pogroms against Jews.
Sure, the Farhud was that was a
and like Al Husseini was supporting that as well. So again, we can't just say like this is all LARPing. Like it did happen.
Mostly was LARPing. The Farhud, of course, isn't LARPing. That was a horrible massacre of Jews, right? Al
Husseini supported
it. Like Egyptians talking about Nazis were LARPing. That's my position.
I mean, you can argue that, but at the same time, like there were pro-Axis uprisings. Al Husseini backs it. There are Palestinian national figures who back it at the same time.
All right, I think we're going in circles here. And Yitzhak Shamir, future Prime Minister of Israel, said we have common interests with the Nazis and sought an alliance in 1941.
Look, I have to read it more into that particular quote, for example, but I think, we're just talking here about like you said, Zionism's a crazy concept.
So okay, do you accept that? Do you understand why I find it to be absurd? I think you can't just abolish Israel and ethnically cleanse everybody now. Like I don't agree with that. So that's not my position. But originally, the original idea that 2,000 years ago we were Middle Eastern. So they were, it seems. And then we have their religion talks about next year in Jerusalem, even though we don't really believe in our religion. Therefore, we can and if you dig up stuff in the ground in Palestine, you find Jewish artifacts. Therefore, we have a moral right to transform Palestine into a Jewish state. It's absurd to me, to be honest.
Look, the argument that it's absurd. You could level that.
You see where I'm coming from, even if you don't agree. You see where I'm coming from.
I don't see it because I honestly think it's no more absurd than Turkish people deciding that there is a Turkish nation and they're going to fight for a Turkish nationhood, or a Greek person doing that, or like it's part of all nationalism, right? And it wasn't invented wholesale out of nothing because there was long-term, like there were still Jews, non-Zionist Jews living in Palestine, British men toured Palestine.
Yeah, but they didn't play any role they played like virtually zero role in the Zionist movement till 1948. The old yeshiva had almost no role.
There's continuous inhabitation, and at the same time as well,
it sounds like a bullet point, Drew. Continuous inhabitation. Like these were different people. Okay, they were obviously different people, completely culturally different.
Hey, Bell, drop it. Sorry, 1 second. My dog's eating something. She's very cheap because she's only 6 months old. Drop, Bell, drop it. Drop that. Hey. Get this instead. Please. Get this instead. Oh, you want this instead? Please. Sorry, 1 second, guys. Sorry. I got it. It was a piece of soil.
Okay, but to your point though. Okay, so I understand the move you're making. So the part about continuous habitation, that's an eye roll. But the first part is totally fair. I think that's a good point. That every nationalism has an element of irrationalism and myth making. Like Italians are saying, the Italian identity really becomes normative in the 19th century. Yeah, they tell themselves that it was implicit before that. You see that with Germans too, right? Everybody has it.
Really a really good example of
that. But when you're trying to cash this out into because of our particular national myths, we have a right to a state here to transform this land into a state. I think that becomes very problematic. It's when because the Italians they were trying to build a society among people who were indigenous to Italy, whereas you have with the European Jews, you have this very strange claim that no one else ever made of indigenous status because you were there thousands of years ago, and then you have the right to transform the country into an ethno state for your group, which implicitly, even though at the beginning I don't think there was a consensus for this, it emerges by the late 30s, early 40s. Initially, there wasn't a consensus for ethnic cleansing. They weren't even focus that much on the indigenous population, this becomes the consensus. It's really inevitable, because Benny Morris makes this point in the Birth of Palestinian Refugee Problem Revisited. You can't transform an overwhelmingly Palestinian Arab society into a Jewish ethnic state without displacing the people. And in fact, the displacements, there were thousands. Well, a lot of the land they bought it's true, it was a pretty dense, pretty sparsely populated area. A lot of the land they bought was not inhabited. A lot of the land they bought also was inhabited. Even before the Nakba, thousands of families were displaced from their land. And if you look at the British documentary records, like the Hope Simpson report of 1930, they say that the Palestinian violence against the Jews, which, by the way, only really begins in the 1920s. There's very little in the first few decades of Zionism. It begins after the Balfour Declaration, and also after the expulsion of tenant farmers intensifies in the 20s. They were afraid of being displaced and having their society changed. That was the main motivation for the violence. It wasn't anti-Semitism or whatever. And even in these early massacres, like these early violence from the Palestinians, there was a lot more sympathy among Palestinians than you'd see, frankly, nowadays, for Jews. Like in the Hebron massacre, many Palestinians hid Jews.
I say here?
I've even found papers in the 1940s that some Palestinians were trying to hide. And I'm not claiming these memes about they welcome during the holiday. These is exaggerated. But I did find papers saying at a small scale, there were Palestinians who were protecting Jewish illegal immigrants. And I'm going to publish these incidentally, because I don't think they've been published.
Look, that's really interesting.
Yeah, I'm not saying I don't know the scale, but there was reports by the British colonial authorities that they were hiding some illegal immigrants, some Palestinians, because of sympathy for them. Now, I don't know how widespread this was, but this is a report that the British.
I want to say here. So it's certainly right that there were a number of Arab civilians who protected Jewish civilians during the Hebron massacre. And I believe that was also the case in Iraq during the pogroms associated with the pro-Arab uprising there. And, obviously, massive respect for those noble people who did protect the innocent civilians. The sad thing, though, is that Hebron is ultimately a pretty bad example for the idea that, this is not anti-Semitic, because, Hebron's a bad example to use of a massacre that shows that is not necessarily anti-Semitic, but instead, based on national feeling, etc., because they actually targeted non-Zionist Jews who had been living there for generations. And there's no attempt in that massacre to distinguish between non-Zionist Jews and Zionist Jews. They were killed simply because they were Jewish. So maybe Hebron is an exception, but as a general, I think you'd have to admit, as a general matter, there was very little violence against the Jewish immigrants or the Jewish. There were a series of
massacres. Okay, I'm not talking about hundreds of years ago. I'm talking about from the late 19th century, the beginning. Late 19th century, the beginning of the first Aliyah, through the 1920s. There was almost zero.
Unfortunately, that's not true, because there were a series of massacres.
Which massacres occurred before 1920?
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying through the 1920s there were.
In the 1920s there were. I've made the point about demarcating the Balfour Declaration and also more intensive expulsions of Palestinians in the 1920s and land acquisition as a channel marker, if you will, right? There wasn't in the 1920s. The British authorities, though, as I said, with the Hope Simpson report in 1930, they assessed the cause of this was fear of territorial displacement. That was their assessment of the cause of the violence, the intercommunal violence, attacks on civilians.
Would British colonial authorities? I mean, these people were not exactly enlightened when it came to anti-Semitism. Do you really think the British colonial authorities?
They supported. They were on board with Zionism until 1939. There were
also plenty of anti-Semites who.
Well, yeah, but they favored Zionism. Their policy was Zionism.
What I was going to say is that there's also plenty of people who supported Israel for anti-Semitic reasons, in that they wanted to basically deport Jews, and so it's unlikely to think that there's going to be... There
was also the Shaw Commission, too, not just the Hope Simpson Commission. There were two commissions in 1930. Both of them assessed that this violence was the cause of it. The motive was it was dispossession and Zionist domination of society. So they're transforming the society into a European Jewish ethnic state.
I mean, again, I still find it, even if these people were pro-Zionist, it's hard to imagine British colonial authorities in the 20s and 30s saying, yes, anti-Semitism exists, because there was anti-Semitism.
You think they? I mean,
what anti-Semitism was extremely widespread in Britain at the time, and a lot of the early support for Zionism was anti-Semitic in the sense that they were like, okay,
I would say Anglosphere anti-Semitism, where we're talking about Britain, the United States, Australia, is of a different was historically of a different level, a different kind.
That's true. But it did
than the anti-Semitism in continental Europe, like France, Germany,
that's true.
much less Eastern Europe. So I think there was anti-Semitism, but it was not virulent in the way of
I agree that it's not the same as continental anti-Semitism or anti-Semitism as it existed in the Arab and Muslim world at the time. It was less virulent in the Anglo-Saxon, I guess, countries. That said, though, like, these people still harbored anti-Semitic attitudes. Britain wanted to block Jewish refugees. A lot of Australians wanted to as well. Under the White Australia policy, they wanted to block Jewish refugees. America wanted to block Jewish refugees for a long time as well. So I'm just saying, like, the fact that some of the early colonial administration said, well, this violence is linked more to Zionist settlers rather than anti-Semitism, it's not necessarily a silver bullet there.
Okay, but I have to. Okay, so you don't think that's accurate? I think that's the most explicit evidence we have. We also have the Palestinians themselves, who their consistent message, and Benny Morris talks about this in Righteous Victims. It's also in publications like Palestine, which was founded by two Christian Palestinians, by the way. The most consistent message is they're going to displace you, they're going to change the society, they're going to kick you out. That was the battle cry that was used most commonly. So the evidence we have is that, and also this was happening, like thousands of Palestinians. Families, so in larger total number, were kicked off their land because of land acquisition, right? Before the Nakba, where they buy land and expel tenant farmers. This was a systematic practice, like the JNF, Jewish National Fund, the guy Weitz, Joseph Weitz. Is it Weiss or Weiss? Weitz, I don't remember. But he supported this policy. So they were. And by the late 30s, early 40s, they're explicitly for removing these people from their land by force. So that isn't the consensus before then, but Morris points this out in the Birth of Palestinian Refugee Problem Revisited. You have quotations to this effect. Ben-Gurion, in response to the Peel Commission, says he favors compulsory transfer, sees nothing in it immoral. You have Joseph Weitz, you have Chaim Weizmann. These guys favor some kind of compulsory expulsion. And if you look at the after UN Resolution 181, which endorsed partition, it was non-binding. Obviously, it's a UN General Assembly resolution, but it's the one resolution that Israel likes, not Security Council resolutions, but the General Assembly. The Israelis, what they said, or the Yishuv, you'd say at the time, the Jewish Agency for Palestine, they were planning on. They said, okay, these are going to be the borders that the UN is defining. We have to deny citizenship to a huge number of Palestinian Arabs here, because it was like 40%, 45% Palestinian, the state, the Jewish state, conceived in the partition plan. So, there was they were committed to ethnic cleansing and an apartheid system by this time. And you can say, if you want to defend Israel or the Yishuv, you can say, well, they were radicalized by the Arab Revolt and the Nazi Holocaust, because the consensus does not emerge in this explicit way for transfer until the late 30s, early 40s. Okay, that's part of it. But nevertheless, if you're a Palestinian tenant farmer, these people want to ethnically cleanse you and then like have you live in apartheid conditions if you're within their state. So
look, I think one thing we haven't discussed at all over the course of this long debate, though, is like there is the ethnic cleansing of the Jewish population of the Middle East and North Africa that is accompanied with
okay. So the problem with this
discourse, a large flight to the.
There's no question that, for example, Egypt, the small after the Levant affair, for instance, the very small Jewish community in the West Bank after the Jordanians annexed it in the 48 war, Iraq. I'd say Algeria too, because Algeria denied citizenship to Jews after the War of Independence. So I'd say Algeria too. Yeah. There is no question that in many of these countries there was ethnic cleansing of Jews. However, 2 points. One, they lump these all together to try to make the number bigger than the Nakba. So like Morocco, no, there was not ethnic cleansing of Jews in Morocco. That's just not a reasonable argument to make. Or
There's
Turkey.
there's still there was
Let me
still
finish my point.
a climate of terror and fear.
Okay,
etc.
yeah, but that's not the same as like a state, or Tunisia. That's not the same as a state policy of ethnic cleansing like we had in Algeria, where the state is saying you're going to be denied citizenship, right? So there isn't like a state act. In fact, the Moroccan government, in the Tunisian government, tried to suppress violence against Jews. So you cannot say Morocco and Tunisia as a state are responsible for ethnic cleansing of Jews. And then Turkey, they throw in Turkey, and it gets to be really weird. So there's something to this, though. There were Jews, large numbers of Jews from some of these countries that were ethnically cleansed, but it isn't all Arab countries or all Middle Eastern countries. It isn't Palestine that did this. So I just don't find it to be a particularly relevant point. And another thing that should be noted is some of these people got stolen Palestinian houses. So after the Nakba, they just, that they expropriate all the property.
I mean, the Arabs, in a lot of these Arab countries, the Jewish property was completely
Egypt for sure,
Algeria,
right? No, it's no question.
Iraq.
I'm not disputing this. What I'm disputing is that it was all Arab or Middle Eastern Jews. It varies by country. There is ethnic cleansing in some cases that I mentioned, and I'm disputing that this is like the Palestinians responsible. It's like they're turning this history of real crime. No, they're turning this history of real crimes in like a Hasbara bullet point. I feel like I
don't think that's fair. I don't think that's fair because the reason I bring it up, right, is you have this very widespread narrative, and I mean, I don't think you do it necessarily, but you still called Zionism fundamentally like a sort of European Jewish colonial project. But the fundamental reality of it today is that half of the Israeli Jewish population descends from populations that were expelled from the Middle East and North Africa.
Expelled or immigrated, we have to say, because they weren't expelled from Turkey or Morocco. But
a huge proportion were expelled and lost their property.
Sure. And I agree with that. That happened.
I know you can say, well, like Morocco didn't like. The Moroccans say
it was not ethnic cleansing. If that's ethnic cleansing, then I mean, there's like, that is not ethnic cleansing when the state when there's violence perpetrated against a minority group on an occasion, and then the state opposes it, and then the people leave. By the way, there's a new scholarship which shows. No, let me make a point here. There's new scholarship which shows that the Israelis had to human traffic a lot of the Moroccan immigrants because they wanted to go back to Morocco. They had to take their passports to prevent them from going back. So there's more nuance in this history than lumping every country together. Now, I've never denied that there were countries that ethnically cleansed their Jews. I mentioned the number, and it's a horrible thing that happened. What I do deny is that you can say all Arabs did it and that Palestinians did, because they didn't. So I just think it's an important history that is not discussed in a serious way. That's why I put it.
Let me respond.
Let me make another point about the European thing. So America's demographics are going to be in my lifetime, definitely. Majority not. No. Let me point.
I was just going to quickly. I need to quickly say the Morocco thing. There were mass anti-Semitic riots and
there were, no question. But the government didn't favor them.
And they banned like Zionism.
And what percentage of people who immigrated were affected by them? So, as I say, a lot of people who immigrated to Morocco wanted to go back because of the racism they faced in Israel shortly after. Now, let me make a point here. One other point. So you say that because of the contemporary they kind of play games with these demographics. I really don't know if I believe but a lot of, let's say it's half or 40%, a hell of a lot of the Jews, maybe it's 60%. I don't know. A hell of a lot of the Jews are of Mizrahi background or Sephardic background. No question. I don't think this changes the fact that Israel was a European colonial project any more than America's changing demographics changed its origins as a European colonial project. Israel could have never existed without the ideology, the socialism, the ethno-nationalism, the idea of we're the dominant group, but the minority will get equal rights, right? That was their vision for the Arabs, whatever Arabs were allowed to become citizens, right? Were ethnically cleansed, which they want to do too. But this is all Europe. This all screams Europe, late 19th century Enlightenment ism, right? Ism, like communism, one of these utopian isms. No, it's absolutely a European project. Just as the United States is part of European civilization, even as a majority of the citizens are no longer of European descent or won't be pretty soon. So I don't yield the point that it's no longer European colonialism because of the Mizrahi. Because in 1948, it was overwhelmingly Europeans, all the leadership, and the ideology is distinctly European. So I don't accept that it wasn't a European colonial project.
why I bring it up though is it's a very popular narrative among the.
They're all white. I mean, that's just stupid. Yeah, but they're just
So, for
wrong.
example, I'll give you an example, right? Like probably the most prominent Palestinian activist in Australia. His name's Nasser Mashni, and he leads the Australia-Palestine Activism Network. And he's been on the record. He had a speech at a rally like this time last year. It was about a year ago, where he basically was saying the Jews. The reason why they get sunburnt in Israel is because their skin color, their skin isn't designed for the Middle East. These people are not designed for the Middle East like we were designed for the Middle East. That's how you can tell.
Well, I mean, I'm sorry, Drew, but like in terms of the skin cancer rates in Israel, they are very high, and like okay, the memoirs, even the memoirs of folks of settlers, the original settlers frequently talk. I can't say I've read any of these memoirs, but I've read secondary source mentions of them. They talk about the environment, and yes, sunburn is a big factor of adjusting to the fauna and flora. So there's some truth to this, even if like a Yemeni obviously is not like
two things there, right? Like one, to talk about people not being allowed to live somewhere because their skin's not right for it. Like that's purely blood and soil type racism. Two, like it also it's symbolic of the fact that for a massive part of the Palestinian movement, a major section, I won't even say majority, but a major section, and this is the most prominent guy in this is the most prominent Palestinian activist in Australia. His father, when his father died, Ismail Haniyeh sent condolences to his funeral because he was known as the guy who sort of set up the PLO in Australia and everything. So he's like part of like a prominent Palestinian activist family network and everything. Like it's symbolic of the fact that a large proportion of this movement just does not recognize the legitimacy of Jews living in the Middle East. It's like they're not indigenous, they can't live here, and they won't accept the fact that today the state of Israel is so different to this idea of European Jews living there. Like half the population is Middle Eastern descended, and they don't have dual citizenship. They can't go back to Algeria. They can't go back to these countries where they're expropriated.
Yeah, that's the problem. I mean, a lot of, as I said earlier, a lot of countries are founded on absurdity or folly, but you can't just abolish them, right? Now, I think the fact, I will say this though, I think the fact that Israel has engaged in genocide, as I tried to show earlier, does undermine the legitimacy of this project considerably. It doesn't justify ethnically cleansing people, but I think it should give us more of an open mind toward should this this Jewish state, which was founded in such bizarre circumstances, should this be allowed to persist, or should we have another polity? Now, I think in the short run, we need a two-state solution, but we should be open to other solutions too. We need peace and a two-state solution. But I think the best way to end the conflict would honestly just be have these people live together. Can that happen in the short run? No. Can that happen in the short run? No. No, I don't want. Okay, I don't. Drew, I don't. I'm not utopian. We cannot do that tomorrow. There'd be civil war. Everyone would be massacring each other. No, we're not going to do that. That's not happening, and we're not going to do it 5 years from now either. But I think as a long-term vision of one state is probably the most viable way to integrate Israel into the region, given this bizarre history, which has culminated in a genocide. That's my view. Now, does it mean politically we should advocate? No, let me finish. I'm not saying we should advocate that tomorrow. I disagree with people who advocate for one state solution because it's not practical. But I think as a long-term vision, leaving aside political advocacy, that's the right approach. What we should advocate for in the short run is a two-state solution and end to violence.
So again, this is another very popular narrative among within the Palestinian movement. The idea that Zionism cannot exist because it is apparently committed genocide, etc. And that's the narrative. And I contest the genocide characterization, but let's assume you're framing for a second the idea being that that Zionism and the state of Israel just it's just completely discredited by crimes associated at its founding, etc., etc.
No. I'm not saying the founding was genocide. I'm saying that since October 7th.
I mean, well, there are people who
I don't believe they. Well, yeah, I know, but I don't think those are strong arguments.
Yeah, fair enough. Look, okay, fair enough. I'm talking more about the Palestinian movement in general. Okay. Yeah, I see all the time people say the Nakba was genocide, therefore Israel should never existed. All these sorts of things. My thing though, right, is okay, for example, Turkey exterminate, and again, I don't think there's anything analogous between the Ottoman Empire's Armenian genocide and what's happening here. But just say, for example, Turkey carries out the Armenian genocide. How come it's not the case that people today say, well, the Turkish nationhood and Turkish nationhood is the problem. Turkey should be not allowed to exist. Turkishness is the problem. Nobody talks like that. Why is it only in the context of Israel that people talk in that way?
Well, for my position, the issue is different because the Armenian genocide, which is, by the way, one of the most extreme episodes of genocide in history, the fact that it's denied is preposterous. Like it isn't. We mentioned the Nazi Holocaust earlier. Like this is definitely on the extreme end of genocide.
Yeah.
So like it's not like a borderline case.
Yeah.
But it was also a century ago, over a century ago. So I think that has some pertinence. Well over a century ago. So that has relevance.
Like okay, for example, okay, here's a good example, right?
No, that has relevance, bro. Come on. Over a century ago.
Okay, here's a really good example, though, right? Like Azerbaijan, as we speak, they ethnically cleansed.
And who's sending them arms, by the way? Israel.
I know, again, and that's actually to be honest, that's actually one of my biggest criticisms of Netanyahu in the state of Israel. The way that they arm Azerbaijan against Armenia is completely immoral. I was going to bring up the concept, the example of Azerbaijan. They ethnically cleansed 100,000 people from Nagorno-Karabakh about 2 years ago now. I don't actually ever see people say Azerbaijan as a state or a nation should not exist. So like, why is that the case? Like it really only seems to be in the context of, Jewish self-determination that people talk about, there should just be no such thing as Zionism. Jews should not have
I mean, if I'm correct, they're engaged in a genocide right now. And that would explain the difference to a great extent in rhetoric and anger. So if you look at look at me before October 7th. Before October 7th, yeah, I debated the Zionist issue before, but I said my positions were that it was dumb in the founding, the Nakba was unjust, blah, blah, blah. But I also said that Arabs are obsessively focused on this, not in their own horrible human rights issues in their own country. So I was much more critical of the solidarity movement than I am now because there's been a genocide. So my position is effectively. Okay, it was not. It was. I actually was sympathetic to some of these memes that like, oh, Israel's singled out. It was like, yeah, Israel sucks, but like they are singled out by countries that suck even more. And now I don't accept that framing anymore because Israel has committed a genocide. Although I will say that like the level of lying about Israel's human rights record is humorous. So to go to an issue. So I'm going to tease you a bit on this. I wanted to. I remember looking at you were like, we're talking about the kafala system in UAE, and you're like, it's bad, but maybe it's not slavery. Okay, that's
and I don't defend it. It's not a good system.
No, I know you're not. No, but then for Qatar, you said it is slavery. Like I looked at like because I was just
I think
and then Israel had this.
No,
system
I agree.
And did Israel have slavery till 2006? I mean, so
no. To be honest, I actually would regard the UAE system as slavery. I think so.
So did Israel have slavery until 2006?
No, I don't think so.
Well, Israel had the kafala system. Israel had a system called the binding system that was the same thing. The kafala system is not we kidnap you and you must work here. It's essentially you come here, you cannot quit your job or you're going to be arrested and deported. And we will confiscate your passport to reinforce this. And it's essentially indentured labor. Israel had the same system. They had the same system. Okay, but why is it not slavery when Israel did it?
Okay. Look, if the way you've described it to me is correct, then I think that's absolutely massive human rights abuse, and I'm glad they abolished it. I'm against the caliphate system. Okay,
but it wasn't slavery when Israel did it though.
I think it's a system of slavery to keep people's passports and stuff like that. So I think it's bad. If Israel did it, it's bad. If Qatar does it, it's bad. If UAE does it, it's bad. I think it's just straight up bad. Okay. Now listen, I want to ask you, right? Sorry, we have a comment here. Somebody had this comment. I'm trying to find it. Somebody had a comment, and I think it was worth talking about. Sorry, I've gotten a bit sidetracked now. I'm trying to remember what the comment was. There was an interesting comment that I thought was worth talking about. Oh yes. Okay. Like here's. Sorry, this is what I was going to ask earlier. I forgot it for a second, but I do want to ask you this, though, right? Why is it that, for example, I started out as an activist against the Chinese Communist Party because of their atrocities against the Uyghur people and Tibetans and stuff like that. But in the course of I've called for the overthrow of the CCP, etc. Never in the course of my activism did I ever say, though, that like China should not exist as a concept. Like there should be no state for Han people. And like I noticed that you don't say that there should be no state for Azeris. Like you don't challenge. I'm sure you're against what they've done to Armenians, but it doesn't seem that you challenge the very foundational legitimacy of Azerbaijan as a nation. So I mean that's where I just think it is a double standard, though.
Well, I mean, but I don't want them to be ethnic. I want them to have self-determination in the sense that they have a right to be in Israel and they have a nationality there and they can't be ethnically cleansed or anything like this and shouldn't be subjected to violence. But I don't think, morally speaking, I think if the indigenous population had the right to return, that would be better. It doesn't mean tomorrow we can do that or it's a practical policy. But I think the complicating factor here is there's a large indigenous population that wants to return. Whereas in the case of Turkey, there were Christian communities that over time definitely became indigenous, right? Even if they wouldn't pass 23andMe, they were effectively indigenous. They were ethnically cleansed, murdered, genocide, but they don't want to go back to Turkey. So there isn't this pressing moral issue of an indigenous population that seeks to return.
Here's a really good, actually in this same context, right? This is a good example. So, for example, my family background is Greek Cypriot, and I had family members who lost land in North Cyprus when Turkey invaded and occupied North Cyprus, which is still under occupation today. And obviously, I'm completely against the Turkish occupation. I wish that Cyprus could be reunified, etc. But nevertheless, and I'm not alone in thinking this, right? Like I don't think any Greek Cypriot, like 90% plus would. I think 90% plus Greek Cypriots would oppose the kind of idea that there should be like a Greek Reconquista, Greek nationalist Reconquista of the North, where like they do like an October 7 on North Cyprus, right? Like I would oppose that fully. So part of it, right, is like the idea that through violence you can purge the occupier. Like
I don't think that there should be a war of conquest in Tel Aviv. I don't think that's the right approach. I'm not condoning that.
I know that you don't want that, but unfortunately, this is.
Yeah, there are people. Of course, there are.
There are a lot of people.
But let's talk about the Solidarity movement a bit. So I don't agree with violent. With Hamas's methods, I would agree with violent struggle against combatants, against infrastructure. I think that's justified. I don't think it's justified to target civilians, which Hamas did on October 7th, did in the Second Intifada, and so on. So I don't think that's right. I don't think, though, that the people who sympathize with Hamas are like some unique genocidal perversion. I mean, we had people sympathizing with the Viet Cong in the 1960s, 1970s. Viet Cong targeted civilians.
That's horrible. I still think.
Okay, sure. But I'm saying like in colonial contexts, this is not only is it very common for people to engage in violence against civilians, but it's very common for them to have sympathizers, especially on the left. That's one of the reasons I'm not a leftist. I don't agree with the idea that if you're oppressed, that anything goes. I don't agree with that. Oh, who are you to judge? No, I condemn 7 October. Okay, yeah, but I don't. But I understand what this is. It isn't like the Nazis are back. So I think people are misunderstanding this. It's much more akin to like leftists condoning the FLN in Algeria, massacring people, condoning the Mau Mau in Kenya, massacring people. They condone all this stuff. And they condoned it because they perceived this was a colonial system, and they thought anything is justified to oppose it. That would, like, you had intellectuals and French intellectuals like Sartre had this view. So it's I just think I think it's condemnable. So I'm not condoning it, but I don't think it's the same as the Nazis or worse than the Nazis was Douglas Murray's view that the Hamas and their supporters are worse.
I think that was horrible when Douglas Murray.
It wasn't horrible, just stupid. There's dumb. I mean, it's horrible in the sense that it was used as like propaganda for a genocide, but like it was retarded. Yeah.
I think it's really stupid to go into these people are like that analogy is really stupid. And the idea that like a lot of Germans were opposed to it, unfortunately, that's just not reality. I was going to say
they were like they mostly were indifferent. Like we have from the Reich Security head office, we have good, and we know this was an accurate source. It was the Nazis, but they were spying on their own citizens. We know it was accurate because they would say when Hitler got unpopular, they'd report that. When there was discontent with the war, they'd report that. So it's a great source. And they reported that the people, first of all, they said the knowledge of the mass shootings is widespread, and they indicated just like general indifference to the deportations. And that's clearly what happened. I mean, the one time there were mass protests in Germany was over the deportations of the Jewish spouses of Germans, and those deportations were suspended. So the protests worked, and the protests against the euthanasia worked too. So if there had been mass protests against deportations, it could have made. So like this is whitewashing, but the Israeli side has gotten to the point where like whitewashing the Nazi Holocaust is either good or okay. I mean, it's
the far right
perversion. No, like
you're right at the far right, but
Netanyahu is not the far right. He's
effectively far right. He's
the leader since like the vast majority of the time since 2009.
Well, I think what's happened is, unfortunately, like, there is popularity for the far right in Israel because of what Hamas did in Oslo during the Oslo.
Okay, but again, if you add up all the terrorism, it's less than October 2023 by Israel. Like all the terrorism ever.
I think that was another thing.
True. That is true.
No, but that was another thing I wanted to pull you up on earlier.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because like it's just fundamentally incorrect, I believe. Like, so to draw an equation, you have to consider
1 month though versus forever. Like, I mean, since the beginning of
sorry, what were you saying? Sorry, I couldn't hear this then.
No, so my claim is that Israel killed more civilians in a month of bombing, less than a month, in October 2023, than all Palestinian terrorists. So we're talking October 7th, Second Intifada, First Intifada, any action ever, the Hebron massacre, any action ever that was targeted specifically against civilians, so terrorism, we could call it, or murder, all of that combined was less than October 2023 in terms of number of civilians killed. That's the claim.
Here's why I think that's an incorrect framework to view the bomb. Right?
Go ahead.
Okay, I'll explain to you though, right? Like, okay, I don't see any equivalence potential. I think to be able to draw that thing, you'd have to say that the Blitz is the same morally as the bombing of Dresden. And I don't see that to be the case.
So, okay, this is another subject, but it's another pet peeve of mine. So I'm not with there's two types of World War II revisionism. Okay. And the first has discredited the second. The first is saying Churchill, like there's this guy, Zoomer historian, I'm going to quote tweet because he's an idiot.
Yeah, he's a far right guy.
He said Churchill started the war.
Yeah, dumb.
Like Churchill was not in power, when Stalin invaded 6 sovereign countries and when Hitler invaded most of Western Europe. So it's a laughable argument. So the first type is kind of like saying that the West started World War II, which is just ludicrous. Then there was a second argument that is very serious, and people like you, Drew, don't take seriously enough, and you should. And maybe I'll write a book about it, I don't know. But the Western Allies behaved like utter barbarians in World War II. Barbarians. The bombing of Dresden, which you're defending, was deliberately targeting civilians as a strategy, and it wasn't necessarily to win the war. It was just mass murder. I mean, these are some of the worst atrocities in the history of modern war.
See, I just don't rank Dresden in that category. Because
I'm not saying it's as bad as the Nazi Holocaust, but it is some of the worst stuff ever.
Maybe this is just a different way of viewing the war.
You agree they deliberately killed civilians as a strategy.
Can I ask you, right? Like, when it comes to, for example, Hiroshima, or when it comes to the example of Dresden, do you morally blame the United States and Britain, or do you morally blame...
It's mass murder. They are going outside of the norms of war. It's not collateral damage. It's mass murder.
Can I say my point though, right? I blame the Imperial Japanese leadership for Hiroshima, and I blame Nazi Germany for Dresden. Like, that's the way I see it, right?
I disagree.
I'll give you an example why. So people don't realize this, right? That people talk about atomic. So I remember Oppenheimer comes out. There was a massive, wave of discourse online, etc., where people were talking about was it morally justified to drop the bomb? Obviously, the dropping of the bomb in itself is a horrific act. I remember people were saying, well, America only did this because they wanted to scare the Soviets. There was no military objective. It was just an evil thing. Now, people don't realize that even after Nagasaki, so 2 atomic bombs had been, so at this point, Tokyo had been firebombed. Nagasaki had been reduced to ruins by the atomic bomb. Hiroshima as well. So many cities around the entirety of Japan had been destroyed. Even at that point, when the emperor was preparing the surrender broadcast, the most fanatical factions within the Japanese military tried to institute a coup. They tried to take the grounds of the Royal Imperial Palace to seize the surrender broadcast and keep the war going. That's how fanatical some of these people were. Even after Hiroshima and Nagasaki, even after the firebombing of Tokyo,
there's no question that
to keep fighting. So this is the problem, right? When you deal,
Drew, the problem is if we justify the targeting of civilians as a strategy, it becomes very. You can say any meta. You can always say, okay, my meta cause is justified for because again, we're not talking about. We agree we're not talking about. Okay, Drew, we agree with the terror bombing, and there's a difference. I think we'd agree there's a difference between collateral damage and killing civilians as a strategy, right? Okay, and we agree that the nuclear bombings in Dresden, a lot of these episodes were deliberately targeting civilians as a strategy.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. So
sorry.
I cannot. So what was that? The difference between
could you say it again?
Dresden and the nuclear bombings of Hiroshima, Nagasaki. Like Nagasaki, there was like almost all people killed were civilians, right? Hiroshima, there was a good amount of combatants killed because it was just a militarized city. But these were strategies to kill civilians, to coerce a better
and
political
I
settlement.
I would agree with you that it's an evil in and of itself, but where I differ from you is that I blame the moral responsibility on
I
the
disagree entirely. Like, so here's another thing that isn't talked about at all. The Western Allies committed tens of thousands of rapes of German women after World War II. So that tells you something about the Western soldiers. Not talking about, I'm not talking about the mass rapes by the Soviet Union. So, like, generally speaking, we just, and this is one thing I challenge you on too, we romanticize the West, and the West has done horrific things. Yeah, we were definitely less. I agree, Drew. I agree with you. Zoomer historian is dumb. The West did not start the war. It was, well, it's one of the most clear-cut episodes of one side starting a war in terms of the Japanese invasion of Manchuria, the broader invasion of China, and then in the Eastern Theater, and then also the invasion of Poland by the Germans. So there's no question for who started the war. There, it's one side just has virtually all the responsibility. It's not even a serious discussion. Yeah. But the conduct of the war, the West behaved like barbarians, and the only reason that they're condoned, is because the Nazis and the Japanese were so bad.
I honestly disagree that their conduct was the conduct of barbarians. I truly believe, and look, this is just literally, I guess, a difference in worldview. I genuinely believe that the Imperial Japanese leadership are the ones morally at fault for Hiroshima rather than the Americans. And there are actually a lot of people in Japan who even believe that.
Dresden, you think the same thing?
I still think Nazi Germany is at fault for Dresden.
It's not even clear. I mean, Richard Overy's done work on this. It's not even clear that the terror bombings played a material role in ending the war. And I would also add that by February 1945, because of the Americans were, people invoke the Holocaust to justify Dresden. By February 1945, the gassings were done. Himmler called them off in late. It sounds like Holocaust now. It's true. Himmler called them off in late 1944. Because the Americans were approaching, right? And the Soviets were approaching. Well, Soviets were approaching Auschwitz. So the extermination program was called off by Himmler to save his ass, not because they had second thoughts. So there wasn't, this wasn't to save the Jews or anything like that. It was targeting civilians deliberately. And it's unsoldierly to kill civilians as a strategy, which is what they did.
I agree with you that it's morally disgraceful. If I was in power, I'd never make that order. I think it's morally disgraceful. But what I'm saying is,
I mean, Miriam Gephardt estimates too. I mean, she's on the high end. She's been criticized, but she estimates nearly 200,000 rapes by American soldiers of Germany. This is just, I know that sounds like a shocking figure. But the Germans were just viewed as subhuman, and Japanese were viewed as subhuman, and this led to horrible atrocities. And the only reason it's excused, this would be regarded as like some of the worst crimes in the history of the world, if not for the fact that the Nazis were just like different level. Their whole program was annihilating ethnic groups. That Lebensraum was imperialism. They like wanted to conquer Eastern Europe, but then wipe out the ethnic. No, it was like combining traditional imperialism with an ethno state, which meant annihilation. Like they wanted a Germanic state to the Urals. It was insane. So they are worse. They started the war, but the Western Allies behaved like utter savages.
But I still blame moral. I still think Hitler's at fault for Dresden.
I disagree with that. Hitler's at fault for the Nazi Holocaust and for starting the war.
But it wouldn't have happened were it not for
what you can say that for then the Versailles Treaty is to blame for the Nazi Holocaust, which obviously I don't believe. But like if you're doing like causation, I mean, we could argue Versailles is overrated with how punitive it was, but whatever. The point is that we disagree on this point. So I don't think we're going to make much progress. But I think, and the reason I bring it up is I want to challenge you on your Western chauvinism. I mean, it's not like some woke thing, like, oh, you could like, these are great countries to live in. Australia's great, America's great. No. But my point is, I think you underestimate how much evil, Western regimes are capable of. In just in the same way that like tankies romanticize all these bizarre regimes like North Korea.
I don't accept that I'm like the Western equivalent of a tanky though, because I criticize my side all the time, and even in
you do, but I think you have the tendency,
But even in the course of this conversation, I've said to you, I don't agree with Israel's area bombing strategy in Gaza. I don't agree with I acknowledge that there have been too many civilians' death. I agree with you that there should not be limiting of food. Like a tanky wouldn't be willing to say that about
limiting of food. They're blocking all food. Okay, do you agree with that is clearly to coerce the civilian population? Or do you think
I think it's wrong. And I'm
okay. Then that's I agree. Why are you against the indictments then? Because so they blocked all food from coming in, and then we had at least dozens of children starved to death. More children than died on October 7th.
The
claims of famine weren't true. They would have been true. They would have been true if Biden hadn't.
One second. I've got this guy, Misha Spencer. He's been on my ass the whole time going, oh, Drew's capitulating. I'm not capitulating because I've actually always said this. I've never once defended, like over the course of the 2 years, I've never once defended like policies of limiting food, all this stuff. I've never once done that. So it's not capitulation. I'm actually explaining
again, it's blocking all food from coming in. And they even
it's wrong. And I agree with you. That's really wrong. And that's actually why it was such a, that's a really good example of why it was so disastrous that so many
my friend who was against, you'd like her, I think. She was against, she's a person who went to the co-ed school. She told me about this. We made fun of Hamas for it. She was against October 7th, which, to be honest, was a minority view, but she was against it. It wasn't a 2% view. A lot of people thought it was wrong, but it was not the majority, I don't think. But she was against October 7th. They're starving her too. Like this is the problem with attacks on civilians.
That's wrong, and I agree with you. That's wrong. I've got this Misha guy saying Drew's tweets are way more extreme. Tell me one of my extreme tweets, because all I've ever said is that I think Hamas should be destroyed. I've never justified.
There's not even a plan to destroy them. So what's the point of the war?
I agree with you. The current plan is wrong
because it's too scary to go in the tunnels. Like, look at how much braver the Ukrainians are than your IDF.
The idea that the IDF should fight in the tunnels is a bit ridiculous, though, because you're asking.
No, but they're not. They should. Okay, but at the very least, they should. If they wanted to destroy Hamas, they need to conquer and hold the territory. We agree on that.
I do.
And they're not doing that.
It's very hard.
There's just no point.
It's very hard because that's the war that Hamas wants Israel to fight, and Israel's trying to be smart by avoiding that. But I agree with you at the same time.
But how is it smart though if they're not going to achieve any aims?
Well, I agree with you. I agree with you on that point that like it's not smart. They're trying to be too smart by half. They're trying to be like, oh, we're going to avoid the traditional occupation counterinsurgency thing that fucked over America and Iraq. But at the same time, it just leads.
Well, but America, look, Iraq was an unjust war, but America still managed to quell the insurgency under Petraeus. Of course, ISIS emerges later, so there's that huge caveat. But America managed to quell the insurgency under Petraeus through a strategy of conquering and holding territory and offering an alternative. And they don't even have to like you. You'd be very hard pressed to find Iraqi who thinks the American invasion was justified. They just have to prefer you to the alternative. And yeah, that'd be hard given the history, but Israel's not even fucking trying. And you'd have to offer them something big. You'd have to offer them a two-state solution and Palestinian governance.
That's it. Can I make one point here?
Yeah.
You said that like Israel's offering them nothing. There have been efforts by Israelis. So like, for example, they've made a really big effort where they've gone out and they've said, we will offer, I don't know the exact dollar amount, but it's like $2 million or it's like a huge amount of money, right? Anybody who gives us information on the hostages. And like, they haven't had people take up that offer.
Okay. Look, again, most Gazans would love for the war to end and for the hostages to go home. Now, I'm not saying the hostages are their moral priority, but this is a matter of how many. I mean, there's this dumb analogy made. You're not making this is a ridiculous analogy made, which is to justify more genocidal rhetoric about how there's not a single righteous Gazan. Like I have my friend on phone who says October 7th was wrong. She exists, but.
No, I agree with you.
How many people were rescued from they're making this dumb analogy, Nazi Germany. You don't agree with it, but like my thought would be how many people, they say righteous among the nations, how many people were rescued from concentration camps? That's the analogy. Like these people are being held by Hamas under gunpoint. Now, the people who were rescued in the Nazi Holocaust, generally, they were rescued by neighbors who hid them so they couldn't be deported. They didn't run into the camps and kill the SS and rescue them. So it would be almost impossible to rescue these people. In terms of intelligence, I think probably you had some of these so-called rescues, and I don't call them rescues because I think the people deserve to be held. Of course, I'm not in that camp. It was absolutely wrong to keep these people, kidnap them, but they killed hundreds of Palestinians, I think, to create a diversion to rescue like that young woman, Noah.
I contest that narrative as well because like the narrative there.
Well, you were saying like everyone's so evil no, honestly, Drew, I was not happy. Believe it or not. Not everyone is this caricature on the other side. I was not happy to see Noah Argamani, I don't know how to pronounce her last name, held. And I would have been completely happy to see her. They killed like hundreds of Palestinians in a diversion bombing. So yeah, that's why people were mad about that.
Look, but I don't know if like that's the narrative of Hamas, that there was a diversionary bombing. But we also know, and there's footage of this, right? That Hamas immediately engaged in a really fierce gun battle in the middle of a civilian neighborhood. And they tried so hard to kill the hostages rather than just let them go free. They tried so hard to kill the hostages. So like again, I blame unfortunately, I place the moral responsibility for the civilians killed in that rescue operation on Hamas, because rather than just sitting down and letting these hostages free, they tried to actually kill the hostages. They tried to initiate a gun battle in the middle of a civilian neighborhood. And why did nobody? I didn't see a single person really on the Palestinian side say, hang on, it's bad that Hamas initiated a gun battle in the middle of a civilian neighborhood to try kill the hostages rather than let them go free in the rescue.
I mean, Israel has lied so. Would you agree that Israel has lied at a remarkable, like Trump-like, Mao Zedong, like North Korea-like level in this war?
There's a fog of war. There have been lies, but there's also a fog of war, and there's also been a lot of misinformation and lies on the Palestinian side, unfortunately.
Well, yeah, Hamas has lied. I don't dispute that, but Hamas is not the one being armed militarily. I mean, like, we just saw the other day these 15 medics executed. The Israeli government, despite having access to drone footage, lied that they had their lights off. That they were approaching in a menacing fashion the ambulances.
That one was wrong.
They lied.
Really wrong.
They clearly lied. They also lied about a command center under Al Shifa Hospital.
Can I say on the recent
they lied about Hind Rajab. They killed that girl. All the evidence points to this. Yeah.
Can I say on the point of the recent one that involves the ambulances? Firstly, it's a horrible thing. It's a horrible thing. The killing of medics is obviously a war crime. The UN, the sort of official inquiry into it acknowledges that there was a gun battle right prior to it.
I believe that's been disproven.
I think it was also.
I believe that's been disproven. No, that's been disproven. That was Israeli claim, and that's been disproven. That was another lie.
No, I don't believe that's been disproven. And
Washington Post disproved it.
Show me the link, please.
I will. Give me just a second. Keep talking.
What I was going to say is I agree that it was a horrific incident. It's a horrific incident, but I don't believe that the evidence points that they were deliberately just massacring like nurses for the whole.
Well, they killed them at short range.
It's more like I think what's more likely is that they were panicking because people were getting up right close to them. They shot on them by mistake at first. Then they tried to cover up the fact that they had done the wrong thing. I still agree that it's a war crime. I don't think right now the evidence points to the fact that they just was wantonly slaughtering nurses. I think it's more likely that it was a mistake.
But why are these people never punished? Why is their instinct? So the reason I looked at deliberate targeting in many of these cases is as an explanation is because there's implicit sanction given by lack of prosecution. So again, the guy I mentioned earlier, Vosh, he leads. It's not some bad apple. The guy leads a whole fucking division. So that's like a big chunk of the soldiers in Gaza are under his authority. His policy. You actually tweeted this at one point, then you just forgot about it, I guess. It was no innocence in Gaza. Every woman is a man disguised. Yeah, he was just. It was mass. But why is he not? If it becomes de facto policy, these murders in these zones, if Israel doesn't punish it, which
I agree, it must be punished. I agree, it must be punished.
Well, then it's de facto policy. And look, my interpretation is not again that they're trying to do the final solution, Gaza. They're clearly not. That's not a supportable claim. My interpretation is they welcome and are trying to kill some civilians as collective punishment to deter another October 7th and to try to ethnically cleanse Gaza. I think that's a much more plausible explanation than they're trying to destroy Hamas when they plainly are not.
I think there is an attempt to destroy Hamas. And
how are they going to do it? They have more numbers than they did at the beginning of the war. 75% of their tunnels are intact. Tunnels are their core infrastructure.
But the strategic failure of the IDF doesn't mean that it was always an attempt to ethnically cleanse. Like, they could. It can just as likely be viewed as a strategic failure by the IDF.
It doesn't seem like they're even trying. They have a coherent strategy at all.
It's a failure of the political leadership of
Israel. Go to a certain area.
I think
and then go away. You're killing.
What I was going to say is, I think a part of it is that Netanyahu has an incentive to try and drag things out as long as possible because he doesn't want his trial to commence. So I think it's a failure of the political leadership in Israel who have failed to set realistic goals for the destruction of Hamas in this campaign. But I don't think that a military and political failure automatically means that the Israelis are just suddenly evil and they're just trying to massacre everybody for the sake of massacring.
I mean, they talk in extraordinary terms about collective punishment, and if you just look at pro-Israel,
this was really right at the heat of the moment, right up.
No. You also have. I gave other quotations from when they restarted the war.
There are Israeli far right people who still do it, and I think.
But the government's far right. The current government is far right, so the far right is in charge.
Unfortunately, yes.
And the people in the
But I don't
appointments in
think
the military are
the
far
state-
right. Like
yeah,
this Vosh guy was a settler apparently. So that's another problem. I actually, some people in the solidarity movement don't like this, but I say I don't think they would have reached a level of purposefully killing civilians. They would have definitely committed war crimes because they have in the past. This would have been worse, but they wouldn't have reached this insane level of genocide if like the center left had been in power. And it's this extremist coalition that's done this. And with people like Israel Katz, the defense minister, who threatens civilians like recreationally. I mean, they're like a bunch of thugs, dude.
I mean,
The guy said the civilians will never have a drop of water until they leave the world. And he's, you're promoting defense minister.
Hang on. First, okay, again, as I've said it over and over again, I strongly dislike the current Israeli government. I dislike far-right forces in Israeli
But they're the ones prosecuting the war.
I was going to say, like, there is a comment here that I've highlighted because it does raise a good point. And actually, throughout the entirety of this debate, I have tried to also highlight comments that have been disagreeing with me as well.
Mm-hmm.
But there is this comment, and they basically do make the point, like, Hamas is objectively a lot weaker than it started the war. They've lost a large part of their military capacity. The war has ultimately resulted in the de facto destruction of the axis of resistance, sort of thing. Like Assad has fallen, Hezbollah has been also massively degraded. Like a massive chunk of Hezbollah's capacity has been degraded. So, like, it's also not like I have said there is a strategic failure in the sense that they haven't been able to completely eradicate Hamas, but at the same time, they have overall had a big impact on degrading Hamas and fully degrading Hezbollah as well.
But I don't allege that they committed genocide in Lebanon.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying like the overall. And there are people who do say that it's genocide.
Yeah, well, of course, popular discourse is going to have claims.
Yeah. Like what I was going to say though is like if the idea is that there is absolutely no military objective though, like we can't say that considering the fact that we can, even though it has been broadly kind of a strategic failure in the sense that Hamas is still largely in control of the areas that Israel does not occupy. At the same time, they have been militarily degraded.
The current estimates, Blinken said this after the war, the current estimates are that their numbers are the same or larger than before October 7th. In terms of their core infrastructure, the Israeli estimates are 3/4 of the tunnel system are intact. I think it's higher. I think they've done very little damage to Hamas. I think part of the problem is their intelligence capacity was they didn't take Hamas seriously. They took Hezbollah very seriously. That's true. They devoted their intelligence gathering apparatus, which is impressive, to Hezbollah and not to Hamas. So I think that's part of what happened here. But I don't think your commentator can try to lump together, the operation in Lebanon with Gaza. Huh?
Can I ask you, and let me ask you, and look, also, I want to say as well, I'm conscious of the fact that we've been going for 3.5 hours, and you might.
No, it's okay, but it's been a good conversation, even though I think you're like perverse on this, but I do appreciate the manner in which you've discussed the issue.
Look, even though I strongly disagree with you, I think you've come to it in good faith, and honestly, I have come to this in good faith because, my view on this thing is not motivated from like some kind of genocidal impulse. My view from it is like coming from a genuine, really, like I was genuinely really, really shattered by October 7 and seeing so many people who were my friends, even extended family members who celebrate October 7 and were saying this is a great day for liberation and stuff like that. Like that had a big impact on me. And it was that prompted me to learn more about the history of anti-Zionism and how there is genocidal elements to it. So I accept. I know you're going to disagree. I accept that, despite the fact that we disagree, I think you have approached in good faith. I know you think I don't. But whatever. Anyway, I was going to say though, okay, if you say that there's been no military objective or military campaign here, right? Okay, what is your estimate for the amount of fighting that actually has targeted Hamas, right? Okay, of all the casualties that has taken place, and I think what's the rough estimate? About 40 to 50,000. How much of that is
Hamas? Okay, so you're correct that Hamas. So 2 points. One, it's going to be, and I've written about this in detail for Action on Armed Violence. Have co-authored a piece with Mike Spaggett, who's again one of the world leaders in this. The percentage of civilians among the fatalities is going to be historically bad. for a war in the 21st century. And even since World War II, it's going to be among the worst, if not the worst. So that's the first claim. The second claim is that, yeah, definitely Hamas is overrepresented among fatalities compared to average Gazans. That's true. There are two reasons for that. One is that they're trying to kill every Hamas they see. They're not trying to do that with civilians, although they have killed civilians intentionally, in my estimation, as I discussed, and they're doing that with starvation and so on. Second of all, that Hamas are more likely to be in these sensitive zones with the IDF is. They're more likely to engage the IDF than some random like Gazan 10-year-old or 5-year-old or woman. So there is a Hamas overrepresentation, but it's smaller than the overrepresentation of the IDF on October 7th among fatalities, or the IDF in the Second Intifada. So it's a low, it's a historically low figure, but it still will amount to an overrepresentation of Hamas. Like, and I will emphasize again, you got that complete. I'm going to send you the message, send you a link to this. You got, this was just lying Hezbollah. I don't think you were lying, and I don't think the journalist from Fox was lying, but they were saying that because 72% of fatalities between 13 and 55 were males, that overall of all the fatalities, 72% are males, 13 and 55. And I think you're smart enough to realize those are completely different claims. And yet they conflated them. The majority of fatalities are women and minors.
Look, send me the article. I'll read into it.
Yeah. And I'll send you the data too. I mean, I've worked with these Ministry of Health data the whole war.
If even you yourself say that there's an overrepresentation of Hamas in the casualty statistics,
yeah, there certainly is.
Would that not indicate that there is currently a war against Hamas?
Sure, but there's also, I mean, look, Hamas, they're happy to kill any of them they see. They want to kill any of them they see. However, there still is a war going on against the civilian population. And the October 7th, I make the same analogy. The percentage of combatants in October 7th is going to be higher than the percentage of combatants killed by Israel. Yet that doesn't prove that Hamas.
How do you make that claim?
I make the claim based on the demographics of the dead. There are far more men, a much larger percentage of men among fatalities on October 7th, military-age men, than there are among the percentage of the dead in Gaza.
It's a bit different though, because like we look at, for example, the Nova Music Festival, and they were just spraying into the crowds, and like they killed.
No, of course, that proves my point, though. That proves my point. Of course, I'm not disputing deliberate targeting of civilians on October 7th. I'm saying there's a mix of military operations and deliberately targeting civilians, and that mix is actually going to get a smaller percentage of civilians, as absurd as it is, than the genocide in Gaza. So the claim is not that 7 October didn't. Okay, well, we'll see. We'll see what the numbers show after the war. That's my claim. And again, it's not that they didn't target civilians deliberately on October 7th. They clearly did, systematically. So I'm not doing the Black Blumenthal stuff like about Hannibal directive. Like clearly, they killed almost all of them, and they did it deliberately. So anyway, all right. Give me a couple more issues you want to discuss, or one, and then we got to wrap because I'm getting tired.
How about for this last segment? Because I know like we've been going for so long. Should we just maybe open up to questions from the audience? Because we've got a couple.
Sure, let's do that. I'm going to need to take one quick 1 minute break, and then we'll do that.
Yeah. Have a 1 minute break, of course. Yeah, no worries. All right, guys, we're just gonna we'll take a 1 minute break, and then we'll open up to some questions. We've got I think 42 live viewers on YouTube. If you're watching on YouTube, please consider liking and subscribing. I'll be doing much more of these. I've streamed every day for the past 3 days, and my plan is to stream every day for 100 days in a row. Just try and crack the streaming game. I've got a bit of a problem with perfectionism, so I just gotta get stuff out there, you know. But yeah. If you're watching, comment your thoughts as well. We've got 43 people. Please just add them to the YouTube channel. Add your thoughts, and we'll be doing Q&A just for a short moment. We'll probably be heading towards a conclusion because we've been going for 3.5 hours, which is pretty long. But yeah, if you guys have any comments, add it to the YouTube channel. Please remember to like and subscribe too. We've got 40. How many people? This Misha guy is very extreme. Peaceful IDF soldiers. I mean, there's literally a video showing Hamas just going house to house, killing people on October 7th. Did you know there are people on both the far left and far right that hate Uyghurs? A good example of horseshoe theory in action. That's true. That's actually very true, Yusuf. I've seen that. You've got the Max Blumenthal type people on the far left. And then I've actually seen people on the far right who've actually argued that because Uyghurs are Muslim, that they should be targeted, which is obviously sick. Oh, yeah, you're back. Yeah, cool.
Yeah, all right. Let's do the questions, then we can maybe make
cool.
like closing.
Yeah, maybe we'll do like 10 more
closings.
minutes. Yeah, all right. Maybe do 10 more minutes or whatever. But guys, so we've got 39 people watching live on YouTube. I think a couple dozen more on Twitter watching live. If you guys have any comments or questions, please add them to the chat.
By the way, Drew, please send me that. Remember to send me the video. I'll send you my email. Send me the video of this afterwards so I can.
Yeah, I will.
To my boomer audience.
Yeah, that's okay. It'll be a huge file, but I think I'll upload it to Google Drive and then I'll send you the link to it.
Okay, great. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, no worries. Of course. So, okay, we've got some questions coming in. So can you see the questions when I put them up?
I can, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So we've got Ziva here.
Mm-hmm. Ziva's question is a good question, by the way.
Okay. Why do you expect the ICJ to consider murder with the intent of inducing flight to be genocide in the case of Gaza and Burma when they explicitly took the opposite in Croatia v Serbia? Okay.
Yeah, 100% correct that they took the literal opposite position. They explicitly disclaimed, as Ziva was saying, that killing to provoke an ethnic cleansing is not genocide. The reason I think that they're going to change that position is the case of the Gambia versus Myanmar, the Rohingya genocide. That case clearly involves the same fact pattern. The Myanmar military did not want to kill all the Rohingya Muslims. They wanted to kill some to make the rest flee. My assessment is that the ICJ is very likely to rule this was genocide. And if they have ruled that, that would effectively amount to an overturning of Croatia v Serbia and a finding that killing some civilians to ethnically cleanse the rest is genocide. So my assessment, legally speaking, Ziva, rests on an assumption that the case you're citing, Croatia versus Serbia, is going to be overturned by the ICJ in the case of the Gambia versus Myanmar. But good question.
That is interesting. Okay. So we've got some more questions. Let's see. I mean, should I? They're just like general comments. I can put them up, but we'll focus on questions, right? Oh no, that's a comment. Okay. Anatoly, instead of forcing people who mostly hate each other to live together, why not do actors in favor of open borders between USA, EU, and Israel-Palestine? Will be best outcome for individuals? Interesting. Okay, let's go to History Speaks on that one.
Oh, you want me to do that?
It kind of comes from Anatoly. Anatoly, I think, is a pretty strong libertarian. So I think he basically advocates.
I don't think he's libertarian. I've met with Anatoly a couple of times. He was going to moderate this, but I don't think we ended up needing him. Even though Anatoly's great, I don't think we ended up needing a moderator because we didn't like freak out and interrupt, which is the only reason he really needed.
No, it was actually a respectful debate, which is good.
Yeah. Even though there was an intense moral disagreement. I don't believe in open borders. I think it's a utopian, dangerous idea. I think there's cultural incompatibility. I do believe in human rights, so I think that the commitment to open borders comes from a good place, but I think it's a utopian and foolish idea, coming from somebody who's certainly not foolish in Anatoly, but that's my assessment of the idea. So
here's the question History Speaks. So Anatoly obviously has like a kind of like a maximalist position on this issue. Mm-hmm. But let's say we pulled it back and we were just asking, say we made it the claim a bit different. Should for example, if it was possible, should the Rafah border crossing be opened for people in Gaza to be able to leave?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, people get mad at me at this. I don't care. My friend wants to leave. Like it's a lesser evil, ethnic cleansing to murder. So
and look, I don't advocate.
I understand that, but
yeah,
what Israel should do is guarantee a right of return. They're not going to do that, and it's better to people survive than starve. I'm sorry, that's my position. I know people are going to get mad at me, but it's easy to be like some warrior in the West who's in the solidarity movement. And when you're not the one being starved or bombed. So I think they should.
Look, it's worth noting. Like I think Ukraine said this early on in the war against Russia. Zelensky said something along the lines of like, although we care about every inch of Ukrainian territory, we value the lives of our people more than the land. And that's why he was, for example, encouraging evacuations of frontline towns and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And I guess that would be one of my main criticisms of Hamas, in the sense that like where Ukraine actually actively evacuates civilians from frontline areas, etc. Like Hamas, at the very least, even if you disagree on the human shield policy, like they certainly don't encourage evacuations whatsoever. And look, I actually was going to say as well, like I think the Trump plan's disgusting. I think what I would do if I could magically solve it, what I would do is I would allow the Rafah border crossing to be opened with a right of return, so that Palestinian civilians who leave during this current conflict can return to Gaza at the end of it. That's
Yeah,
what
we
I-
agree on that. The problem is that, but if we're going to be morally realistic, they're not going to allow the right of return.
I know
Almost
they won't,
certainly,
yeah.
and therefore, the policy. Sorry, just a second. The phone.
Yeah. It is true. It's unfortunately true that Netanyahu would never allow that, because if people leave Gaza, they would try and do the Trump plan. That's probably the realistic thing right now. And look, that's another reason why I thought it was just so silly that like a large segment of the Palestinian activist movement in America supported Trump, and it was kind of out of like hatred for the Democrats. And it was always clear that it could be a lot worse than Biden. It could be a lot worse than the Democrats. And we've seen that straight up because like Trump just allows them to block all food into Gaza. I think that's wrong. Like it's a really sad thing. And there were a lot of Palestinian activists who, made excuses for people to vote against the Democrats on that basis. It was a disaster. It was clearly a moral disaster.
Sorry about that. Okay, so yeah,
Yeah.
no, but if it's a practical choice between like being ethnically cleansed and dying, I think it's better to survive. And I want my friends, who are there to survive, and I would want them to be able to leave. That would be if you have to. And I think we should actually address the issue because that's what's facing them. Yeah, they should be able to leave. I hope the war ends soon, though. I hope it just ends. It might. Trump might get tired of it because like Trump likes winners and they're not winning. So,
Look, I hope it somehow can end with the hostages being returned. I was gonna say to you,
well, that would be the agreement. That's the agreement on the table. They would clearly return the hostages to end the war. And they could have gotten their hostages back a long time ago.
But it certainly seemed like, for example, from the stuff like the Bibas family and everything, how they were treating the coffins, it certainly seemed like Hamas was not interested in like a long-term.
Well, I mean, they were clearly with these ceremonies. They're trying to terrorize. They're using terror as a strategy, and they're trying to humiliate Israel.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I think there's many interpretations of what they were doing there, but it was obviously a use of
terrorism and humiliation. But unfortunately, there's a strong sort of like honor shame culture dynamic and at play, etc. Like it's objectively bad for the Palestinian people is the sad thing.
I think people are smarter than to think that like that crowd represents all of. I mean, Hamas right now is not popular in Gaza, so I think people are smarter than. I mean, there's some people who say, "Oh, they're discredited forever." A lot of people who are saying that want them to be discredited forever. I don't think they are. I think the problem is U.S. government policy. I mean, if you look at European opinion, this is another thing I've been critical of you of, like the center left, because you're trying to like draw some dichotomy between support for Ukraine and Palestine. It's like the center left in Europe is pro-Palestine, pro-Ukraine. That's like the mainstream center left position. And those things go together. I mean, you could talk about like communists. Yeah, okay, communists, which are Marxist-Leninists, are for Palestine.
A lot of these left people, like
Russia.
Like I think if you look at the most prominent example of that is like the Spanish center left, and like they've been pretty horrible in supporting Ukraine.
Yeah. So okay, sure, but
a lot of problems.
But generally speaking, if you look at the Democratic Party in the United States, like if you look at the pro-Palestine members of Congress, they're all pro-Ukraine, all of them, like AOC. Bernie Sanders, these people are pro-Ukraine. So it seems like there's the opposite correlation. And of course, Israel, refused to condemn Russian aggression at the General Assembly recently. So
it's wrong, obviously.
Well, yeah, but they're like aligned with. I mean, and also there are similarities between Israel and Russia. Like Israel's occupied people for 57 years. Israel has these weird revanchist arguments for why Palestinians don't exist. Russia has them for Ukraine. So there are, even if you're uncomfortable with that, they're clear analogies.
Look. We could go into that for another 30 minutes. Let's go to.
Well, we both support Ukraine, so we agree on that issue.
Yeah. Okay. Let's go to Robert Fried. Right. Robert Fried says, and I think this is for you, History. He says the Jews settled Israel after the context of the Nazi Holocaust. I have a question: if Zionism is settler colonialism, what country then is not founded upon settler colonialism?
I mean, obviously, it's settler colonialism in the sense that they wanted to replace the indigenous population so they could become the majority. And of course, tons of countries aren't. Australia would be, America would be, but France wouldn't be, Italy wouldn't be, China wouldn't be. Like most countries are populated by.
Although China has actually engaged in settler colonialism.
Sure, but China as a whole is not the product of settler colonialism in the way
like the Han
Israel
Core,
is.
yes. I mean,
okay.
If you're talking about the Han Heartland, yes.
Sure, yeah,
that's the area that was controlled by the Ming Dynasty, yeah. Right.
So no, most countries don't have this history. The United States does, and I support America's right to exist. So I suppose that's a tension. But I think one difference, a big difference, is America gave citizenship to its indigenous population a century ago, and Israel is committed to never giving citizenship to most of its indigenous population. So that's a difference I draw. I also think America is more important for humanity than Israel, to be honest.
Actually, can I ask you on this question?
Yeah.
Right? Obviously, obviously, there's the argument that yes, all the Palestinians of the West Bank, they've been denied citizenship, etc. What about the actual Arab Israeli citizens, like the 20% of the Israeli population that are Arabs? And people say that they are subjected to apartheid, but I think that's actually an incorrect analogy because
for apartheid, I don't refer to the Arab Israeli citizens. I don't think I haven't seen the, I know that like I think Amnesty International does, but I haven't seen the there are definitely second class citizens, but like if we're gonna say every second class citizen is subject to apartheid, then there's
there have been Arab members of the Israeli Supreme Court.
I know. Yeah. But I agree it's not apartheid, but I think they are second class citizens.
Okay, I've now got a quote. Now got a question. Drew, why won't you make the same excuse for Russia's special military operation? Aren't Ukrainian military technically too hiding behind civilians given they base themselves? No, it's not true. There's a big difference, I think, between the Hamas strategy and Ukrainian government in the sense that like the Ukrainian government routinely encourages the evacuation of everyone near the front line, and that's just a fact. The Ukrainian government evacuates people from towns that are right at the battle line. And it's not the case with Hamas. Hamas was for a long time pushing civilians in the north of Gaza to remain there, even when Israel was putting heavy pressure.
Yeah, but they didn't act. There wasn't a systematic policy to keep them there. I mean, there's no proof of this. They did evacuate. They do evacuate to the safe zones, the so-called safe zones, which are then bombed. But the civilians, Hamas may not encourage it. That's true, but they're not coercing the civilians systematically to not evacuate. It just has to happen. They've evacuated over and over again.
There have been examples where they have shot at civilians who.
Yeah, but that's highly anecdotal.
I have seen that.
Okay, but that's not a policy. If it were, you wouldn't have these systematic evacuations over and over again. And by the way, in terms of evacuations, a lot of people bring up evacuations. Charlatan John Spencer's one as evidence of Israel's benevolence. There are two types of evacuations. The first type is a general evacuation, and this serves a military purpose because if you're fighting guerrillas, you don't want them to be able to embed among civilians because then they're harder to identify and fight, and it's easier for them to ambush you. So, for example, Assad and Putin, while they were targeting civilians deliberately in Aleppo, they allowed mass evacuations. So mass general evacuations are not have a military rationale in guerrilla warfare. Now, if you're talking about ordering a specific neighborhood evacuated or a building, that seems to have a humanitarian motive, but that's just been very rare in this war. For there to be specific warnings given to buildings or neighborhoods and so on. And I believe that in almost all cases, these warnings have been ad hoc decisions by local commanders, not a matter of Israeli policy to warn if there's so many civilians killed. And the reason I believe that is because, one, they're rare, and two, there's so many mass casualty events when no warnings are given. The other day, there was a warning of this hospital they bombed. But I think that was probably for political reasons. It would look really bad to just bomb the hospital and kill everyone. Incidentally, the ICC is investigating Israel for grossly exaggerating and lying about Hamas presence in hospitals to justify destroying them. I think the best interpretation of the attack on medical infrastructure is an attempt to ethnically cleanse and punish, with the trivial Hamas presence in most of these being the cover story. That's my interpretation. And that's what the ICC thinks too.
There's a question that I need to put to you. It's by a guy who's asked it like over and over and over again. So I feel bad that I haven't got it to it yet because he asked it a lot during the debate. I'm trying to find exactly where it was, but essentially he was asking, if somehow like Israel withdrew fully from the West Bank and Gaza, who would like lead? Who do you think would lead Palestine at that point, and who would you support to lead Palestine at that point? I think the question is by Peltzman.
Look, if the Israelis wanted a non-Hamas force, first of all, Hamas is very unpopular in Gaza, especially right now. So I don't think Hamas would prevail in election in any case. But if Israel wanted to ensure that, they have an easy way of doing that. They can release Marwan Barghouti, who whatever his past or the crime, whatever he's accused of, yeah, okay. Look at his previous Israeli prime ministers bombing a hotel, Menachem Begin, or literally massacring children, women door to door, Ariel Sharon. I'm not talking about Sabra and Shatila, I'm talking about Libya in 1953. Whatever his past, he supports Fatah. He opposes violent resistance, and he supports a two-state solution. Marwan Barghouti, he's overwhelmingly copied with the Palestinian people. If Israel were serious about peace, they could release him, and he'd win an election easily, according to all the polling.
He asked a follow-up question. Do you think Barghouti is the same as Mandela?
I
know a lot of people try and draw that analogy.
I think that's just a meme. I'm not going to engage.
Okay, fair enough. I just want to quickly say thank you, Ryan. I really appreciate your donation. Thank you, guys. If you guys want to donate, I appreciate it because we'd be going for 4 hours. Okay, another question. How much longer do you have? Maybe 5 more minutes or 10 more minutes?
We can do 5, 10. We'll do like a short
maybe should we go like maybe 3 more questions, mate?
That's okay.
Morgan, this is a good one. By your definition, almost the entirety of Islamic expansion was settler colonialism. How many people in the Ummah do you expect to denounce this? Obviously, it's a hard one, but yeah, I don't know.
It isn't. So it was conquest and colonialism, but it wasn't settler colonialism because they didn't. I mean, this is a meme that the Israelis like and the pro-Israel people like, but it was not settler colonialism because they didn't replace the indigenous population. We know this from DNA. If you want to get like spurgy, and also common sense. Like if you look at Sudanese people, they're Arabs. They're not the same as Saudis. Lebanese aren't either. The Islamic conquests were not settler colonialists. They were imperialist. They didn't replace the indigenous populations. They Arabized them and over time Islamized them. But so it's a false premise. But of course, will the Ummah condemn it? No, Muslims are going to defend their. I mean, they're not. I'd like to see them. I mean, I don't know. Condemning the thing from 1,000 years ago is kind of not 1,000, well over 1,000. It's kind of memey, but we should oppose offensive jihad. But one point I'd make about this is, Drew, who other than fringe groups has any the obsession is over jihad? Has any Muslim group other than fringe groups like Al Qaeda and ISIS since in like 100 years since Ataturk abolished the caliphate? Is there any offensive jihad going on? I see like fringe groups doing this, but like nobody else.
But like, look, like there are hundreds of suicide bombing attacks during the Second Intifada, and
no, but that's not offense. I'm talking about a different concept than like conquering the world for Islam, right? That's not happening.
Oh, conquering the world.
ISIS wanted to do that.
I mean, ISIS wanted to do that, obviously. Look, you can say the fringe groups, but like these groups, the problem is like, right, like there are estimates that are like the estimates say, Sorry, I'm trying to work out how to say.
Who's trying to conquer Spain? Because that's who's doing that.
I mean, the funny thing is, I see that on Twitter, but I agree that it is a. Okay. I was going to quickly say to you though, right? You know how there are like sort of counterterrorism experts, and they try and make the claim that like, if you look at it, maybe like there are like 500,000 active jihadists in the world or something like that. But like I guess the problem is that there are millions of sympathizers who then we have to differentiate between offensive and defensive jihad. So they're both concepts exist in history. Like so, jihad at talab is you conquer land in aggressive war to spread Islam. That's part of the history. And then there's defensive jihad. So I don't think there's much offensive jihad going on. And there hasn't been much in the last 100 years, even though it's the obsession of Robert Spencer. Like how many wars of aggression have Islamic states waged to spread the Islamic religion in the last 100 years? Like, I don't think there's a single one other than like ISIS. Okay, well, here's the problem though, right?
Which isn't a state really, but
okay, but like here's the problem, right? Like you might define it in terms of statehood, but like it's still like the average citizen, right? Like say you're the parent of a kid who was killed at the Ariana Grande concert in like Manchester, right?
No, terrorism, it's a big deal. Yeah,
I don't know. Like what I mean here by this analogy, right, is like that parent's not going to be comforted by the fact that like, the guy who blew up my kid was not attached to a state. He wasn't necessarily trying to put in place an offensive jihad model. Like it was still a terrorist attack that.
No, I agree with you that extremist Muslims are an absolute menace, and I have no sympathy for their ideas. The only pushback is like that Muslims conquering the world is some great threat. That's the pushback. It isn't that these groups don't kill innocent people. Of course they do, right?
I mean, like Piers Morgan says here, like there are hundreds of attacks around the world every year, even though you can't wage offensive jihad without a caliphate in Islamic law. And I mean, that is a good point.
Yeah.
I was going to quickly say that the Corey Pelsman guy, he wanted me to follow up by mentioning that he has apparently Barghouti. I haven't looked into this before, but apparently Barghouti has called for a third intifada.
Okay, the first intifada was overwhelmingly non-violent. The second intifada was very violent. I don't know what he means by that. He's denounced armed struggle. He's denounced terrorism. He wants a two-state solution. You know, I mean, we can find throwaway remarks from everybody, but
so someone had a comment and they were saying that in terms of offensive jihad, you could probably see that actually a lot in. They mentioned Nigeria. You could probably see that actually a lot in West Africa and parts of Africa actually today.
Yeah, I mean, I know a lot less about Africa than the Middle East, but what specific groups is he? I know a lot. Is he talking about?
I suppose he'd probably be talking about Boko Haram in Nigeria.
Yeah, well, yeah, but that would fall under
yeah.
the framework of these fringe groups that I'm talking about. I'm not saying these groups don't pose a civilizational problem. They absolutely do. I'm merely saying that they're not. This isn't the mainstream. And there isn't there's a risk of terrorism from these people. Like that's the issue. They murder people.
I think the problem though is that like even if say only 5% of Muslims were to sympathize with the group, like that still constitutes tens of millions of people or hundreds of millions of people. So it is a civilizational problem, unfortunately.
Sure, but okay. So it's actually really just an interesting point. So ISIS, if you look at polling of like. There's polling from Palestine, there's polling from Lebanon Muslims. It's like 0%, 2%, 1%, 3% like them, right? So that's a fringe. Yeah. With Hamas, it's way higher. It's majorities, right? Like them in many of these places. So I think that shows you that there's a difference in these groups. It doesn't mean that what they did is right, of course, but it means that there's a difference in motivation for supporting them, and there's a secular component. And if we miss that, if we think it's just Islamists, we're kind of being dumb and we're not going to get anywhere. I mean, the example I'd point to again is, and I'll send you this poll, is Christians have been polled in Lebanon and Egypt. This polling suggestive of this too, that majority supported October 7th. So this isn't just jihadis or like ISIS, even though they murder civilians, that's one similarity, but they're very different ideologically.
Corey Pelsman notes that Barghouti was secular enough to allow females to be suicide bombings when he led tens. Look, the unfortunate reality is that like there were actually quite a lot of female suicide bombings, and that is like a really horrific thing. I think Hamas pioneered it, but the PLO unfortunately did participate in that as well. Maybe I go to this comment by SN and who's definitely more on your side. He says, Drew agrees that the West Bank is occupied since 1967. How much longer are Palestinians supposed to wait for Israel to withdraw? At some point, can we say it's next? Listen, I want the West Bank to form the basis of a future Palestinian state as part of a two-state solution. That's my political position, right? The problem is that there has to be some way to ensure the safety and security of Israel, because what people in Israel would be terrified of at this point is that, I mean, we can't forget, right? Gaza had Jewish settlements. The Israelis occupied it directly. The Israelis withdrew from that and dismantled the settlements. And then Hamas took over, and then it was used as a base to attack Israel. And that's what, I know you laughed at that analogy, but that is what Israelis fear from the West Bank if they were to fully withdraw.
But they continued to be stateless and under occupation and later blockade. I mean, so these people have not, since 1967, 57 years, have lived under, in the West Bank, Area C, martial law, torture chambers, no due process. And then in Gaza, since in the last 17 years, blockade. And there also were closure. There were economic sanctions placed on Gaza even before Hamas took over the strip entirely after the PLO. I don't know who. I mean, I haven't looked into the historiography on this, but there's controversy over who cooed whom exactly. But there was certainly like a brutal civil war between Fatah and the Hamas, and Hamas won, and the blockades imposed. But I don't think these people. I think we haven't tried to give these people like anything remotely fair. I mean, like they've never offered a sovereign state, really. I mean, if you are demilitarized and Israel has, basing rights and the right to come in whenever it wants, you're not a sovereign state. And in fact, Rabin, and I don't think this is mere rhetoric, Rabin and Perez, these paragons of Israeli liberalism, they both said publicly they didn't favor a state. They wanted less than a state, and that's what was offered by Clinton at I mean, not explicitly at Camp David, but later in the Clinton parameters in the end of 2000, and that was really the only offer of anything like a state. I mean, you had Omar who did offer, but he didn't really have the power to do so. He was like on his way out of office and going to prison, and like single-digit approval rating. So that's why Abbas wasn't interested in that. And other than that, it's been so. Other than Omar, which is kind of a meme offer, and then Clinton parameters, which was an offer, but I think for less than the state, they've never. I mean, there's been nothing throughout the whole occupation. So I want to
quickly. There's this guy Misha, and he says only a psychopath thinks that they should decide if they can give people a state. But the problem is, like, the anti-Zionists think that they should be able to decide whether they can take away the state from the Jews. Here's an interesting question, and maybe we'll leave this as the last one because I know, like, we're literally about to get to 4 hours, which is actually pretty amazing.
That's a long time. I need to. That's a good my mother's worried about me. I mean, she's
yeah, I know. Even my family, I know. Okay, last question maybe. And look, you can leave, and I might stay for
no. Yeah, that's fine. You can stay with your followers. That's fine. I don't have a problem with that.
Anyway, look, there's this question by P.S. Morgan, and I wouldn't have framed it necessarily in this way, but you would remember, for example, when Salman Rushdie said that a future Palestinian state would essentially be a sort of Taliban-like state, and I guess P.S. Morgan is saying this sort of same argument where he basically asks, like, if a Palestinian state would result in really hardcore Islamism, like hardcore subjugation of Christians and Jews and stuff like that, how could you then support Palestinian statehood? I don't necessarily agree with the framing of that question, but I'm interested in how you respond to it.
Yeah. So, I mean, in terms of the views of Palestinian people on various social and political questions, I don't actually think we have contemporary data. There are these Pew polls, the Sam Harris Pew polls, which he goes to sleep with at night. He kisses his wife and then he cuddles with the Pew polls, which from like the 2000s, which show high rates of support for Islamic law and also like some particular draconian punishments,
like killing infidel, like killing people who leave the religion.
Apostate.
Sorry, I meant kafir, people who leave.
Yeah, but well, it would be Mortadun, but but I mean those are from 2 decades ago. There's more irreligiosity in the Muslim world since then. ISIS played a role in that. There's polling statistics. I think we need more data. But even if they supported the death penalty for apostasy in the majority, I still think it's better for them to have self-determination. And incidentally, there's no neighboring state. If you look at Jordan, for example, they don't have this law. They don't even have any Islamic law in terms of the criminal system. If you look at the PA, the PA's law, which is applied still in Gaza by Hamas, there's no hudud. There isn't the chopping off the hands of thieves, right? That's part of the hudud in Islam, but they don't have that. They're not applying it. They're not applying. They're not applying. No, they're not applying it. They don't have. They're not.
I'm glad.
Okay, but nor is Jordan, right? Jordan's majority Palestinian. I don't think it's likely they would apply the Islamic law in terms of the criminal code. They'll apply it in terms of the civil law, but so does Israel. I mean, I don't really care if they. I mean, I would rather have a secular system, but it's up to them. And if they want to have Islamic law in civil matters, I certainly don't think that precludes the state. So I would say I support their self-determination in any case, but I'd be surprised if public opinion in Palestine were the same as it was in the Sam Harris polls, which he's making out with right now, I'm sure. And I think that there's less religiosity in the Islamic world for sure now after ISIS and so on. And I don't think in any case they would apply the hudud. I mean, this is going on. Who applies this? I mean, does even like the Emirates apply it, or Saudi Arabia does? The Taliban does. Saudi Arabia probably. I don't even know how much they do it. It's hard to get good data, but are they actually killing? Are they actually cutting off the hands of thieves anymore in Saudi Arabia?
I don't actually know.
This is moving. The point is the criminal code of the Islamic corpus. This is moving out. Whatever people may say, they may not like to say they don't favor it because it's kind of like apostasy. This has been moving out in the Islamic countries, and I don't think you'd have this in a free Palestine. I'm not saying you'd have plural, and you're certainly not going to have dimitude. Like, I mean, that's just silly. No. Is there a single Muslim country in the world that has that? Where like the Christian pays the jizya, or the Jew pays the jizya? I joke about this with my friend because, as I mentioned,
tried that.
As I mentioned, I'm half Egyptian Christian background, and he's a Lebanese Christian, so we joke about being dhimmis a lot. Dhimmi.
Yeah, look.
No, but I don't think they're gonna have dimitude.
It's funny. There was a really good comment before that I put up where someone was like basically saying ISIS is like the Khmer Rouge of the jihadi world, which is actually pretty good. And the crazy thing is like, yeah, ISIS literally did do like they tried to enforce like jizya.
They did everything. They took sex slaves. They like had that as an open practice. But look, people didn't support it. Now, and they may have some weird rationale for that, for why they didn't, but they didn't. And that's interesting, isn't it?
Can I ask you? I know we're about to finish up, but this was actually something I was trying to bring up ages ago, and I forgot it because it passed through my mind. But do you remember when there was recently a case where I think it was a Yazidi girl was discovered in Gaza and she had been taken into sex slavery? Like, is that not a sign of pretty?
The society does not condone sex slavery in Gaza. That's
I know, but to think though that this Yazidi sex slave was able to be in Gaza for so long with presumably some.
I don't know I don't know all the facts of this story other than this person was a sex slave from ISIS, and then like the family was ISIS or something. Like I don't know all the facts of this case, but I absolutely reject the idea that, and I'm sure no poll would suggest that Palestinians supported ISIS or what ISIS did to Yazidis. No. They're weird, Drew. I'm sure in Australia there's like. Wasn't there a story recently in America where like some guy was trapped in his room for years or something like that? Like weird shit happen, especially in societies which are so conservative, where if a woman is segregated, it's not considered out of the norm. This is a horrible thing that happened. I don't know all the facts, but I definitely know she was a sex slave. Like I read this, but I don't accept the framing that this shows that they support taking Yazidis as sex slaves.
I'm not saying it shows Palestinian society supports that. It's just my claim would be like it's pretty concerned because like for her to be smuggled into Gaza indicates that there had to have been some level of complicity either by Hamas or at least a couple dozen other people, right? Like it's obviously like a really, really bad sign.
Yeah, but I just don't accept I don't know who's complicit in this other than that this is a horrible victim. Yeah. It is a horrible case, but I don't accept that this is representative of the society.
Look, I wouldn't say it's necessarily representative of the society either. I just think, like at the very least, it probably indicates that like Hamas, someone maybe in Hamas was bribed. Like it's obviously
when this I remember Hamas. I'm not. They may have been lying, but they denied this. They said so. Like the fact that they deny it, shows that they don't. This isn't something they want to celebrate. What happened to this poor person. Right.
Here's one, maybe last.
Also, the rapes they denied rapes very vehemently because they wanted to differentiate themselves from ISIS, and they also did of course, I believe women were sexually assaulted or raped by Palestinian militants. By the way, so were women also were raped and men were raped by Israelis. So there's been sexual violence on both sides of this war, but. So that's come out. It's not just
obviously that remains heavily contested. Like
so there've been arrests for this. Like people were like sodomized to death almost.
Listen, again, that's another topic we could probably debate for another.
It's not debatable. I mean, and the fact that women have come forward, these societies are very, and this is the problem with these societies. Societies are very conservative. And if women are violated like this, they're not likely to come forward. In our society, they're not, but they're much more unlikely in this one. True. And the fact that women have come forward, it shows, I think, a pretty compelling case. In fact, I'm very confident that Israel has sexually assaulted, raped women and men in custody. Now, I don't know about numbers and anything like that, but it seems that this has happened pretty clearly. So, yeah.
Listen, we've been going for 4 hours. We'll do one last question because I've seen this guy. I think a couple of people asked this question: should Israel be allowed to annex settlement blocks? What would happen? like I don't know. You can laugh at it, but like for example, if you look at for example like the Jewish community in Hebron, like that was an ancient community that was almost destroyed in the massacre in 1929 and stuff like that. Like that's one example where I think there is a right for some Jews to live in the West Bank, right? I don't know. It's interesting. What do you think on this question?
No, I mean all the settlers are adult settlers are war criminals. They're violating international law. They have no right to be
even
there.
In a town like Hebron where there was a historic Jewish presence.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think you can say 100 years ago there was a historic community.
Was your position that position like not one Jew should be in the West Bank? Like, I don't know. How do you define it?
No, so it's look, they have committed crimes, and part of the restitution for that is that they have to leave. Yeah. So I wouldn't consider this ethnic cleansing, because it's not because they're Jewish, it's because they've committed war crimes.
So this guy brings up the example of border towns like Modin, Ilit. What do you think of border towns?
Look, I think that the starting position should be every inch of land, the West Bank, every inch of land is illegally settled. The settlers are war criminals. And from that starting point, if you're talking about reasonable adjustments based on changes in human geography since 1967, that should be done through land swaps. But the starting premise needs to be these are war crimes. This is completely illegitimate.
Here's one example, though, right? Like, okay, would you consider East Jerusalem in this example? Because
yeah.
Okay, but let me ask you this question, right? So when Jordan occupied the East Jerusalem from 1948 to 1967, they raised synagogues in East Jerusalem.
Yeah, we talked about that.
They raised dozens of synagogues. They also barred all Israeli access, all Jewish access to the Western Wall. So if your position is that basically every single Jewish person past the 1967 ceasefire line isn't illegal, then surely that in itself.
No, it wouldn't be. It wouldn't be every person. It would be every person who's come in since 1967. So if you
what if they were living there legitimately in say like 1947 and then they were expelled?
If you were ethnically cleansed, if you were ethnically cleansed by Jordan, I think that would be an exception category. But it's going to be extremely small. That's going to be vanishingly small.
It's not actually.
I mean, it was a very small number that were living there.
Jordan, I think the number was like dozens of synagogues were raised in East Jerusalem, and there was a large amount of people who were like forced from their homes. West Wall was completely like blocked for 2 decades almost. That's why
it would be in the figure of, I think, a few tens of thousands. But again, this isn't the descendants of these people do not correspond to the settlers.
I know that they don't necessarily correspond to the settlers, but I'm just saying.
I mentioned earlier that Jordan ethnically cleansed Jews, right? So I didn't from the West Bank. I actually brought that up, so I'm not disputing that. That would be a different claim, though, than the settlers. I mean, the settlement enterprise is completely illegitimate. How do you wholly illegitimate under, if you care about international law at all, which you should if you're a liberal. It's the whole thing is just one big war crime.
So this Corey Posman guy points out, late 1880s, Jews were a majority in Jerusalem. How do you distinguish between somebody who you call is a settler, or a Jewish person who might have legitimately been living there for generations, ethnically cleansed by Jordan in 1947? It's
easy if you were ethnically cleansed, I think you could have a right of return. I wonder who else gets that. First, if you came in after 1967 from Brooklyn, it's pretty easy to prove that you're a settler. Or if you came in 5 days ago.
Honestly, the sort of Brooklyn meme is a meme though. Like it is a small.
No, it's most of the settlers are Ashkenazi Jews. Most of the settlers are, I don't know why, but most of the settlers are Ashkenazi Jews.
No, I'm saying Israel as a whole, though, 50% plus of Israel as a whole.
Okay, sure, but I'm talking about the settlers, and I think a lot of these people come from foreign countries. I think they're disproportionately, as I understand it, maybe I'm incorrect about this, they're definitely disproportionately Ashkenazi, and they are, I believe, maybe wrong, disproportionately from Western countries, because they also, if you're some criminal or con artist, I mean, it's really cheap land, and you get to be the king of the castle. It's, fun stuff, right? I mean, this is not some decolonization. I mean, these memes are crazy.
I'm not necessarily.
I know you're not saying that, but your side of this is
there are
crazy.
illegal settlements in the West Bank, of course.
Also, the Palestinians are Arabized indigenous Levantines. They're not, just because their national identity, like the Italian national identity, emerged, in late modernity, doesn't mean they're not indigenous to the land. I mean, this is all just.
I agree. I think actually one final last question, right? So look, my position is that both Palestinians and Israeli Jews are indigenous to the land. Do you think Jews or Israelis have an indigenous claim to the land at all?
No, unless they're Palestinian. No, I mean, but it's not.
Jews are Palestinian?
You think an Ashkenazi Jew from the U.S. is indigenous to the Middle East because they were Middle Eastern 2,000 years ago?
Well, look, Judaism emerges from this particular place, and
it's a religion, though. Sure, agreed, but it's a religion.
But we both know that it's not a missionary religion. It's very heavily
their ancestors were at this land thousands of years ago. I think that's true. So a minority of them, not most of them, a minority of them were, but a majority of their ancestors. But I don't think that makes you indigenous because of thousands of years. I mean, it would just be like, are British indigenous to Germany because they
like
migrated?
here's a good,
Answer this: are the British people indigenous to Germany?
No, but I think that's
okay. But they immigrated from Germany.
Yeah, but like it. No, I think it's different though. I think no, that's not true though, because like England as a nation has existed for at least 1,000 years by this point.
Yeah.
Like English people have a distinct, like for at least
the Anglo-Saxon migration happened after the Jewish flight from Israel.
Yes, but English there were Britons prior to Anglo-Saxons though as well.
Yes, but Germanic peoples, the Anglo-Saxon cultural identity emerges with the migration of Germanic peoples.
Just as you were talking about like Arabized Levantines, like there were also like native Britons who like were assimilated into this kind of.
I just think the whole discourse of ethnicity that frankly Zionists have is crazy. It's like this isn't how ethnicity works. You're not the same ethnicity as you were thousands of years ago. Like I'm not.
Okay, like here's one good point. Like this guy.
I mean, like if you're Italian, you can't, and you like change your name to like Sextus Maximus, you're just LARPing.
Yes, but okay, like Ashkenazi is still 50-60% Levantine according to this guy.
30, but I mean the old studies say 50-60, but that's not that important. But if you look at Robert Reich's data, is not Robert Reich, what's his name? David Reich, it's like 30%. But this isn't that important. The point is not the percentage. The point is that it was thousands of years ago. So it's like a mythos now. It isn't like an ethnos.
Here's one good one. How many years until self-determination expires?
You can't have an exact formula, but definitely after thousands of years. So like,
so in 2,000 years, the cousins don't have a.
Yeah, so the British don't have the English don't have a self-determination right to land in Germany, and the Roma people, who by the way, like the Jews, have been historically brutally persecuted and were subject to genocide by the Nazis. So there's similarities. They don't have a right to like a chunk of South Asia. I mean, that's not how the world works. The world's going to be a mess. Now, this already exists. There's a kind of a political framing here, which isn't the most important issue, but has some importance, where I think the whole thing was nuts and it was unjustified. And you think it has some justification, but we agree that you can't just abolish it tomorrow and like kick the people out. That's not, I mean, most of them don't have other places to go. So you can't do that.
Would you agree with this guy?
It isn't some huge insult that they're not indigenous. Like you and I aren't indigenous to our countries. I'm not indigenous to America. You're not indigenous to Australia. So it isn't like some horrible insult. It's just like a little respect to the people who are indigenous. That's all it is.
What about, I mean, somebody who says here, like determining who can live in a land by genetics is racist. Would you agree?
I don't think they should be kicked out of the land. How can you do that? Okay, they don't have anywhere to go. Most of them don't. How can you do that?
Okay. Look, maybe that's a good place to end it on.
Yeah.
It's one thing we agree on. Okay. Man, look, thank you. I actually appreciate that we were able to have a pretty respectful discussion overall, even though we had an intense moral disagreement. I think probably because we agree on a lot of other matters.
Can I just say like 1 minute, like just
have 1 minute.
Yeah. So I don't think I'm going to get into debate mode. So just bear with me, Drew, just for 1 minute. Don't worry.
Yeah, sure.
But yeah, look, I presented statements of intention from Israeli leadership. I showed policies, the Where's Daddy policy, the free fire zones, the starvation strategy, the attacks on hospitals with sham or very exaggerated justifications, the results, meaning the worst civilian to combatant ratio, and the only war with a majority of violent fatalities being women and children since the Rwandan genocide, contrary to Drew's Hezbollah explanation. The 70% are not fatalities are not males 13 to 55. That was a false claim in the press, which many outlets corrected on my insistence. One did. The results point to this policy of murder, as does the fact that there's no plausible strategy to destroy Hamas. The plausible strategy is ethnic cleansing, demoralization, punishment, and other attacks on civilian population. So it's in my view, most likely genocide, and certainly involving murder under the laws of war, not just collateral damage and typical tragedies that attend war. So that's my assessment.
Okay. Look, and I'll just quickly sum up. I respect that we've been able to have this debate in pretty good faith terms. We obviously have a number of strong disagreements. For example, like the initial legitimacy of Zionism, the legitimacy of the state of Israel today as like, you know, an actual state. I would agree that, you know, at times the war has been conducted in the moral terms. I do agree with that. There are a lot of policies that I dislike when it comes to the Netanyahu government. I do think, though, however, that, you know, Israel has a right to exist as a state today, and that I can't see any path forward to peace where Hamas is still in power in Gaza. And I still blame the majority of the moral responsibility for the suffering in Gaza on Hamas for initiating the war and continuing it and deepening it at almost every chance it's got. And look, we have a different perspective on this. I appreciate that we were able to have a pretty respectful discussion. And honestly, I was thinking to maybe stay on for 5 more minutes. I might stay on for like
that's fine, Drew. Yeah. Just make sure to send me. I'll give you my email and just
send me your email.
Send me the video. But go ahead and stay on with your followers as long as you want. That's fine.
Yeah. Right. I'll own this down for a couple of minutes. But thank you so much, Mr. Speaks. I actually
thank you. Appreciate it, Drew. We'll talk again, I'm sure.
Maybe one time we can have a discussion.
Yeah, we can talk about something we agree with, I'm sure.
Yeah, Ukraine, mega males, and that sort of stuff. But yeah, thank you, man. I appreciate it. And, no, I appreciate it, and I do respect you despite our disagreements. And it was a worthwhile discussion.
I just hope you change your view on the, even if you don't change your view on the history, I hope you change your view on this horrible, pointless war. So all right.
Well, I think where we do agree is we both want the war to end. When we both want civilians to be protected, I want it to end with a lasting peace. If that can be possible, then I want that to happen. So
okay,
yeah. All right, man.
Excellent.
Thank you,
Drew. Bye.
Thank you, man. Signing off, and I'll stay on for like 1 or 2 more minutes as well. But yeah, thank you, man, and I'll send you the thing. Cool. Thank you, guys. We're probably gonna have some people drop off because probably about half the audience were History Speaks supporters. Gee, I'm pretty tired actually. That was like almost 4 hours 20 minutes. That's pretty crazy. Yeah, that was a pretty long debate. No, but thank you guys who've been watching. If you've been watching, please consider liking and subscribing to my channel because I'm really trying to build up my YouTube. I want to get it off Twitter a bit. I want to get more into YouTube and everything because Elon can at any time just ban anybody. So I really want to try to build up my YouTube. If you've been watching, please consider liking and subscribing. Help share my videos around. Watch my Maga Maoism video. That was a good one. We put a lot of time into that one. Thank you so much. 4 hours and 20 minutes is pretty crazy. I really appreciate Ryan for donating $15. Thank you, Ryan. That was very kind of you. If you guys want to donate, I really appreciate that. Looks like you have 5,500 watching on X. Look, unfortunately, it's not live. I think the 5,500 figure on X is cumulative. I wish that we had 5,500 people watching live on Twitter. That would be sensational. But I think it's cumulative. I think realistically, we've had our average viewership was about 40, 50 on YouTube, and probably realistically on Twitter, it's probably been about 40, 50 as well. So maybe about 100 people watching live most of the time, which is pretty good. I got someone saying, I love you for your Twitter shit posting, but I genuinely appreciate your YouTube stuff. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, guys. Really appreciate anybody. There's some people who've watched the whole 4 hours thing, which is actually crazy. So I really appreciate you guys sticking around. If you guys want, comment on my Twitter. I can add people to my Discord server, all that stuff. Somebody said this. Drew shoots from the hip and often kills the barmaid, but he's still a hero. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Ryan Ho, before you go, I'm interested in joining your Discord server. My Twitter tag is Lord Blastington. Feel free to send a link through via DM. Thank you, man. I will. Thank you. I really appreciate your support the past couple streams, Ryan. You're a legend. I think you donated like $30, $40. I appreciate that a lot. Lord Blastington. I'll send you a Discord link for sure. Corey Pelsman, Drew's in good face. Thank you so much. China's Rice Bowl. I've been sort of starting off doing sort of like video essays and stuff on YouTube. That's what I really, really want to try to do. So please consider liking and subscribing. Daniello, how do you join your Discord server? You know what? I might actually literally just post the public link because I think at this point, for a long time, we've kept it like private because we didn't want to get like raided by like Jackson Hinkle supporters and shit like that. But honestly, at this point, I might just post the Discord. So just check my Twitter later today. I'll try. Corey, I brought you up the other day talking to Pisco, then you were talking to him right after. Yeah, no, we had a good debate. We actually had a good discussion, me and Pisco. We ended up agreeing on a lot the other day, which was really cool. Realty, I sent you info via DM and would love to join your Discord. Thank you so much, guys. Yeah, I will actually post the Discord link on my Twitter later today. And yeah, really appreciate everybody who's been watching. P.S. Morgan, consistent theme was not taking fanatics at their word or understand theological motivation. There were a lot of assumptions of secular agreements when it's not what they say themselves. Look, that's probably my main disagreement with History Speaks as well. I think he doesn't really take Islamism seriously as an ideology. Even when we were talking about Hamas having Islamist roots, etc., and having an Islamist project, he was kind of saying like, oh, it's just for show. And I think that's pretty silly. Yeah, but like, look, as we said, we've done a 4-hour, 20-minute debate. I don't know. What do you guys think? Should I mean, I've streamed it obviously on my YouTube channel. Should I also just upload the debate as well, standalone on my YouTube channel, or is it kind of overkill to just have 2 there? I'm not sure. Comment your thoughts. I think unfortunately you're right, Corey. Please do not. People do not necessarily understand Islam. Unfortunately, I think that's correct. Yeah, I don't know if you guys have any thoughts, because I'm still kind of new to YouTube. Should I just upload the full debate after this, like the whole 4-hour thing, or should I potentially just like keep the stream there? Because I think the stream's on my YouTube. Both. Okay, I'll do that. I'll try to upload the whole thing. I'll also try to upload my conversation with Pisco too. I'll definitely be posting a lot more. So yeah, thank you so much, guys. 27 people watching on YouTube. Quite a lot of people on Twitter. If you guys can continue subscribing, supporting, going to my YouTube, I'd really appreciate it. If you're on Twitter, you can just go to my link in my bio. I've got my YouTube there. That's where I'm going to be really doing a lot of work in the future. I've done 3 streams in a row now, 3 streams on 3 days. I'm going to stream every single day for 100 days. And inshallah, maybe after 100 days, we'll have a much bigger audience, God willing. But yeah, no, thank you so much, guys. Really appreciate it. Yeah, I think you're right, Daniela. I'll edit shorter videos from the debate. Thank you so much, guys. Really appreciate it. Remember to like and subscribe. And also, Ryan Ho, you're a legend. Thanks so much for the super chats. You're awesome, man. Thank you so much. Yeah, I think you're right. All right. Good night, guys. Thank you so much. God bless you all. Thank you, guys.